Well, we got a quiet few moments here. I'm going to give you lane assignments, run order for sportsmen here as we lead off today's program. I'll be calling cars about 10 minutes to 10. So pull it together. That's only about 22 minutes from now. Leading off the show here today will be in no box. You'll be out first. You'll be in lane 6 and 7. Box, you'll be right after them in lanes 8 and 9. Juniors in lane 4. And then fourth out will be our Nostalgia Super Stocks with a timed run in lane 6 and 7. Back to no box in 6 and 7. Box 8 and 9, juniors in 4. And then about that time, we'll be calling our quick 8 timed run, qualifying run number 3 to 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters will follow the quick 8 out, lanes 6 and 7. That ought to take us 2 or 3 hours to get in. We'll be on the mic to relay any information for lane assignments after that, but they will remain the same. Assume you're coming up in the same lanes that you came up in right away this morning, unless we tell you different. Those are going to be your lanes all day long. Now, as you know as well as I, things change throughout the day. Sometimes the schedule gets scrambled, but I'll be on the mic along with Isaac and along with Dave just as much as we can throughout the day to keep you informed on what's going on today at the Summer Nationals. So we're leading off with no box in 6 and 7 in about 20 minutes. Box following them in 8 and 9 and juniors in 4. Nostalgia Super Stocks will be in 6 and 7 and number 4 out. We'll be back on the mic here soon, calling cars, so about 20 minutes from now. Once again, no box. You'll be starting us off here today. And you will be in lane 6 and 7. We're going to be calling you to the lanes in approximately 10 minutes. So 10 to 10, we're going to be calling no box up for time run number 1.
Sorry to shake my connections, but I was sitting up here.
And it looks to me like one time run. Nope. Get 2 time runs today. So time run number 1. Be calling you up in about 10 minutes. Right after that, it'll be box in lanes 8 and 9, and juniors in lane 4. Nostalgia Super Stocks will come up for their 3rd time run in 6 and 7 after the juniors. So give them about 10 minutes as we do a little bit of last-minute track prep, and we will be ready to go.
Well, it is about that time of the morning. If you guys are like me, you're getting a little hungry out there, you can head on over to the Cordova concession stand right next to the Cordova Clothing Company, which will be open later today. You're going to head on over, see Janet, grab yourself some fresh biscuits she has just made. She's got biscuits and gravy and some egg sandwiches. Head on over and see Janet and the crew. No box, no box. This is time run number 1. You're needed in 6 and 7. No box. 6 and 7. No box. No box racers. You are needed to lane 6 and 7 for your first time run. No box racers, lane 6 and 7.
The blessing on today's event, our track chaplain, Lynn Garland.
Let's all bow our heads. Father, we are grateful for the many blessings you have bestowed. We ask for your guidance and wisdom to carry out the goals for this event. I ask that you watch over all the staff as they perform their jobs. Keep all the drivers, crew, and everyone on these grounds safe and out of harm's way. In Jesus' name, amen.
And with that, let's go racing. It's time for time run number 1 for our no box class. We got cars all the way back to the pits, so we got a good amount of racers here participating today. 2 time runs for our sportsman runners, and time runs in already being completed, and have more to be scheduled for our other classes. So let's get this party started here. Summer Nationals featuring funny car chaos at Cordova Dragway. All right, no box cars, we need you to pull up in the lanes. Pull up into 6 and 7, please, because we're calling in box behind you. No box, we need you to pull up in the lanes. Box, this is your call, first time run. 8 and 9 juniors, this is your call. Also, first time run, lane 4. So, no box, please pull up. Box, you have been called to 8 and 9 for your first time run. Juniors, the same to lane 4. Box to 8 and 9, box to 8 and 9, your first time run. Juniors to 4. If you spill over to 5, that's going to be okay, and you guys know that. So juniors to 4, box to 8 and 9 for your first time run. Continue to pull up, no box. Give us some room at the back end of the lanes, please. Thank you.
Well, as I turn over my left shoulder, I can see we have Pam's Perks here behind the tower. Pam's Perks serves coffee, and it looks like they have some treats down there from what I can see. They serve energy drinks, coffee, and much, much more. Head on down and see the gals at Pam's Perks. Also, our concession stand here at Cordova Dragway does serve coffee as well. You can head on over there, get yourself a nice sandwich, some biscuits and gravy, and a coffee from Janet and the crew. Attention all junior racers and parents. All junior racers and parents. You are needed at the pit gate to meet with Miss Teagan. All junior parents and drivers, you are needed to meet at the pit gate with Teagan. Nostalgia Superstock Drivers. We will take you in 6 and 7 for your first time run of the day. Nostalgia Superstock Drivers, lanes 6 and 7. Nostalgia Super Stocks, you are needed in lanes 6 and 7. Nostalgia Super Stocks, you are needed in lanes 6 and 7. This is your third time run of the weekend. Brandon Carlson, you are needed at the tower. Brandon Carlson, to the tower, please. No box, you are on a short standby now. No box, you are on a short standby for time run number 2. Brandon Carlson, you are needed at the tower. Brandon Carlson, you are needed at the tower. No box drivers. No box drivers. You are needed to the back of 6 and 7. No box drivers. You are needed to the back of 6 and 7. Box racers. Box drivers, you guys are on a short standby. Box drivers, you are on a short standby. No box drivers. No box drivers. You are needed to the back of 6 and 7. No box drivers to the back of 6 and 7. Box drivers, remember you are on a short standby. Box drivers, you are on a short standby.
Fans in the stands, as you can hear out there in the pits, they are warming up funny cars. And that's something you do want to see at least one time in your lifetime, especially the fuel cars, the nitro cars, when they're warming those engines, setting the clutches and all that other things that they do when they warm the cars. It is just a fantastic experience to be standing around them, standing next to them. They literally shake the ground that you are standing on when they're running these cars. So if you get the chance sometime this weekend, head on out there and experience the warm-up of a nitro funny car as the haze wafts over the crowd and the vibrations begin and all the noise that goes with it. It's an experience you will not forget. And I hear them out there doing their thing right now. Out here next, they're going to have round 3 of time runs for our Nostalgia Super Stocks. They've been on the track twice already. They're going down one more time, I believe. And then they're going to round one of Eliminations at about approximately 2 this afternoon. So this will be their final timed hit. And if you're into watching old-time metal, superstock racing the way it used to be back in the 60s and 70s, these are the cars for you, and this is the class. We're at about 11:15, and we are still in time runs and qualifying, so it's getting pretty close to lunchtime. And we have quite the variety of food vendors out here today. I want to point out, first of all, the concession stand here at Cordova Dragway. They have hamburgers, hot dogs, walking tacos, nachos, French fries. They got about everything you could desire as far as lunchtime fare goes. Pepsi products on in the fridge, energy drinks, water, and head on over to the concession stand Cordova and get yourself set up. If you'd like something from our vendors, we have a lot of them on track. On the spectator side and the pit side both, we have corn dog billies. You like the foot-long corn dog with mustard, maybe a little ketchup on it? He can set you up. Corn dog billies, both sides, spectator, pit side, both. Hillbilly Jacks, also located on the spectator side, and have not opened yet, but we'll let you know. Pam's Perks is open right behind the tower. And you're thinking, well, maybe coffee's not in my future. It's a little warm for that, but she has a wide variety of iced coffees out there also. So go head over to Pam's Perks if an iced coffee or a tea is in your immediate future. The Chop Shop at the base of the tower. Pork chop sandwiches extraordinaire. Cindy's Tropical Shaved Ice on the premises, pit side. Chucky's Blended Tenderloins as well. And Keller's Pit Barbecue, all in the pit side here for lunch. So that's the direction you can go. First set of Nostalgia Superstocks going down the track. That's Dustin Christensen and Chris Zapucci as they make a couple of time runs. You will find a lot of Mopars in this class, a lot of Chryslers, a lot of Plymouths, a lot of Dodges. Many of them powered by Hemi motors. Sam Chumley over here in the white Mopar. Dennis Spurgeon, the Dartzilla. Dodge Dart out of Rosebud, Missouri. 1969 Camaro, running with the Nostalgia Superstock class, is Josh Fears. Josh has been here before in that Camaro running some bracket stuff. He's running with his group this weekend. And that, I believe, is a 66 Impala. Big copper-colored one over there in that Berkey's Lane. I have to brush up on my Impala years, but I think it's a 66. Looks like he might have taken a taillight or two off the rear end of it. Going nonetheless. No box, pull up in the lanes, please. No box, please pull up in the lanes as much as you possibly can. Jeff Wood in the Plymouth Valiant. Running yet another Plymouth Valiant on the other side. No name on that particular driver yet. We'll get it as the day goes on. Our ladies are typing just as fast as they can on the computer up here, but got a lot of race cars here this weekend, and they can only do so much. Pretty sure this is a 68 Impala wagon. And on this side, that's a whole lot of race car. These cars came out of the factory sporting about 4,500 pounds. So if he hasn't taken any weight out of this thing, he is pushing a lot of metal down the racing surface. That's Eric Galley driving that big red machine. Jim McCool in the Mustang. That looks like approximately about a 68 if I fastback. Another Mustang. This is a newer variety of the Mustang. We're getting into the 70s. Used to have a friend that had one a lot like that. It's a Mach 1, and I think it's about a 72. Clyde Dunphy, 72 Mach Mustang, Pleasant Plains, Illinois. Mike Rebman, Danville, Illinois, in the Dodge. Plymouth Fury in the tower side. That's a Dodge. Over there in that spectator lane, Brian Habernaker out of Union, Missouri. 64 Dodge Polera, the Black Max. Another Plymouth coming to line. This is a Barracuda. Got the big old Plymouth big old Plymouth hood scoop going on there, and that is Scott Robinson. Michelle, go ahead and do it anyway.
Attention, no box drivers. You are needed to pull up in the lanes. No box drivers, please pull up in the lanes.
We need Isaac to yell at him a little bit. He's good. For those of you in the audience, we're in the middle of our second timed run in our no box class. All of our box, no box, and juniors get 2 timed hits on the racing surface here today. They base their dial on those 2 timed hits. And then in a little bit, we're going to go racing. For those of you that want to know, we have a live stream going on today of all our time trials in our race on YouTube. If you're interested in seeing what we got going on, it's on a little bit of a delay, but only a few seconds, at Cordova Dragway is their search. So go ahead, Cordova Dragway, at Cordova Dragway, your search on YouTube, and you can get in on the live stream of today's event. Enjoy the interviews, enjoy the announcing and the music we're playing. Well, I guess the music's not coming through, but the announcing and the action in front of you. We are going to be showing the action, and if there are specific rounds of action you want to see again, you can go ahead and rewind and watch them again on YouTube. That is your option here as we live stream today's event on YouTube. Here we go, box to 8 and 9. Boxcars, second time run. 8 and 9. Juniors, you are on a short lease, short standby.
Just a reminder, all no box drivers, as soon as the car in front of you moves up, you are needed to move up as well. No box drivers, please pull up in the lane. Box drivers, you are needed to 8 and 9. Box drivers, 8 and 9. Once again, box drivers, you are needed to 8 and 9. Box drivers, you are needed, lanes 8 and 9. Box cars, box, you are needed in 8 and 9. Box, you are needed in 8 and 9. Juniors, we will take you to lane 4. Juniors, lane 4. And my quick 8. You guys are going to be on a short standby. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we have a little bit of an intermission here, feel free to head on over to concession stand we have here at Cordova Dragway. They have a wide variety of food, but if you want to go anywhere else, we do have a lot of food vendors here on the ground for Summer Nationals. We have Corn Dog Billy's. He is on the spectator and pit side for you guys. We have Hillbilly Jack's Barbecue. We have Pam's Perks. We have the Chop Shop here at the base of the tower. We have Keller's Pit Barbecue, Chucky's Breaded Tenderloins, and Cindy's Tropical Shaved Ice. There is a very wide variety of food to choose from here at Cordova Dragway. Box, we will take you to 8 and 9. Box, lanes 8 and 9. Juniors, you can come on up to lane 4. Juniors to lane 4. In my quick 8 class, you are going to be on a short standby. Quick 8, you are on a short standby.
Want to keep everybody in mind here that about 2 p.m. this afternoon, our third qualifying run for Funny Car Chaos is coming into the picture. We are at about 10 minutes to 12 right now. Couple more hours to go, and they'll be up here getting in the lanes ready to make a pass. Right now, we got box, no box going on, no box right in front of you right here, right now. But Funny Cars are coming up for their third and final qualifying run about 2 to 3 p.m. this afternoon. We've been saying both times it's Hard to say. It depends on how our program keeps going here and going on.
Well, we've been giving some shout out to our food vendors here, but we've been kind of leaving out the clothing ones. We have Car Chicks. Go see Janet over at Car Chicks. She is selling t-shirts, hoodies, and much, much more. You have to go see these for yourself. In the pits, we have Mr. Twisted Shifters, partnered with 360 Steel. These guys have almost anything that you could want shifter-wise. And if they don't have it, they will make it for you. Head on down and see them out in the pits. 360 Steel and Twisted Shifters. Attention all box drivers, you guys are officially on track. Box drivers, you guys are on track. This means you need to be by your car at all times to move up. You need to move up as soon as you can. All box drivers.
Got to keep in mind our box racers out there. We got a lot of race cars here this weekend, and all of our classes in our box class right now running right out into the pit area, almost to the back of it. So just as soon as you can, we need you to pull up in the lanes. And I know that can be a bit of a hassle. Sometimes you got to push it. Sometimes you got to start it more than a couple of times. But we really need you to do that so we can try and keep the pit area clear, as we're going to have a bunch of spectators coming in here soon, and it's dangerous to have them walking around your race car. So please pull up in the lane just as soon as you can.
Well, this weekend we are doing something that we've been trying to for a while. We are live streaming the races. That is right. Here at Cordova Dragway, we live stream the races now. Go ahead, jump on YouTube. Look up Cordova Dragway. We are live right now. If you're working on your car in the pits and you still want to watch the races, feel free, jump on, watch. You can hear Mike and I's beautiful voice on it. And I've also been told there are some QR codes around here where you can just scan them with your phone and it will bring you straight to our YouTube page here at Cordova Dragway. Feel free one more time. It is Cordova Dragway on YouTube. We are live streaming the races. Post. If you go in the comments, there is a link to our YouTube channel as well. Head on over, follow us at Cordova Dragway.
I'll go ahead and give a shout out to the Chop Shop at the base of the tower. Not very busy currently. We are at about 12:36. It's lunchtime. If you want a pork chop sandwich, drink to go with it, they are the place to be. Awesome pork chop sandwiches at the base of the tower. The Chop Shop here at Cordova, and the money benefits a local fire department. So it's going to the right place. The Chop Shop, base of the tower here at Cordova Dragway. Next, we're going to have the third qualifying hit for our quick aid event. I think we have an even dozen cars trying to get into the top 8 in qualifying. Those 8 will do battle, go to eliminations later on today, but they got one more qualifying attempt to get in the top 8. Mad Mark Prupa qualified number 1. I do remember that. He had a nice I think it was a 4-0 with a 1-1. 4-0-1-1 run. Puts him in at the top spot. Bradley Green in at number 2. Actually, Prupa's got a 4-0-8 with a 0 at number 1. I was thinking of Brad Greens, who's in at number 2, 4:11 with a 0. Number 3, Matt Wiedemeyer, 4:158, 170 mile an hour. Number 4, the prize fighter himself, Tony Frazier, 4:18 with a 6. Number 5, Flying Brian Fern, 4:20 with a 5. Cody Hodell right behind Fern, 4:32 with a 9. Don Spear at number 7, 4:37 with the 1. And Austin Rader on the bump, 4:37 with the 2. Now, I was told by the guy who puts this together, Mr. Don Spear, he was hoping for a 4:20 bump. So that would make the number 8 qualifier with a 4:20-something run. We're not quite there yet, but we're in the neighborhood as number 6, number 7, and number 8 are all in with a 4:30 run. So it's going to take faster than a 4:37 with a 2, where Raider is at number 8 to bump into the field. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 racers on the outside looking in. So a total of 13 cars trying to get into our Quick 8 program here today. The interesting thing about these cars is you're not going to see Pennzoil on the door. You're not going to see Fram on it anywhere. These are not corporately sponsored hot rods. They are all BP Finance, which is back pocket. A lot of them built by the guys that are racing them. And here we go. On the outside looking in at number 11, this is Bobby Ince Jr. running his dad's dragster. Ince in the blue digger, the tower side, and that's Flying Brian Fern himself in the front engine dragster over in the spectator lane. Fern in at number 5, so he is in the program. Looking to improve on that run. First time out, 4:20 with a 5 at 165 mile an hour. They are going to 8th mile today. As pretty much the entire program we got booked in here today is an 8th mile show. And Ince is going to have to take about 3/10 off to get in this program. Trip zip like, whoa! And Fern gets sideways big time out there. Almost puts it on the side. Good driving job by Brian Fern as he rescued that car. Got out there, got crazy, and it went sideways on him as it started going towards the wall. He was able to save it. And it doesn't look like there's any damage, but I'll bet that is one shook up man inside that dragster as he had that thing up on 2 wheels. Burn over that tower lane. It made a move to the center line almost immediately on the hit. He corrected it, and when he corrected it, it went towards the wall. Spooked him a little bit as he was heading right towards that cement. Corrected again, and when he corrected that second time, she went up on 2 wheels, but he set it back down on 4, just about 100 feet out there. It looks like the car is probably okay. And Fern is outstanding next to us, so we know the driver is fine. Good dog, good with a good save there, Flying Brian Fern. And hopefully he can still make the program. Bobby Ince Jr. did not make the show. He ends up running 4:52 of the 3 as his best run. He's still at number 11. So on the outside looking in, but good experience for Junior as he gets his dad's dragster out here this weekend, tries to get into our quick 8 event. Junior can drive just about anything, I swear. He's got he's got a door car he runs out here, a Nova. He's got a Super Gas Corvette that he competes with in our box category. And right now he piloting his dad's dragster that he has put together meticulously over the last couple of years. So it's with some valuable experience in that digger. Looking like they're hooking up to the front of Fern's front engine dragster and getting ready to tow him off the track. We're just happy everybody and the race car is okay, especially Brian. But he went out there and shook the tires mightily, I'm thinking, as it went dead towards the center line. And then it was a matter of trying to get that beast under control. As you're looking at 600 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet with a blower on top of it, pulling that thing down the racetrack. And those first 100 feet are crucial for these cars. A lot of power being put down to the racing surface during that time. Next two competitors in the water. One of them over here in this tower lane is Mr. Don Spear, currently qualified number 7, but capable of so much more. The yellow banana here, the nuclear banana, I like to call it. Very capable of going number 1 in our program. Pat Wessink in the KTBF open-wheeled front-engine dragster over there in that spectator side. Pat at number 13 right now, so he'd like to get into this program, and he's 5 spots out. Spear perilously at number 7. I'm sure he doesn't like that one bit. Generally, Don safely qualifies top 3, sometimes top man altogether, in that bright yellow machine out of Milan, actually out of Davenport. Don, the proprietor of Chassis Concepts on the side of his dragster, and works on several of these cars you see in this quick 8 event. Siwasink and the front engine dragster, Spear and the rear engine machine. And here we go with their third and final qualifying hit. Issues for Spear on the hit. Siwasink ends up going 474 with a 4, so he will not improve, and he'll stay at 13, and so will Don at number 7. Don been battling mechanical gremlins all weekend long. We were talking about it out in the staging lanes just a few minutes ago. And he looks like he doesn't quite have it all lined out of the dragster just yet. This is Tony Frazier. Tony, the prize fighter. Frazier in at number 4. Over here in this Freedom Motorsports side. Freedom Motorsports side. That's Austin Rader in at number 8, the bump spot in the gray and red machine. No box, you are on a short standby for round 1 action. No box, you are on a short standby for round 1 action. Now, Rader, like I just said, is on the bump. He's qualified number 8 in that silver, mostly gunmetal gray machine we have in the Berkey's Lane. He'd like nothing better than to improve his situation because he's the man on the bubble. All these cars that are not qualified are aiming at him. He's the target. So let's see if he can improve on his time. Frazier, 420 with a 7, and he stays at number 4. Rader moves up to number 6 off from number 8. Nice run by Austin Rader. 432 with a 4 at 165 mile an hour. And now Don Spear on the bump with about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, I think 4 cars coming up to knock him off. Bradley Green at number 2 over here in that Freedom Motorsports side. And the bad man himself, John Biaggi, in that Berkey's Lane. Now, Biaggi perfectly capable of getting into this event. He has not had a good run yet, either the first 2. Right now, number 12. But if anybody can knock Don off the bump, this is the man, the bad man, John Biaggi. Green does not hook. We got some pedaling going on out there. Biaggi bumps in at number 6, so he makes the show, and Bradley Green, number 2 qualifier, stays right where he is. I knew Biaggi was going to be tough on this third and final qualifying hit, and he was just that as he's in at number 6 in our program. Cody Hodel in at number 8 right now. He is the man on the bump. He's not making a lap here in this third qualifying run, hoping to make the show based on his first 2 shots. But he's got a couple of guys taking dead aim at him right now. Matt Wiedemeyer in the all-aluminum machine in that Berkey's Lane is in at number 3. And this is David Ricow, and the number 11 in the front engine parts tracer nostalgia machine. Ricow went 451 with a 1 on his best run. And he's got some work to do to get in at number 8. He's going to have to chop about 3/10 off of that. Well, 2/10 off of that, I should say, to make the program. Ricow not able to do it. He stays at 11 as Wiedemeyer in at number 3, but solidly in at number 3. So Matt will be taking part in our Quick 8 event. This is Michael Murray and his black and yellow machine. Murray at number 10 right now, 443 with an 8 was his best hit. Have to take a solid 10th off of that. Murray trying to get in the show. Doesn't get it done. He gets up to number 10, but that's as best as it's going to get for Michael Murray. So our top 8 in the program: Mad Mark, number 1, Bradley Green, number 2, Matt Wiedemeyer, number 3, Tony Frazier, number 4, Brian Furr, number 5, John Biaggi, number 6, Austin Rader, number 7, and Cody Hodel, number 8. That will be our quick aid here at Cordova on this Saturday, the Summer Nationals event. On the line now, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters with their timed run number 4. If you like gear slamming, rim hanging fun, here you go. Whoa, big wheelie by Steve Kleibo over there in the deuce. He ends up going 646 with a 9 and 106 mile an hour. Pierce Brimmer not too far behind in that classic Chevelle. That's Jeff Cook in the orange Camaro, 4th generation machine. Out of Davenport, running against Jamie King in a 2nd generation Camaro. And you can see how much these cars changed in a span about 20 years, I'm going to say, in that neighborhood. Yeah, about 20 years. King, the runner out of Kelowna, Illinois, in that blue car. And here we go. Wheels in the air for Jamie Cook. Or Jamie King, as Cook is more businesslike and he keeps the wheels on the ground. Cook ends up running 498 with a 4. Nice little lap for Jeff and the 4th gen Camaro. Here's one of the guys who's been running this class forever and a day, Gary Clavon, in his classic Chevelle. Now, a lot of these guys use modern shifters, 5 speeds, 4 speeds in their cars. Gary, I believe, is still rowing a Linco out there and refuses to change. Gary probably has more years under his belt than just about every other racer we have, running against Jeremiah Stanton in this pony car. And you can hear Gary rolling the gears out there. He hammers that thing when he puts it in gear. He is not kidding around. Ralph Connor in the Firebird in the Freedom Motorsports side. Jim Harden in the Nova. 70, the flavor of that SS Nova. Beautiful purple machine, runner out of Galesburg, Illinois. Connor's racing with us out of Milan. Sponsored by Hughes Auto Service. And a host of other decals he has on the side of that Pontiac Firebird. Mike Rogers in the third generation Camaro, and Ron Niles, 67 Chevelle. Niles with a sweet little 009 light with the Chevy. Rodney Krishner in the Mopar. I think it's a Dart. It's an RT Dart, I'm thinking. Jamie Kelly taking him on in a Chevrolet Malibu. Some of these 60s and early 70s, some of these 60s era Mopars throw me for a loop. They came up with quite a few different body styles, and it's hard to keep track of them when you're juggling a mic up here. But Christer with a beautiful Mopar, that all-white machine. Sweet burnout there for Chad. Chad Davidson as he leaves all the rubber on the track. Hopefully saved a little bit for his run. Eric Leander taking him on in the 64 Chevy. No box, round one, no box, round one, and your buy is 949X. No box, your buy 949X. Box, your buy 601K. Box, your buy 601K. And junior all run, your buy is 518. Buy is 518 for our juniors. So we got that out. Come up in a lane that you are not called up in, but adjacent to the lanes you're supposed to be in, and Nicole will take care of you with your buy run. Sweet run by Davidson. He goes 561 with a 124 mile an hour. And that's doing some cooking. Dirk Zimmerman and his 56 Chevy. Let me take another look at this. I think it's a 55 sedan. Luke Leander in the Bad Seed Camaro. Everybody knows what that is. Run by Leander there, 650 with a 4, as Zimmerman goes 647 with a 2. You never enough S-dime over here in the tower lane. Push that button for me a minute, David. Chad Statch out of Cambridge, piloting that Chevy truck. And look at the scoop on top of Danny Nednar's EXP. Wow, a Ford EXP at the racetrack. Wow, do you not see that very often? These cars used to roam the roads 20, 30 years ago, but you don't see many of them racing. But Nednar here with his. And he's got every bit of the hood scoop you need on that. Got it sticking all the way above the roof. So plenty of air getting to the motor in Nednar's machine. He ends up going 526 with an 8 at 129 mile an hour. Always loved Charlie Ray's Barracuda he has here, the purple machine. Seen this car several times. This is the first year for the Barracuda. And you can tell by that fishbowl back window. The orange crate Camaro, Mitch Leander. We've talked about that thing, and we'll talk about it some more when they make another run. That's one of the classic runners here at Cordova, Illinois, that orange crate car. And we'll hit it up even later on when we got better opportunity. We're talking about Dave Stewart's Camaro last night. What a beautiful blue paint job he's got on that thing. I'm coming around to blue more and more on race cars. Used to be an all red man when it came to racing, but boy, some of these shades of blues these cars are coming out with just really are cool. And this is one of the better examples of a navy blue paint job. Actually not navy blue, it's kind of somewhere in between light and navy, but it done a good job on Dave's car. Taking on the Cutlass. Jamie King piloting that Cutlass, and he goes 536 at 130 with the big old Cutlass. A lot of race car there, but I'll bet most of it is fiberglass these days, as that car towed the line at a cool about 4,000 pounds coming out of the factory. So got to take some metal out of them to get them fast, and they've done just that. Scott Linner, a long-time runner here at Cordova in his Pontiac. Linner is GTO and a G-body GTO, the newer model of the GTO. 69 Nova taking him on. Hikes the wheels in the air on that deuce. Nice little run. Wow. 423, 167 mile an hour for the Pontiac, and he was on a lap straight down Broadway. One of the cars I think that are new to the Ozark Mountain Super Shifter Club, Robin Lawrence in his newer model Mustang, sponsored by Strange Engineering over here in that Freedom Motorsports lane, running against Rick McPhail in the Camaro. Saw this car for the first time last night coming out with the Super Shifters. This is a Road Runner. Got a Hemi on the side. Painted up like it's got a Hemi. Probably got the Hemi under the hood. But it's a sleek looking race car as they've kind of silvered out the front end of it. And he's out here trying to make good with the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Been having a few mechanical difficulties with that Mopar product. And it looks like he still continues with that, as he's not going to be able to make a run. Hopefully next time around he can get the Road Runner straightened out, as that is one cool looking machine, and we'd like to see it go down the racetrack. For a while, Ford pumped out what they called the Thunderbolt Fairlane. It had that style of hood on it. Pure-on race car coming out of the factory. They only made a few of them, and they weren't licensed for the street. This is not one of them, but this is modeled after that over there in that Berkey's lane. Arthur Wade Wynn, piloting that fast Ford. Boy, that's a Mustang over here on the tower side. This is a car I have not seen before. Wowza. They've extended the front end on this thing like it's got a Pro Charger on it, and it very well might. Or a centrifugal supercharger is what I ought to say, because that's what the proper term is. Whoa, he heads to the center line where that thing shuts it down, so doesn't have quite that thing figured out yet. Sorry. Your short standby, boxing juniors, you are on your short standby for first round action. First round action in our no box event. Got a lot of no box cars we're running here today. When we say no box, that means no electronics. These guys will all launch pretty much on that third amber bulb, so they can get that car or truck rolling before the green comes on. Brian Robinson in the Silver S Dime, Scott Waits in the Big Bad Mopar. Pretty similar green lights. Wheat's got a little bit of an advantage, and the win is going to go to Scotty Wheats. 647 with a 5 on his 646 dial. Little old 38 light was good for Scotty. And he's going to like that slip. Going to like it better, the fact it says W on the bottom of it. This is a Pontiac J2000 over here by the tower. Don't see many of these nowadays. They were quite the popular passenger car in their day. And this young man has converted it to a race car. That's Josh Fears taking on Greg Wheats in his Challenger, the newer model Challenger. And I say newer model, but these cars have been out for about 20 years now. Fears trying to chase Wheats down. Gets it done. Josh Fears, 584 with the 3 on his 583 ET. As Greggy has a breakout run. Braked out by quite a bit. 800 with a 7 on his 807 dial. Got to remember these guys in the bracket cars are dealing with hundredths of a second with their times. They're not dealing with tenths, full seconds. They're dealing with hundredths of a second difference. And that's usually the difference between them winning or losing. But many times these races decided right on the starting line. Whoever gets the best reaction time can carry that to the 8th mile stripe. And I see it all the time.
So is the Kettler's barbecue over here, or is that one over there?
No, over there, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Hillbilly Jack's is over
Yeah, yes, sir. Gavin Adams in the newer Camaro taking on the first generation Camaro. Zach Lewis, and Lewis trying to chase down his counterparts. Camaro gets it done. 628 with a 9 on the 620 dial. Member of Beal Family Racing, and we're going to have to see who's piloting the Camaro today. I said yesterday, we got 3 of these guys. We got a Dan, we got a Drew, we got a Dalton, and they play Beal roulette with me with these cars every day. I think that looks like Dan in the Camaro, and it is. He's the patriarch of Beal Family Racing, running against Tyler Barsama in the Oldsmobile. 008 light for Barsama, and he's going to be tough on the old man. Takes him out. 696 with a 4 on the 88 dial. And he had 800s in his back pocket as soon as he left the line, and Dan just couldn't overcome that disadvantage. Couple of Mopars on the line right here. That's a Barracuda. The old purple machine. In the Freedom Motorsports side belongs to Tim Flynn. Brad Wheats out of Morrison in the multicolored runner out of Morrison. Wheats with a sweet little 015 light. Double breakout win for Brad Wheats, 667 with a 4 on his 668 dial. So he was only heavy by about 6 10,000ths of a second. So Brad right on it, and he can certainly take that out of the run. So Bradley going to be a tough customer if he keeps doing that, and he's gone a lot of rounds lately in the multicolored machine. Loving on this Oldsmobile, this Cutlass we have over here in the Freedom Motorsports, saying I love the color with the black and the blue. Good looking. One of the first Cutlasses out there. That's Chris Thomas. It's a 64, and he's running E85 in that car, running against Ryan Robinson, the big Monte Carlo. Thomas making me look good in that Oldsmobile with an 014 light, and he gets the win, 648 with a 1 on his 645 estimated time. Those of you new out here to bracket racing, when I say dial or ET, that is the time that these racers put in their window. That's the time they think or hope they're going to run. And the closer they run to that time, the better chance they have of winning the race. But if they go under that time, they lose. That's called a breakout run. It happens all the time. I always called bracket racing a math equation on wheels. Mike Thompson in the digger. Brando Carlson in the Camaro. 008 red for Brando. And that flat black dragster going to advance on. I said earlier, these cars like to launch on that third amber bulb, and you're thinking, well, why don't they wait till green? Well, if they wait till green, they've waited too long. You got to get them cars moving. 3,000 pounds a car or 2,000 pounds a race car does not just pick up and move on a dime. It has to unload the springs, the tires, everything. So when you drop the hammer, they just don't start moving immediately. It takes a few thousandths of a second to get going, so they have to leave before the green light comes on. And that's the trick. Dalton Beal in the Camaro. Tyler Brooks, the orange Monte Carlo. Good race going on here, and Brooks ends up on top, 489 on his 487 dial. Well, we've seen Dan Beal, we've seen Drew Beal. We've seen Dalton Beal. So this is Drew Beal and his dad's Pontiac Le Mans. Steve Pifkin in the Dodge Daytona. Pifkin put this car together, I believe, 3 years ago now. Told me one time his dream car was to put together a Dodge Daytona just like this, and he's got it on the track and racing. So Dodge on that spectator lane. Pontiac, tower side. Whoa, some issues with the Pontiac. Looks like it broke the front end. And he bangs into the wall. I seen the front end shaking on that thing as he went down the racetrack, and the wheel turned in on it, so he broke a front axle. There's something in the front end of that car. And she took a right-hand turn right into the wall. And we're hoping that Drew is okay. That was a pretty hard hit. And them roll bars that are in these cars are not always padded sufficiently, and your helmet hits it, your body hits it, it hurts. Fortunately for us, Drew is a young man, and he's out of it and okay, so we thanking God for that. Take us a few minutes to get the track cleared, and it's unfortunate as they just got this Le Mans back on the racetrack 2 weekends ago for the first time. Ince Towing, we need your flatbed. Ince Towing, we need your flatbed on the track. Ince Towing, we need your flatbed on the track, please. Like I said, we will be down for a few minutes as we clear the racetrack before we go back to no box racing. Good opportunity to visit some of our vendors here at the track. The Cordova Clothing Company is currently open right behind the grandstands on the pit side. T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, all kinds of racing trinkets available. If you want something with a race car on it, you want something that says Cordova Dragway on it, that is where you go, the Cordova Clothing Company. Also a variety of ice cream over there. And it's getting to the time of the year where ice cream sure sounds good. 3 different varieties, and I think even ices kind of stuff going on. So go see them, Cordova Clothing Company, if something cold is what you desire. Concession stand currently open, hamburgers, hot dogs, that sort of fare over there. Walking tacos are outstanding, nachos, and Pepsi Cola drinks. Replay of this Drew's run here. Looks like he broke a tie rod as soon as he set down from the wheelie. He popped the wheelie when he dropped the hammer on this car, pulled it about 40, 50 feet out, and as soon as he set it down the front wheels, it broke a tie rod, I'm thinking, in the front end. And when you do that, you cannot steer them, because that is what controls your wheel. But Drew is out safely, and the car will be fixed. Reiterate to everybody that Drew is okay, the driver of that Pontiac. He's just fine, crawled out the door just a minute or two after it happened. But it's one of those things where mechanical failure leads to banging into the wall just like that. It's a beautiful race car too, but I'm confident Dan get that thing fixed and up and running. Last winter, he had a new engine rebuilt for it. Late last summer, this same race car, he went out and blew a hole in the side of the block, blew his motor, scattered some parts, and nothing good about any of that. So he went back to the engine builder that specializes in Pontiac motors. This is a Pontiac car end to end. He's not running a Chevrolet big block in that car. It's a Pontiac motor. And he went and had a genuine Pontiac motor rebuilt for this car, installed it just a few weeks ago. Got it back on the track 2 weekends ago for the first time for some test hits, and she was running good. So not a drivetrain problem. But I think a tie rod broke, and when that happens, like I said earlier, you can't steer them. If there is an upside to that, it's the fact that he brushed the wall and was able to stop that car quickly. Sometimes that happens, the car crosses the track, clips the other race car, and then we got a huge mess on our hands. So even as tragic as this is that this happened to this beautiful car, at least it is repairable and everybody's safe. Drew's standing there, his dad's standing there, and we'll get this thing fixed in a few weeks and back on the racetrack. And now the voice of Funny Car Chaos, straight up from Texas, all the way from Texas, our man David Ratton, here to let you inform you on our first qualifier, actually our next qualifying run number 3 for our funny cars. David.
Hey, hello everyone, all you awesome bunch of racer peoples. We're going to talk to you about some funny car chaos coming a little bit, as they are going to be called to the staging lanes in about the next 15 minutes or so. And of course, we've got cars back on the racetrack as we get things rolling again with the no box class, as they are into eliminations. Troy Bogner, Washburn, Illinois, and Doug Lancaster is going to be over on the Berkey side of the racetrack, as we got a pair of bow ties. The Camaro on the Tower side. Looks like 1968 vintage on the Tower side, and the 71 Nova takes that spectator side. 587 and 601, your dial in, so the green Camaro gets to go first. The win light is in that lane for Troy Bogner. He goes 603, 2 over at 110 miles an hour. 009 on the Christmas tree for a reaction time put him 4 out, and he crosses the finish line first by 1/10 of a second against Doug's 595, 7 off the number at 116 miles per hour. As we continue now, we've got the next set of cars coming to the starting line. Going to be Michael Wiedemeyer from Donahue, Iowa, 832, the dial in for the red Mustang on your Tower side. Rob Emmerich from Kelowna, 677, the dial for the Gen 3 Chevrolet Camaro. And Rob turns it red, so the red Mustang is going to get the win light and advance into the next round. 839 at 87 miles an hour with the win light flashing goes Michael Wiedemeyer. Rob Emmerich, 037, too quick, turns the red light on. He goes 680 at 99.5 miles an hour, but that one was over early. Next pair coming to the starting line, going to be Jerry Lindell. He's on the Tower side, and he's got a 713 dial into his Chevrolet. Terry Heller from Morrison, Illinois, home of Arnie Farmer Beswick, with a 674 dialed into that Chevrolet Vega. Green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree, and the wind light shines on the Tower side as Terry Heller goes under his dial in with a 673.5. Breaks out 5 thousandths of a second. It's not much, but it's enough. And Jerry Lindell, the recipient of the free ride to the next round, 715, 94.2 miles an hour, 2 over with an 017 reaction time. He was out front and stayed there. Dale Jones from Morrison and Denny Prohaska from Iowa Falls next to the starting line. Denny with that Monza takes the Berkey's farm equipment lane and dials 717, so he's going first against Dale Jones, who's got the 65 Dodge Coronet. Super sharp Mopar going down that left side of the racetrack. Both drivers with green lights shining on the CompuLink Christmas tree, and the win light is on your Tower side. 653, 2 over, and good for the win at 103.1 miles an hour. Denny, a little late on the tree, has to go under his dial in. Breaks out with a 713, and Dale Jones will advance into your next round. We are in eliminations now in our no box category. John Rentmeester is on the Tower side. Port Washington, Wisconsin, 2003 Chevy Cavalier. Dialed at 632. Going to be the rabbit in this match. Joe Clemmy from Davenport has got the motorcycle dialed at 592. So for those of you new to bracket racing, you can look at your scoreboard. You can see those numbers up there. On the left side, you can see the 632. On the right side, you can see the 592s. You can apply your Jethro Bodine logic and do your ciphering and gazintas, and 592 from 632 is 0.4 seconds. So the car, the Cavalier on the Tower side, gets a 0.4 of a second head start against the bike. So we do get the all clear from the racetrack. Both machines are into the stage position. The Christmas tree counts down and sends them on their way. John out front. Joe in hot pursuit. Put a win light on that Berkey side of the racetrack. 598, 6 over at 104.6 miles an hour. Joe held about 1 at the starting line, holds 2 at the finish line, and a 638, 6 over for John in the Cavalier. Beautiful day at Cordova Dragway as we have got a house full of hot rods and an ever-growing number of folks that are coming out for Father's Day weekend to enjoy this spectacular event, the Summer Nationals at Cordova Dragway, brought to you by our great friends at Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel of Fulton, Illinois. Bringing in absolutely perfect weather for a drag race. Your friends ought to be here. Be sure and let them know. Want to say a word of welcome to all you watching on the live stream. Happy to be able to bring this to you at points all across the globe. Right now, we've got Tim Wilburn from Rockford, Illinois, with the Fox Body Mustang dialed at 790 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Oh, 5 thousandths red for Tim Wilburn in the Mustang. So Nate Schrader is going to get the collect win light early. He put a 585 dial in, saves the equipment, goes 614, 90.7 miles an hour. I say saves the equipment. It's going to be a long day as we've got a lot of cars in this class. And if you're going to get to the winner's circle, you're going to put several laps on. It's like about 7 rounds if they've got buybacks. So there's a lot of racing yet to do if you're going to get to the winner's circle of this event. Brennan Burgess has got the Mustang dialed at 644 on the Berkey side of the racetrack. Derek Kleindienst on the Tower side has got the Chevrolet Nova going first, dialed at 750. Red light start for the Mustang gives the Nova the easy ride into the next round at a 641, 105, but red light at the starting line gave Derek the win. Derek goes 764, 92.1 miles an hour on your Tower side. Next up, it's going to be Corvette versus G-Body. That is a Chevrolet Monte Carlo on the spectator side of the racetrack in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. That is Mike Clark, and we've got Scott Ziegenhorn, Illinois City, Illinois, in the 79 Corvette. 566 and 652 your dial-ins. Clark out front in the Monte Carlo. The Corvette in hot pursuit. Can he get there? Not today. He goes under the dial-in. The 653. Mike Clark was one over at 108.4 miles an hour.
Box 8 and 9, box 8 and 9. We need you immediately. Box 8 and 9. We're kind of bucking time here right now. So, box, we need you moving to 8 and 9 right now.
All right, we've got our box class coming to the staging lanes, and we've got 2 more racers at the starting line. The red, white, and blue Chevrolet Nova out of Durham, Missouri is Josh Mayfield. Josh is dialed 640 in the Berkey's lane, going to get a 2500s head start against Chad Eicher in the Chevy Chevelle. Nine thousandths red on the Tower side for Chad Eicher, so Josh Mayfield smooth zone into that next round. 640 dead on with a 0. I'd say he had that car dialed just about right, as that was 6.400 on a 6.40 dial, 102.49 miles an hour. Didn't have to have it because his opponent went red, but he'll take it, and that lets him know that they have got the setup just right. Dave Green from right here in Cordova, Illinois, brings that black Gen 3 Camaro to the starting line. The rad screen printing specials dialed at 728, gets a 2/10 head start against Jesse Ridenauer out of Manchester, Iowa in the Chevrolet Nova. Green lights for both racers. And the strategy at the finish line comes into play as you hear him on and off the throttle. Dave Green, 729, 1 over at 93 miles an hour. Jesse breaks out on that right side, and Dave Green is going to the next round.
8 and 9, box 8 and 9. We need you rolling. Box 8 and 9. We're bucking for time here as we're getting ready for third qualifying run for the Funny Car Chaos cars. So, box, we need you to 8 and 9. Come up as quickly as you can.
Siobhan Warner from Clinton, Iowa, has a 681 dialed into the Gen 3 Camaro on your Tower side in the Freedom Motorsports lane. 640, the dial for Casey Walker in the big Oldsmobile out of Mapleton, Illinois. Put a win light over in the Berkey's lane as Casey goes 4 on the tree and goes 2 over at 105.5 miles an hour. Siobhan, 680, breaks out 98 thousandths of a second, 98.6 miles an hour. Got to the finish line first, but broke out. And Casey Walker gets the win light to advance to the next round. Double shot of red F bodies coming your way now. Ken Miller, left side. Siobhan Warner, right side. 7:05 and 6:30 the dial-ins. That Jen Last Camaro is going to be the hound doing the chasing. Ken Miller's got a 7:05 dial-in into the Pontiac Firebird on your tower side. Red light start for Ken Miller, so Siobhan Warner is going to advance in that final generation Camaro, 629 to a 7 flat on the racetrack. Win lights on the right side as Ken Miller went red in the left lane. Once again, happy to have all of you on the live stream watching us as we are implementing this live stream program at your favorite racetrack, Cordova Dragway. Wherever you may be watching on the live stream, be sure and share, like, let everybody you know that we are broadcasting, because if you can't get to Cordova Dragway, then you want to be tuning in on the live stream, because this is absolutely where it's going down today. Rick Atkins goes red in the Mopar over on the spectator side of the racetrack. That gives Bobby Ince Jr. the free pass to the next round. 6:14 dead on with a 4 at 112.75 miles an hour for Ince Jr. And he'll go on. 7:02 Rick Atkins turns on the red light early.
8 and 9 juniors, you have not been called. Juniors, you will run after the funny car qualifying run. So juniors, not to the lanes. Juniors, we will wait on you for now. Funny cars will be up first. And we're going to run our box class, and we're going to run our third qualifying run for Funny Car Chaos, and then the juniors. So juniors, you have not been called. Don't come up just yet. We will be clearly calling you soon.
Techno on File on the left side of the racetrack breaks out 567. That puts the win light in the Berkey's lane for Brian Stewart as he runs 683 on a 679 dial at 95.6 miles an hour. That's good for the win for Brian Stewart. Next to the starting line, the extended cab S10 truck takes the Berkey's Farm Store lane. We've got the Plymouth Barracuda on your tower side. Dialed at 565, that is Josh England, and Bob Potter is in the truck. 854 for the pickup, gets the big head start. Not quite 2 seconds. Man, oh man, talk about your Kodak moment. Man, those of you on the live stream get to see that as many times as you want to, I suspect, but that's going to be one that gets a lot of clicks and a lot of hits. Bob Potter went red, so that race was over at the start, but just when you think it's safe to look away, oh, no, 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 no. Josh England with a highlight reel moment goes 686 at 103 is after the car came down, and we hope the car's okay because it must be a little bit okay because he was going 103 miles an hour across the finish line. My goodness gracious. Yeah, hey, check out the underside of my Plymouth. How you like that? Whoa, that was amazing. All right, so the action never stops at Cordova Dragway. You want to make sure that you're always tuned in. And we're happy to have all of you that are joining us live and in person on Father's Day weekend for the 4th annual Summer Nationals. What a beautiful day to be out celebrating your dad and your family on a perfect day in the Quad Cities of North America. All right, so everything's good on the racetrack. We get the all clear from the safety staff, and we are just about ready to go. It looks like we are down to the bye run in our no box class. Cole Robinson, the beneficiary of the bye run, puts a 538 dial in on the blue Chevrolet Malibu. In the Freedom Motorsports lane, Cole Robinson, 003 on the Christmas tree, 635 with a 9 as he takes it easy on the equipment on that Malibu as he's easing on into that next competition round. We have got our competitors in the box class coming into the staging lanes for their eliminations round, and we're going to be calling funny cars to the staging lanes. Heads up, funny cars, we are going to be calling you to the staging lanes, not right now, but let's give you the standby as there's one class in front of you, and we will clear out the staging lanes and give you a call so you can make that third qualification round.
Here we go. First round action on our box category. For those of you not in the know, these cars actually drop the hammer, release the trans brake on them when they see that first amber light come on the tree. Then a delay box waits until it gets to almost green and launches the car for them. The theory being the less you have to wait, the more likely you are to cut a good light. Hannah Ant's over here in her S10. Just got this truck painted in the off-season, this beautiful burgundy color, and she's looking sweet. Roe Barsher in the two-tone 67 Chevrolet. I saw a little tire spinach on a Roe's car, and he might be in trouble, but he does get the win nonetheless. 637 with a 4 on his 631 as Hannah falls off to a 619 on her 613 dial. This is one of the Prohaska brothers over here in the flat black machine. Usually they come in pairs, and I'm going to say this might be Terrence. There's a couple of boys, and they're twins. No, this is Travis. You got a Travis, you got a Terrence, and this is Travis Prohaska. Well, Terrence probably not far behind. And when they come here with these diggers, they do damage. Jacob Connor in the Firebird. 001 light for Prohaska. That's doing exactly what he usually does. He gets the win. 490 with a 9.010 package for Travis Prohaska, and he throws down the gauntlet to the rest of this box class, saying you got to beat that if you're going to go rounds today. One of the toughest classes to race here at Cordova, this box category. From week to week, we see 00 lights all day long in our box class. You've earned it if you've got a trophy in box category here at Cordova Dragway. Ryan Plum in the gunmetal gray machine, the digger. PJ Mazuka in the Dodge. Mazuka, 553 with the 1 on his 553 dial, 027 package for PJ, and he gets that victory, takes out the digger. Kenny Barsama on the orange machine, orange, silver, green, got it all going on. He's a runner out of Fulton, Illinois. Brian Barton also used to be in Fulton. I think he might have relocated to a different city. But he's been campaigning at Cutlass over there for many a year here at Cordova Dragway and has won more than his share of races. Barton in at 6-0 and Kenny dialed 5.02. 011 light for Barsamo, 009 for Barton. We got a race, double breakout win for the door car, 599 with a 5 on his 6-0 dial. And that's what it takes to win a race in our box category at Cordova Dragway. Just talking about that a second ago, it just amazes me how good these drivers are. I'll put our box drivers up against any other box drivers in this United States, and I am not kidding. Been to a lot of different tracks, and I never see the competition I do here at Cordova box category. Jay Wilson, the Sandbagger Deuce, against Eric Close in his Altered. .040 light for Wilson, .057 for Close. Breakout run for Eric Close. And Jay Wilson's going to get that victory. 594 with a 5 on his 590 package, 594 package, 045 package for Mr. Wilson. Here's a man who has made things ugly for the rest of this class here. This is Trooper Dan Lassart and his River Cities Engineering dragster. Trooper Dan has run with our Beat the Heat cars many times, but I understand last time out he blew up the motor in his Beat the Heat race car. So he got a dragster, went drag racing in our box category, and boy, is he doing damage. Mark Clark in the classic 69 Camaro. Go ahead, David.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Funny Cars, lanes 8 and 9. Funny Cars, lanes 8 and 9 for your final qualifying round.
For Clark, and Trooper Dan's going to get yet another win. Last I looked, he was number 2 in points in our box class. Went into the last weekend number 1. Didn't have the greatest racing weekend he has had here, but he's still hanging at number 2 and wins first round here today.
Funny Cars to the staging lanes, please, for your third qualifying round. Funny Cars, lanes 8 and 9. Funny Cars to staging now for your final qualifying shot.
And talk about a hitter. That man exists over here in the Tower Lane. That's Pat McGlynn in the Yellow Digger. 4-time class champion. He is the reigning class champion in our box category. Won 4 in a row. This is the man to beat when it comes to pro, when it comes to box racing here at Cordova. Running against Bobby Inch Sr., his beautiful 67 Chevelle. 008 light for Pat. 493 with an O on his 92 dial. That gives him an 010 package for Pat McGlynn. First round action, he comes out with an 010 pack. And that's just like Pat. I see we'll continue to strap it on these racers all day long, making it tough. Little reverser issue for the Black Digger over here in the Tower Lane. That's Rick Verkler. He usually doesn't have any mechanical issues with his car, but something going on there today. Don't have a name on the white dragster over on that spectator side. We will get one. And then again, maybe not, as he goes 009 red, and Verkler takes him out first round. Verk with a nice 005 light himself. Rick led the points in our box category for most of the season in 2024, and then Pat came and got him and passed him in the last week. What a heartbreak for Verkler. But he's back at it this year. Chrissy Dieter's in the classic 66 Pontiac Le Mans. Todd Marsden back with his S-Dime with the flames on the door. Pretty even green light starts for both these racers. Win goes to Chrissy Dieters. She's a hard woman to beat in this class. That door car takes out more than its share of dragsters and race cars. Chrissy, very accomplished runner in the Pontiac. Right behind her, that's her husband, Sean Dieters, in the blue and silver Digger. He built that car from the ground up. I think it was 3 years ago now. Has been running it ever since with good success. Storm and Norman Wheats in the Dodge. Norm does something he usually does not do, and that's turn on the old red light, and Sean Dieters is going to get the first round win. Little dragster on door car action coming at you. That Pontiac J2000, quite the frequent visitor here at Cordova. Last time he ran, he was over here in this tower lane too. The Digger, Josh Fears in the door car. Cannon sponsored by Summer National. It's probably he's got his accomplishments on here. 2023 Summer Nationals champ. So Cannon has won one of these races in the Summer Nats with that Digger. He wins that round of racing as well. 492 on his 491 dial. 1972 Chevelle over there in that Berkey's side, running against Scotty Lindahl. Box, can we have you move up in the lanes, please? Box, move up in the lanes. We got funny car coming in behind you. So, Box, we need you to move up in the lanes because we got funny car coming in right behind you. Red light start. That Berkey's lane, and Lindahl is going to get the window. 5:13 on his 5:11 ET. Something you don't see very often here at Cordova or at any racetrack. Coming up in that Berkey's lane, the spectator side. That is a turbocharged dragster. Most of them got injection on them. A few of them got blowers. Brady Wolf has decided to go turbo on his dragster, and it's something that's interesting to hear. You'll hear him wind that thing up once he gets that thing, both the beams lit up, and then he drops the hammer. But you don't see a lot of turbocharged dragsters, and we got one right here. Mike Weaver in the beautiful 69 Camaro, the Thunderstruck machine. Usually the only silver with black stripes Camaro we see here running at Cordova is Mark Clark's car, and he's got competition today as we have two of them. Weaver not here with a program yesterday, but he has made it today. And he gets to take on the turbo-powered Digger. Weaver out on Brady in the dragster, and the 69 Camaro going to get the win. 484 the 9 on his 481. As Wolf did not have any kind of reaction time at all. He sees that slip, he's probably going to crumple it up and throw it dead on the ground, as he got the loss as well. Michael Murray tried to get into our quick 8 event with his dragster. Wasn't successful in doing so, but he is entered in our box class. So he's out here racing just yet. Delvin Shepard in the 78 Nova. Delvin's campaigned several race cars here at Cordova. This is his latest edition, the door car, the Nova. He's had dragsters. He's had pro mod type cars. Now he's in a deuce, but he goes too fast. Breakout run for Delvin Shepard. Michael Murray going to get the win. 451 with a 4 on his 451 dial. 033 package for Murray. Ryan Schroeder, the proprietor of B. Wrenchen Mechanical Repair out of Fulton, Illinois. He's in the blue dragster over in the Freedom Motorsports side. Shelby Sorensen in the Berkey's lane, taking him on. A couple motors on the stick, getting ready to make a hit. Schrader got this dragster out for the first time last year. Was having trouble being consistent with it on the tree, but he's getting it now. Neither light anything to write home to mama about, but we got a race nonetheless. Schrader's going to get the win. 517 with a 4 on his 517 dial. And when they see those reaction times, they're going to think it's a mistake. And here's the man who uses his dragster as a weapon. He's the killer, Dale Killer Jones over here in the Freedom Motorsports side against Jeffrey Wheats in the Barracuda. This ought to be a heck of a dragways. Killer comes here from time to time for the big races, and he's a hard man to beat. But he's against a tough cookie in that door car in Wheats. Wheats with a 004 red light. That's not like him in any way, but Jeffrey does not make a lot of laps anymore in the CUDA. Maybe showing a little rust. And the Killer takes out another one. 468 with a 7 on his 65. Joe Clemmy on the scooter. I still think he's the only one on 2 wheels here this weekend racing. And he's done some damage. Jim Glenn in the dragster taking Joe on. Clemmy in at 592. Jim Glenn at 473. Pretty similar green light starts, almost identical, you might say. And the Digger gets the win, 483 with a 4 on his 73. He bagged at the line, as it looks like Clemmy just wasn't able to run the number. 628 on his 592. That's not like Joe at all. It makes me wonder if maybe he's having some mechanical difficulties with the 2-wheeled Thunder.
Well, okay, you awesome bunch of racer peoples. We're getting ready for some funny cars on a Saturday afternoon. An absolutely perfect day to be doing this. For all of you that are joining us at Cordova Dragway for the first time, welcome to your new favorite place to hang out. And for those of you that have been coming for years and years, we are glad to have you back. And, of course, make sure that you invite your friends. I know there's some folks that have got softball games and other activities that they're doing, but we're going to be racing for a good while now, and we're going to have an awful lot of racing coming your way. We had a big day yesterday. We wound up with last year's winner in the Rodak A field, Dave Harada, driving Tom and Sue Motri's Drastic Plastic Nitro car. Go low ET and top speed of the event so far anyway, as they ran a 367 at over 218 miles an hour to take that number 1 spot. And the Rodak A field is anchored by Bob Alberti Jr. with a 387. So we are very, very quick on the racetrack with 10 cars under 4 seconds so far. And there's some that have been kind of holding it close to the vest just to see what they might want to do in that last qualifying round. And you're going to get a chance to see as they have no choice now except to put all cards on the table. So to give you a quick rundown in the A field, Dave Harada, number 1, Ray Drew, number 2, Fast Lane Shane Lawson, number 3, Brian Lewis, number 4, and Kirk Williams, Quick Lane Kirk, number 5, Jesse Clark, number 6, and Keith Zimmer, number 7, Bob Alberti Jr., once again, Okie, number 8, and in the Alcadix see him in the second round of qualifications last night. And
this nitro burner that shows up for funny car chaos in the funny car trim, the drastic
so the
plastic
Chi-Town
of Tom
Hustler,
Moultrie,
the last of our 3-second cars, as that legendary team goes 391 at 202 miles an hour, put up a beautiful number, and they are in that Alky Digger B field at the moment. So in the B field, Chuck Lofton, number 1, Mike Minnick, number 2, Casey Giesland with 2 409s.
As
looks like they have got
runs last year. Tom made a change over the winter. It actually wasn't really a change. He had to service something and had to back down some things to get a baseline on a tune-up. I screwed up the first pass and shut it off early. I'm just got to get that out of my system in the winter and then come back and tune it up and go to the top again. But 60 is a great run, 67, but yeah, we want to be in the 50s minimum. So let's see what happens. Come out and see what happens.
We'll see if Dave in Drastic Plastic will hold on to the number 1 spot after one more qualifying session.
Sister Colin Thomas is number 5. Justin Herbst, Hot Rod Herbie, is number 6. Wayne Hoffman put that Ford Probe down the racetrack in 4.58 seconds and just qualified number 7 for the moment. Mike Buchanan has the last qualified spot right now as the Ombre ran a 4.68. So that's who's in right now. Who's not in right now is Steve Tomozik in the Detroit Tiger, and I suspect they're going to be swinging for the fences to get that baby in the show. Chris Batty in the Batmobile looking for a little quicker run. Michael Neal, same thing in the Burnin' Love, best appearing car from the event, thanks to Steve Stamps and Stamps Family Farms. Neil Giroux, after a very eventful day, is on the outside looking in with a 490. Rick Stockman, 491. Jamison Griffin, Robbie Massey, Jeff Krug, Cody Chatfield, they are all on the not qualified list. Going to get a chance to see how much shuffling can be done in this final qualification round. Hey, for those of you watching on the live stream, we want to welcome you here to Cordova Dragway with all of us who are live and in person. And I want to ask you a favor. Reach out to somebody you know. If you're watching on the live stream, now, I want to preface this by saying that I know that Jet Car George up at Union Grove is going to do this, but for the rest of you, let me ask you to do the same. We're going to reach out to 10 people and let them know that at Cordova Dragway, the YouTube channel, we are live streaming this baby, and we're about to bring funny cars wall to wall on this racetrack as we are going to be lighting the candles and lighting some fires, lighting some tires, and I know that they're going to want to see that. So be sure and reach out to some folks, and we want to get them in on all this action. Hey, we want to send a big shout-out to Sevierville, Tennessee, as we've got a couple that's well known, well loved in these parts, and they are watching on the live stream. Happy birthday to Laura Gardner, and we wish Scott Gardner a happy day as well. Glad to have you guys tuning in. And out in Colorado, happy birthday, Tom Furches. And on the property, we got one of these guys that's hanging around. He's celebrating a birthday this week as well, talking about Will Hanna as he's putting that willpower into the penny pincher Mustang of Keith Zimmerer. So far, they're having some good luck with a 378, 188 miles an hour. As you know, it ain't luck, it's skill. And so we have definitely got some amazing funny car teams that are here. They make it look easy, but I can tell you for a fact it is anything but easy to do what these teams do. And we also want to welcome Luke Furr, a brand new funny car, here for some testing and getting things sorted out with that beautiful race car that they put on the racetrack last night. Congratulations to them. Coming into this third and final qualification round, it's very important where you wind up qualifying if you intend to pursue the championship. And coming into this event, number one in points was the guy that won the championship in 2024. That, of course, Fast Lane Shane Lawson in the Man of War out of Oklahoma. As he comes in number one in points, and Hot Rod Herbie, Justin Herbst from North Platte, Nebraska, number two in points, just ahead of the man from Texas, Keith Zimmerer, and the penny pincher. They come in number three in points. Justin Malott with his new combination comes into the race number 4 in points. And Brian Lewis, first year in a funny car, is in the number 5 position as they have started off with a great streak of runs. And, of course, they did that again last night as they are solidly under 380, and they continue to shine in that Mustang from Oklahoma. Kirk Williams, Quick Lane Kirk, number 6, your 2022 champion, got a brand new car, and they continue to work on sorting that baby out. And seems like it's going pretty good as they ran a 375 yesterday. Lee Lovell making believers out of everybody that's showing up in the world of funny car chaos as they come into this race number 7 in points. And the Thundering Okie, Bob Alberti Jr. has really got that car flying, and he is number 8 in the points, so looking strong going in. Wayne Hoffman is presently number 9 in the points. Cody Chatfield, number 10. Bill Bernard, number 11. And Chris Schneider in the 12th spot. Casey Giesland in the Gambler team, number 14. And Colin Thomas, number 15 in the Twisted Sisters. And those are some of the racers, those that are here, and that's where they stand in the points. Now, where you qualify matters. If you are number 1 in any of the 3 8-car fields that we qualify for today, you'll receive 8 points. That's kind of a big deal, especially when you get to the end of the season and it comes down to the last race and there's 4 points between number 1 and number 10. Yeah, those extra points that you got for making a qualifying run or qualifying a little better, yes, it makes a lot of difference on who's going to wear the crown for 2025. And we're looking forward to seeing that. Hey, we are broadcasting from the Tower of Power. Those of you in the automobile, 88.9 WCDP-FM, Cordova, Illinois. And we're going funny car qualifying here in just a few minutes as the track staff is making sure that we are on point and good to go with the track preparations. And the first funny cars are making their way to the ready stripe. It looks like the Mighty Zim is going to be first to take that Berkey's lane and that Mustang out of Texas. They're going to come in here qualified number 7 for the moment. And we'll be ready to light them up here in just a few moments. So again, welcome. If this is your first time at Cordova Dragway, man, I tell you what, you are at the place that you're going to want to come back to more and more. This place has got a heritage like none other. Those of you that are watching on the live stream, I got to tell you, if you got a bucket list, you need to get it out right now, and you want to write Cordova Dragway on it. This place has more history than almost any other drag strip in the entire world, and it is a place that you simply have to experience. The fans are magnificent. The Crown Heart family and the staff that runs this place, they know exactly what they've got a hold of, and they are working not only to honor the heritage of this racetrack, but to make the future even brighter And they are doing a great job of just that. So wherever you are on this big blue ball, whether you're sitting in the grandstands, on the fence, or watching on the live stream, we are excited and delighted to have you here. And we are ready for some funny car racing as we have got the third and final qualifying round. It is the last chance that they get to shuffle the deck. There's some folks on the outside looking in that aren't used to being there. And so they really want to shake things up and get themselves back in position to add points to their 2025 championship chase. We've got a couple of different designs for funny cars. We've got the throwback to 1972 on the tower side of the racetrack in the Freedom Motorsports lane. That is Grandpa Mike. All the kids that follow the Funny Car Chaos series know him and love him. He's Grandpa Mike. You can even see it on the window as he's got that big block Chevy-powered car from Goddard, Kansas, near Wichita, set to go down that left-hand lane, and he is the number 24 qualifier right now, so he's in, but barely. And I know Gary Rauschkolb and the crew over at the Ombre team are looking to put that car down the racetrack a little quicker than that 468 that they've already put on the board. Keith Zimmer are feeling the same way, although he's a little quicker, as they went down the racetrack in 3.78 seconds at 188 miles an hour. They sit number 7 on the qualification list at the moment. So a big inch supercharged fuel-injected Hemi underneath that Mustang body, the penny pincher. He's got that horsepower. They run on willpower. I'm talking about Will Hanna horsepower. Drivers bringing their cars in. I got 3 bulbs lit now, 4. Flash of hammer, and off we go. Fires a shot, 372, 203.06 miles an hour. The mighty Zim makes his statement early and goes from number 7 to number 3. Go right up into the upper half of the Marvin Rodak Custom Coffee and Grills A field. 203 miles an hour. They join the 200-mile-per-hour club on a fabulous Saturday afternoon. Mike Buchanan does the same as he steps up to a 445, 169.5 miles an hour, moves from number 24 to number 22, gives himself a little insurance policy for being able to race in the first round of elimination. So if that's an indication of what's to come, and I think it is, we are definitely going to be seeing some awesome funny car racing here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon at Cordova Dragway. So we shuffle it up just a little bit more. So Buchanan goes to number 22 and Zim goes to number 3. As they clear the top end of the racetrack, it sounds like we've got more funny cars ready to take on this racetrack. And from the looks of things so far, you better bring your lunch. You're going to take on this racetrack because it is ready for action. Next pair of funny cars coming to life. We have got the Monte Carlo of Jesse Clark on the tower side of the racetrack. And Jesse Clark, they put up some big numbers yesterday as they're not here to play. They're here to race, and they are in the A field. They ran 377 yesterday. And here comes that nitro car. You know, Murph McKinney is the official fabricator of the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. That is a brand new Murph McKinney chassis underneath that Pontiac Firebird body that you see on the Berkey side of the racetrack and the spectator side lane. He's rolling the dice, but he's doing it with some authority. I had no idea there was technique to how you throw the dice until my buddy Brady Radney out of San Angelo, Texas. He and I went to Biloxi, and he said, I'm going to the casino. You want to go? Not something I normally did, but he showed me that this could be a lot of fun. And so they're going to roll the dice in that crapshoot Pontiac over on the spectator side of the racetrack. Chuck Lofton presently since number 9. He was... Well, he got moved down one. He's number 9 at a 390 at the moment. He's on the right side of the racetrack. Number 7 with a 377 is Jesse Clark in that top alcohol funny car. Supercharged, fuel-injected, Hemi power with the clutch. You'll hear him bring the revs up. Oh, he changed. Trouble for Clark, but no trouble for Lofton. 370 with a 0. They changed the drive shaft because they twisted it in 2 yesterday. They go to number 2 on your hit parade. That's right, your hit parade, WCDP FM 88.9. Chuck Lofton goes to number 2, 204.98 miles an hour. Jesse's going to stick where he was with a 377, 203.89 miles an hour, but he did get bumped back 1 spot by the guy that was running down the racetrack next to him. And the team out of Seguin, Texas, they are going to be some more of that fired up, I'm here to tell you, as they got that nitro car singing their song. 370, 204.98 miles an hour. I got to tell you, after years of watching Chuck and Angie Lofton race in Funny Car Chaos competition, that was the run right there that exemplifies the personality of Chuck Lofton perfectly. He's been wanting to be able to swing for the fences. His equipment has let him down at times, but when they decided to go to Murph McKinney and get that new chassis in the 2024 season, and now they've got the parts to go with it, they are now able to put that horsepower that they can generate in the engine compartment through the drivetrain and onto the racetrack, and that's exactly the kind of look that they're seeing. They are serving notice to the rest of the competition in the world of Funny Car Chaos that they are here and they ain't playing. Yeah, they're going to have fun, but playing they ain't. All right, so we're already seeing, as we expected, a whole lot of shuffling going on. And just in case someone was to ride up on their registered American quarter horse and ask you, we do have the defending champion from last year's Rodak A field, Dave Harada, in the house. And they still sit number 1 on the qualifying list with that 367 low ET and 218 top speed of the event so far. And they are coming in here serious about taking home another Funny Car Chaos trophy from this here racetrack at Cordova. They've got their sights set on another one. Kirk Williams, your 2022 champion, was runner-up in that A field last year, and they are working on their car, and they are hoping to make a statement here as well. Chris Schneider was last year's Alki Digger B field champion, and they are here. Bob Alberti Jr. was in the final round of that class last year, and Bob, they have really got it going on this year with that Thundering Okie. You'll see that car and you go, man, that car is one more looking Jesse. And it is. But it's a running Jesse, too. Y'all say that up here? Running Jesse? I don't know. I don't know if that's an Illinois term or not. Oh, all right, I have it on good authority. That is not an Illinois term. The Nitro Funny Car out of Colorado, the Twisted Sister. They're going to go ahead and shut him off. Now, if you're watching from the grandstands or from the live stream, you go, well, how come, what? I get it. I feel your pain. It's our pain, too. And it's Robbie Massey's pain, if you want to know the truth of the matter, because that car is typically a front runner. But this weekend, it has thrown them more curveballs than they can hit, it seems. This is the second time that the car has gone out on the burnout, and he either couldn't get it in reverse and had to shut it off, or it lost fire. And, of course, when you use a system like they do, it doesn't have a self-starter. You can't just turn the switch and light that baby back up. It's not happening. So they are continuing to experience problems, but the car is dead in the water on the racetrack out there about just before the half track point. So a rule was implemented last year that if a car loses fire and they can't get it to back up at least about to the Christmas tree, then the car in the opposite lane will also be shut out so that we can eliminate the possibility of the safety hazard that exists with another car being on the racetrack, albeit in the other lane. So they will shut down the nitro car. Now, when you shut off a nitro car, it's not as simple as putting the starter back on and spinning it over. If you do that, all kinds of mayhem will ensue, mechanical breakage, and it's dangerous. They talk about nitromethane fuel, and of course, one of the reasons that nitromethane fuel makes such an amazing fuel for a supercharged funny car or a dragster is that nitromethane carries its own oxygen with it. CH3NO2, there's oxygen in there. That means that not only is it burning the air that's in the cylinder, it carries some with it. That makes a massive explosion inside the cylinder. That's part of what creates the amazing amount of power that happens on the downstroke. That's also what creates that wonderful cackle that you hear when the nitro car comes to life. You'll hear that staccato cackle of those nitro cars, and it's absolutely something to behold. It really makes it fun when you are around these cars. But anyway, you've got to spin the car over, make sure there's no nitro in the cylinder before you try to restart it. So that's not as simple as just, like I say, put the starter back on. So they will have it ready to go here momentarily. Once again, a tough break for our friend Robbie Massey and that Carl Chevrolet team. Tough break for them. They do have the opportunity, if they can, feel like they have everything fixed. They do still have a chance to make a qualifying run, but right now they are on the outside looking in with a best run yesterday of a way off pace for them, 5:52. We'll see if they can get it fixed, and looks like they may be going to try unless you see them hook up the tow strap and take it back to the pits. So it looks like they have got things good to go in the Twisted Sister Mach 1. Now, you old-time funny car fans that have been watching this for 50 years like me, is that possible? Dang. This 1970 Ford Mach 1 Mustang was a very popular body style for the funny cars of 1969, 1970. Ford changed the body style to 1971 and went to that longer Mach 1 body that you will see Chris Schneider's Brutus machine have. But these cars, you think about the manufacturer's meet back in 1970 when the Blue Max ran a car looked just about like that, except it had beautiful blue paint. And Harry Schmidt had seen the movie, The Blue Max, and decided that was a great name for a funny car. And man, talk about some inspiration. That is some inspiration, because that name lives on today. Ronnie Young and his team still running a brand new Blue Max in 2025. And it is a thrill every time you get a chance to see that baby run. Now, so said all that to say, I love these 1970 Mach 1 Mustangs. Twisted Sister. There's 3 daughters in the family. Colin Thomas pedals once, gets back in it, and goes 177 miles an hour across the finish line in 4.39 seconds. So they improve their elapsed time from yesterday's best, even with the pedal. And so they go to number 21. That has them solidly in the Wolf Pump C field. They finished number 10 in points in 2024 with that team out of Colorado. So we are still seeing all the numbers on the qualifying list change, as just about everybody that goes down the racetrack is going quicker and faster in some cases than they did yesterday. You know what that means, right? That means elimination is going to be out of this world, and your friends need to be here. So get on your smart device and send them a text and say, hey, Cordova Dragway is the place to be. I mean, I don't know what you're doing, what your plans are, but cancel it. Change it. Get yourself to Cordova Dragway. I'm telling you, the Crown Hearts have put on a great show here this week, and you need to see it. So come on out. Once again on the live stream, happy to have you joining us. You need to bring 10 friends on and get them watching with you, all right? They could be at your house or they could be on their device, wherever it may be. So the all clear, the word goes out, the ambulance goes back to its prescribed perch, and we are ready for some more funny car with the Batmobile and the Supercharger. Kaylee Antonini is the bat girl. She's doing backup duties for Chris Batty and that team out of Stockton, Missouri on the spectator side of the racetrack in the Berkey's lane. They are presently second alternate at 487 was their best run yesterday. You know, one of these days Chris is not going to have to pedal it right at the starting line and get back in it. That car is quick. It's fast. It just has this little thing at the starting line that Chris has to get out of the throttle and back into it, and that costs him about at least 0.2 of a second, maybe more. Now, Bobby Martin has got this Supercharger on the tower side of the racetrack. They are sitting number 1 in the Wolf Pump C field right now as they went down the racetrack in 4.22 seconds yesterday. First time racing in Funny Car Chaos competition. Certainly not their first time in Funny Car competition, as they have got quite a bit of history doing just that. But we're happy to have them joining us in the world of Funny Car Chaos. Top alcohol car with the clutch brings the revs up, puts it in a stage position, and off we go. Supercharger 416, 118.5 miles an hour. And the Batmobile 511 at 112.7, so no improvement for the Batmobile. Hate to see that for them, but once again, Bobby Martin joins the trend of those who are improving their performances as they go from 422 to 416, and that's going to put them up in the middle of the Alky Digger B field in the Supercharger. So track prep, weather conditions, everything is looking to be good to go. This just in from the National Weather Service, the forecast for today, partly cloudy skies and a 100% chance of thunder. That's what we got going on here today, so let your friends know that it's a perfect day to be right here at Cordova Dragway. Happy birthday this week to KJ Lennon and Jonathan Johnson. Also, gentlemen Jack Wyatt and David Stringer. Andy Fangman, if you're watching on the live stream, happy birthday to you, as we've got a lot of folks celebrating their June birthdays with Father's Day weekend festivities at Cordova Dragway. Race crew, we are good to go when you guys tell us we are, and when that happens, we'll bring some more funny cars your way. Hey, race fans, I know it's not the time to get out of the stands right now because you've got these amazing funny cars front and center, but when you get a chance, and you'll get a chance, the official event shirts from the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour are available behind the pitside grandstands. Mel Roth and his crew are ready to fix you up with anything you need from extra small to 5X. So make sure you get plenty of those official event shirts. They're only $20. I'm sorry, $25. Still a bargain. Make sure you go by and see them and get yourself outfitted. You'll be styling and profiling all next week and all summer long with your official apparel from the Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer and the Summer Nationals at Cordova Dragway. Brought to you, of course, by Darren Foster and his incredible staff in Fulton, Illinois at Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Well, if you were having any trouble getting revved up, Justin Craig will take care of you as he comes out with his Brutus apparel and the sword, and he'll get you fired up. Team Brutus from the Show Me State, Number 20 on the qualifying list right now. That is good for number 4 in the Wolf Pump C field as they go 4:31 in their best run yesterday. The second run last night, not exactly what they were looking for, as they did not see any improvement. But they will be trying to change that scenario, getting ready to go down the Freedom Motorsports lane. The wicked quick car of Jim Chase from North Dakota, they put a best run on the board yesterday of 4:10 at over 178 miles an hour. Now, don't be surprised if you see a 3-second elapsed time come up on the scoreboard, especially in the Berkey's lane, as they are bringing their best on a Saturday afternoon. 4:22 and 4:13 down the racetrack. Chris Schneider goes 4:13 and moves that car across the finish line to 173 miles an hour. Chase number 12 at 4:10, and Schneider up to number 13 at a 4:13. So they were looking for that little bit of extra magic. It seems like they found it overnight in Team Brutus as they go up the list from the C field to the very middle of the Alki Digger B field. That's a place that they feel pretty comfortable racing, and they definitely got some performance improvement as their setup and their tune-up was adjusted according to the data that they gathered yesterday, and they are sitting pretty going into round 1 of eliminations. You can see we have got lots more funny cars that are still anxious to take the track, and after what they have seen happening in front of them, they really can't wait to get down the racetrack. So we are here on Saturday afternoon, Father's Day weekend, the 4th annual Funny Car Chaos at the Summer Nationals, presented by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. The 59th time there's been a Funny Car Chaos event, the 4th time there's been one here, the 3rd time it's been for points. And we are so excited to welcome you in person and on the live stream for all the festivities this weekend that the Crown Heart family is putting on. So we have got the Stockman funny car, Rick Stockman, over on the right side of the racetrack, and we've got the Twist and Shout Chevy Beretta of Neil Giroux on the tower side. Talk about an eventful day, one of those highlight reel things. As Neil Giroux went down the Berkey's lane yesterday, he was at the ragged edge of control, and the car just made that sudden move over to the wall, and he scraped along it for a while. It was quite the spark show, which is cool to see, but it's not easy on the equipment, and we hate to see that happen for any of our teams. But it looks like they have done what they needed to do to get back into action as they are anticipating putting that car down the racetrack. Now, they ran 4:36 against the wall. Now, when you're against the wall, the run is disqualified because that's not legal. But they do have the performance potential. Let's see if they can get it down the racetrack in the groove and replicate that performance from yesterday. So both of these cars on the outside looking in, really wanting to see if they can get in the program. Number 28 left side, number 29 right side. Let's take a ride down the Cordova Dragway Boulevard. Man, oh man, that Twist and Shout is living up to its name. Giroux goes 4:27. Talking about 4:27, doing a dance like that. My goodness gracious. In the world of drag racing, in the world of high-speed aircraft, they call that a high pucker factor run, and I think Neil Giroux is going to earn every dollar he takes home today. That 4:27 puts them number 20 right in the middle of the Wolf Pump C field, so that's going to move that bump spot to 4:20. What?
For Neil Giroux, last night, it was truly Twist and Shout. The headers have already been replaced. Some scuffs on the body, but for this event winner 2 years ago in the D field, a bit chaotic here at Funny Car Chaos in that second qualifying session.
Well, like you said, either win or do something spectacular. Hopefully we can do both this weekend because we already put on a show.
Absolutely. tough, no D field, as you just mentioned, A, B, and C going into eliminations later today. Can you crack into that C field?
Oh, we definitely can. We've got the car for it, but obviously we're getting pretty aggressive with it, which led to some of the fun last night. I just want to say thank you to Kevin Newberg and Luke Furr for helping us out, getting us some parts, letting us rip on it one more time.
Neil and team are going to try to make that C field and race here at the
Nitro Club. With their Hemi-powered Mustang funny car, takes that Berkey's Farm Equipment Farm Store lane. They are presently sitting number 18, which is number 2 in the Wolf Pump C field. That's a car that generally runs the A field, so they have had their struggles this weekend getting the car to go down the racetrack at a 3-second clip that they are used to. On the tower side of the racetrack, your best appearing car, part of the Mississippi Mafia, that is Toad Neal with support from Coleman and Taylor Transmissions. If you've been following funny car racing for 50 years or more, that name should ring a bell. Shout out to our good buddy down in Memphis, Tennessee, Larry Reyes. Hope you're watching and enjoying the live stream. Ricky Neal looking over across, make sure everything is good. Both crew chiefs will make eye contact. Let everybody know that we are good to go. Sportsmanship, part of the mix in the world of funny car chaos racing. 3 bulbs lit. Bernard's going to bring his car in. Now 4. Here they go. Bernard's going to like that one. 378, 201.73 miles an hour as they stepped it up, and that's the number they've been looking for all weekend long. They go to number 1 in the Alky Digger B field, which, by the way, is a really good place to be if it turns out that way. They are joining that 200-mile-per-hour club with a 378, 201.73 miles an hour. A beautiful pass there. Michael Neal, with his best run in a while, goes 469 at 148.64 miles an hour. That places them in the second alternate position right now. I'm looking at the car just ahead of them, so they are first alternate, actually, and we'll see how that shakes out for the Burnin' Love team from the Magnolia State. All right, race fans, you having fun yet? Me too. More funny cars coming your way. Yeah, I know how much these racers appreciate it when you show them love when they go down to pick up their crews. And they are excited. Both of those teams with their best runs of the weekend. So a lot to cheer about, a lot to be excited about. And we are very happy to see the good things happening for these funny car teams. Hey, you know, one of the main things that happens at a race is that we have some quality people here to document the festivities, the activities, the performances, and the race results. That, of course, is our media team, and we are very appreciative of all that they do. I want to say thanks to Tom Brown, Lee Kraft, Lynn Garland, Bob Snyder, and we have more, I know, and if I didn't call your name, it's not because I didn't want to. It's just because I didn't see you or don't have your name yet. But if you're out there in the heat, taking pictures and recording this event, just want to make sure you know how much we appreciate you. And for our live stream staff, wow, you guys are doing a phenomenal job, and we are so thankful that you are able to bring this to an audience across the nation. Funny Car qualifying, the third and final chance to make it or don't, and we will set the field and put those ladders out once we get this all done. Next pair coming up. Looks like we've got the Gambler out of Senatobia, Mississippi, the automotive empire of Ronnie Giesland and his family. Looks like the Queen of Diamonds is ready to go. And so once we get the all clear, and it looks like we have, it's going to be time to light up the fires on these funny cars. Baloo Thunder, the Hall of Fame team. of Russ and Janelle Ballou with their baby boy Fabio doing the driving, is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack. Double shot of 1969 Chevrolet Camaro bodied funny cars, big block Chevy Power on the tower side, and Trouble for the Gambler. You see the hatch come open, and it's a little too quiet out there. At the end of the burnout, it sounds like he may have lost fire. So we've seen this show before. Now it's very likely that the Ballou Thunder team will be shutting off. And you hear the change in the sound of the engine as they lean it out and shut it off. Well, after two amazing runs yesterday, both 409s, one on each side of the Christmas tree, the Gambler team. Casey Giesland comes out on the burnout, and he's flying down the racetrack with the tires smoking, putting on a great show for all of us here at Cordova Dragway. But when he got off the throttle, you heard that little extra sound there that wasn't supposed to be there, and then, unfortunately, it got a little too quiet. So they will push the car back, and hopefully it's a quick fix, and they will still be able to run, because that is still an option. As you can see, there's another car in that shape. The Robbie Massey car is out there kind of in the same shape, so we may yet get to see them run. However, it's just not going to be right now.
John, stand by, juniors. Be ready. It will not be much longer.
This nitro burner that shows up for Funny Car Chaos in the Funny Car trim, the drastic plastic of Tom Moultrie, is no stranger to winning at Cordova, whether it's Mark White or David Harada, as he won last year in the A field. Dave, we are used to seeing this car live in the 40s, though. Right now, a 67 to have you at the top of the board. More steam?
Yeah, you know, we kind of spoiled with our 40s runs last year. Tom made a change over the winter. It actually wasn't really a change. He had to service something and had to back down some things to get a baseline on a tune-up. I screwed up the first
pass. Now, 428 their best run yesterday at over 167 miles an hour. And this beautiful funny car is in the stage position and ready to roll. 428 with a 6. That's exactly what they ran yesterday. This time 166 miles an hour. Beautiful run down that left side lane, and they are poised to go in the Ballou Thunder 69 Camaro. On the live stream, happy birthday, Mike Newkirk, Eric Gross, and Tyler Ferris. Happy to have you guys celebrating this month. Junior Dragsters, hey, guess what? It's your time. Lane 4, lane 5. Junior Dragsters, lanes 4 and 5, please. Going to get you guys and gals in. Junior Dragsters, lanes 4 and 5. Racers, when you are looking for a race trailer, you want to know that your vendor knows something about racing, so they have a better understanding of what you go through at the racetrack and going up and down the road to the racetrack. One of those folks that can do that for you is the official race trailer of the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. I'm speaking, of course, of Rich Moline of R&M Race Trailers in Cushing, Oklahoma. He's a racer. He knows what it takes, and he's got a yard filled with some of the best trailers in captivity. and he would love to make you a deal and get you down the road in style with the functionality and the style that you need. rmtrailer.com, the official race trailer of the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. You can call them at 918-225-RACE, and Rich will be delighted to talk to you about upgrading your trailer. Speaking of Oklahoma, I got the Thundering Okie over on the spectator side of the racetrack in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Bob Alberti Jr., who ran a 387 yesterday, he entered this session number 8 in the Rodak Custom Coffee A field. And he presently has been bumped down to number 2 in the Wolf Pump or the Alky Digger B field. Sorry, y'all, I had a tongue transplant. My body's rejecting it. Lee Lovell sits number 8 in the Alky Digger B field with the best run yesterday of 4:19 at 169 miles an hour in that Chevy Nova. Lee's out of the Show Me State, and he's got both bulbs lit. Bob Alberti Jr., the Thundering Okie Dodge, brings the revs up on that clutch car, and we are go for launch. Sweet. 4 flat, 156.9 miles an hour. Alberti will stay number 2 in the B field, and Lee Lovell going to stay where he was, number 8 in the B field, as he goes down the racetrack. 421, almost on pace, so he's within 200s on both runs down the racetrack. So Lee Lovell looking good, number 8 in the Alky Digger B field. Bob Alberti is going to be the other end of the spectrum, as he has got the number 2 spot in that Alky Digger B field. And, of course, if you want to go racing with a supercharged or fuel-injected combination, you're going to need the right equipment to do so. And where do you get that right equipment to do so? Well, we're talking about Alky Digger, ALKYDIGGER in Nashville, Tennessee. Mike Shalando. They have forgotten more about supercharged fuel-injected racing than most people will ever know. But they have definitely got the right equipment and the expertise to help you get it sorted out. They are at alkydigger.net, or you can just go old school and get them on the phone Monday morning at 615-457-3192. It's Alky Digger, the title sponsor for the B field of Funny Car Chaos ever since day number 1. Hot Rod Herbie, Justin Herbst, the Herbst Towing Corvette, comes to us from North Platte, Nebraska. And he came into this round of qualifying number 24, which is number 8 in the Wolf Pump C field. So they believe they've got everything sorted out on that beautiful Gambler 69 Camaro, and they're going to take it down that Berkey's lane. Big block Chevy power for the Executioner Corvette. Big block Chrysler power for the Mississippi Gambler on that right side of the CompuLink Christmas tree. All right, Casey Giesland sits number 12, right square in the middle of the Alky Digger B field as they bring that beast forward. Justin Herbst right now, he's still number 24. 448, their best run yesterday. I saw a social media post, so it's no secret that they're going to throw everything they have at it. Zip, zam, zowie, and swoosh. 394, 188.83 miles an hour for the Gambler. What you talking about? They go 394, 188.83 miles an hour and stay where they were. Wow. So Justin Herbst goes down the racetrack in his Executioner Corvette to a 450. So they are right on the number, and they are right on the bubble. Now, the way things go, sometimes when you're on the bubble, that's not necessarily a bad thing because sometimes stuff happens. So they are going to cross their fingers and hold their breath. Hopefully not too long on holding their breath, but they'll definitely cross their fingers. And I hope that when all the dust settles, they are in round 1 of eliminations. So Giesland, number 12, stays right in the middle of your Alki Digger B field, and Hot Rod Herbie stays number 8 in the Wolf Pump C field. They are both amongst the qualified. And looking forward to servicing those cars and getting back to it in round 1 eliminations. Ladders are going to come out in a little bit. Man, that 394 for the Gambler. Maybe that car losing fire on the burnout was a good thing. You wouldn't think that, but after watching that 394, it just might have been. It was a long, hard battle in 2024. There were a lot of racers involved, but the two main racers involved in the championship chase were Fast Lane Shane Lawson and Quick Lane Kirk Williams. Lawson was able to close the deal at the championship finals down at Mocan Dragway in a very hard-fought battle. And they've got that Mustang funny car that you see in the Berkey's lane on the spectator side of the racetrack, still number 1 in 2025 points. So they are intent on defending their title. They got a lot of folks that are really wanting to make sure that they don't retain the title. But that battle will shake out as the rest of the season goes on, and Lawson comes in swinging as they've already got a 373 on the board at over 201 miles an hour. Dana Kleinhofer sits number 19 on the qualifying list right now. That's good enough for number 3 and your Wolf Pump C field in that beautiful Pontiac they call the Trimmer. Dana Kleinhofer, number 200 on the list of racers that have run in Funny Car Chaos competition. Check it out. 370, 203.3 miles an hour. That's with a 3 out to that right side digit. That puts them just behind Chuck Lofton and just ahead of Ray Drew as Shane Lawson in the Man of War goes to number 3. 370 at 203 miles an hour. And Dana Kleinhofer still on the list at 424 as they ran a 425 on that pass down the racetrack. So they've got their combination inked, and they will come into round 1 eliminations in the Wolf Pump C field knowing exactly what they've got. In the tower, we have a very interested observer. He's the guy that finished number 4 in the world of Funny Car Chaos Racing in 2024. And they had a rough stretch of luck, and it didn't get any better for him yesterday. I'm talking, of course, about Wayne Hoffman, the man from Connecticut, and a guy who loves funny car racing probably as much or more than anybody. Wayne, tell us what's going on in your camp.
Well, what's going on is Friday the 13th strikes again. We went out, car kind of stumbled a little off the starting line, and then the cam bolts broke, and that's all she wrote. Pistons wanted to do a little kissing with my valve, so we're done for the weekend, but we'll be back.
Man, we hate to hear that for anybody, but I know that your championship chase for 2025 took a blow there yesterday. Now, you said you'll be back, and we know that we've got more Funny Car Chaos races on the schedule. When do we get to see you again?
We will return at Byron.
All right, you heard it here first. All of you that are anywhere close to Byron Dragway, Wayne Hoffman and his amazing crew are going to be up there for the Funny Car Chaos event. So how long before you are able to put another bullet in the car?
We'll have one in there by the end of next week. And also on another note, the BDS probe is retired. We're going to put the Firebird back on. Pretty much think that BDS probe's cursed.
All right. Well, it certainly seems to be, and this year has not been just right. So the Western Auto Firebird, you talk about getting some scoops. We're getting them for you. Hey, those of you on the live stream, let everybody know to join you on the live stream. We're getting all kinds of scoop like this from Wayne Hoffman. Wayne, thanks for coming up. And
Thank you.
also, we have got somebody out there has lost a hearing aid. And so if you lost your hearing aid, you're wondering what happened to it, we have a good Samaritan. His name is Wayne Hoffman, and he just brought it to the tower. That's what gave us the excuse to talk to him. Was if you lost your hearing aid, and I'm told that it is a very expensive one, you'll probably be extremely glad to know that it has been found and turned in, and it is in the tower. So if you can navigate the stairs or send somebody who can, then we would love to reunite you with your hearing aid.
All sorts of shit. They probably didn't hear you say that.
Yeah. That's what Wayne said. Yeah, if you can hear me, we found your hearing aid. Huh? Back in 2018, when Funny Car Chaos showed up at what was then Central Illinois Dragway, which is now Mid-States Dragway, where the Nitro Chaos Championship Finals will be coming up this fall, I saw something I'd never seen before as a visitor from a southern land. That's when you're in the Midwest and you come to the racetrack, the first thing you want to know is, where are the tenderloins? And the tenderloins are to be found on the pit side of the racetrack at Chucky's Tenderloins. They're behind the pit side grandstand. So for those of you that have been asking that burning question, where are the tenderloins? Well, they are at Chucky's. And after Funny Cars qualify, you might want to get there and beat the line, because there will be one. But it'll be worth the wait. Number 7 on the qualifying list is Quick Lane Kirk Williams on the tower side of the racetrack from Glenwood, Iowa, 2022 Funny Car Chaos champion. They put a best run yesterday on the board of 3.757 at 203.4 miles an hour. Now, this is their new car. They don't buy cars off the shelf. They build them in their own shop. This Williams Brothers team, fierce competitors. And so sitting number 7 in the A field, not where they want to be. Let's see if they have got the combination adjusted to move on up like George Jefferson. Steve Tomosic is over on the spectator side of the racetrack. The Detroit Tiger Monza sits number 27 right now. Tomosic down the right side to a 399, 170.69 miles an hour. It definitely does not sit well for Steve Tomosic and Matthew Brimmer and that crew over there to not have a good run on the board, which they did not, but they sure do now. One flat to the 60-foot. 263 to the half-track point and a 399 across the finish line at 170.69 miles an hour. So a 399, good for number 13. That'll place them in the middle of the Alki Digger B field. And Kirk Williams' car has some troubles right at the hit. And he paused for the brake that refreshes, I guess, out of the mid-track point, but is able to get the car on down the racetrack. So they will stick where they live with a 375, 203.4 miles an hour. Work on getting that car ready to come back for the first round of eliminations, as there's no trouble with them being qualified. And they will seek to win the class from a little lower on the list than they normally start at. Great teams, and I know they appreciate your affection as you show them some love going down the racetrack.
Nope, we got a pair. We got a pair up there. Yeah, I know heard Dan say single, but I see two.
I heard single too.
Behind the pit side grandstand, you want to make sure you stop by and see Jeanette Desjardins at Car Chicks. Check out all the cool stuff that she brings to the dance. Find out the story of women in motorsports and how much promotion gets done thanks to the great work Jeanette does in Car Chicks. You can also find them online at carchicks.com. That's CARCHIX.com. Make sure you go by and see. She'll be holding court all day long. And you want to get in on some of that fun. On the racetrack right now, on the tower side in the Freedom Motorsports lane, that is Jamison Griffin. Their day yesterday in the Bedrock Bruiser was rather eventful, shall we say. They are amongst those on the outside looking in. Best run yesterday was a 5:25. And so they know that they need to get up to a 4:48 or quicker. 4:48 with a 1 would do it. No, actually it wouldn't. Let's say they got to go real quick, real fast to get this baby in the show. However, they look ready to me. Any group that comes out bedecked as they do is worth watching. So Jamison Griffin brings the car up into the stage position. Let's ride with him. Man, oh man, just testing to see how close to the stripe they could get, but they go a beautiful pass down that right side, that left side lane. 4:67, 148.87 miles an hour, just out for a Saturday afternoon cruise at 148 miles an hour. Ain't nothing to this deal. They made it look easy, didn't they?
Get Ozarks, we're rolling 2 show. Okay. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 2, 6 and 7, please.
Ozark Mountain Super Shifters looking for you in the staging lanes. Lane 6 and 7, please. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, lane 6 and 7, please. Number 6 on the hit parade, Brian Lewis in the Grumpy 2 Mustang from the Tulsa, Oklahoma racing family Lewis. They put a best number on the board yesterday of 374, just under 200 miles an hour, 199.58. They sit number 6 in qualifying. Let's see if they throw down a little more. Their first run down the racetrack looked like it was going to be a 360 something. We're not exactly sure because the timing blocks were knocked out on that run by them, so we think that actually was the elapsed time. They got plenty of punch in that Mustang funny car, the Spitzer chassis Mustang funny cars, they have a unique look, and that's what this one is. One of those great Midwestern brands. Now driven out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Brian Lewis stages the car. He's ready. 376, 204.08 miles an hour. If you know anything about Brian Lewis and his family, if somebody else is going 200 miles an hour and they ain't, they're going to change it just as fast as they can, and they did it in a hurry. As he joins the 200 mile per hour club, his elapsed time from yesterday actually quicker as he goes 376 down that right side, but he was a little slower to the 60 foot and a whole lot faster at the finish line as they go over 204 miles an hour, as they are certainly amongst the serious contenders for the title here on Father's Day weekend. So we go from the top of the list at 367 to number 8 in the A field, 377, 1/10 of a second separating the A field. Number 1 in the B field, 378. Number 8 in the B field, 416. So considerably more wiggle room there. Number 1 in the C field, 419. Number 8 in the C field, 445. That now belongs to Mike Buchanan. Justin Malott. He and his wife Emily run a first-class operation in that 57 Chevy. They put a number on the board yesterday that Taz likes. It's 420 at 174.48 miles an hour in that newly Hemi-powered Must Be Nice Chevy-bodied machine. So they are in the middle of the Wolf Pump C field. Ray Drew is number 4. They are in the middle of the Rodak Custom Coffee and Grills A field right now. They ran 371 yesterday at over 206 miles an hour. That Cobra Mustang that you're getting ready to watch go down the Berkey's lane has shut off. So Ray Drew has some trouble with the car, and Justin Malott will make a run down this Freedom Motorsports lane by himself. Let's see if they step it up or if they're looking to confirm their tune. 436, 159.19 miles an hour. They softened it up on the low end. Content to stick with that Wolf Pump C field start. And Ray Drew, of course, will stay where he was since he did not make a run. 371 has them number 4. Beautiful Saturday afternoon at Cordova Dragway. Absolutely the place to be. I hope you're on your smart device letting all your friends know that we are getting it done at Cordova Dragway on Father's Day weekend. The Summer Nationals presented by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Race fans, of course, every ticket at Cordova Dragway is a pit pass, so you have the opportunity to come over here and stroll down Funny Car Alley. Check out all these cars, not only the funny cars, but we've got an awful lot of amazing hot rods out there. Go by and see them and take some pictures, get acquainted with the crews and the drivers, and talk to them about the incredible feats that they are able to perform like superheroes on the racetrack. They would love to talk with you. And as you're strolling down Funny Car Alley, if you look up at the awnings that are on these transports that these teams use, a lot of times you look in the corner, you're going to see a logo that says DMP Awnings. Well, that's because the best in the business is the official awning supplier of the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, and they are the title sponsor for the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. I'm speaking of Dean Dubbin and his team at DMP Awnings. That's their website, dmpawnings.com, and you can call them at 320-237-0509. The best example you can get is all the people that use their products, and as you stroll down Funny Car Alley, you can see that that's just about everybody. When only the best will do, it's DMP Awnings. So the Cobra is relit and ready to try on that Perky's lane. So again, they get the points for going down the racetrack, but they will stick where they were, number 4 on the A field qualifying sheet. They'll stay there, 371.206 going into the first round. Junior dragsters, you should be in lanes 4 and 5. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, you should be in lanes 6 and 7. It's getting close to your time to strut your stuff on this racetrack.
Dumpster's going to look at it. Thank you. Stop and it's clear, dumpster.
This is our test funny car show. Yep.
When you're going to go racing, you want to make sure that the hardware that you're running on your race car is the best of the best. The official rods and pistons of the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, none other than C.P. Carrillo. Justin Arias and his family operation are producing the best rods, pistons, rotating assembly parts in the business. You can find them online at cp-carrillo.com. Or Monday morning, you can call them at 949-567-9000. Be sure and let them know that.
For 70 years, Cordova Dragway has brought you a ground-shaking event that has brought people all over the United States to come see. And we aren't done yet. Video production brought to you by BR Cinematography and Doe Fuels, LLC. Here's this year's World Series 70th Anniversary Cordova Dragway video.
You need to know. 985-746-4663. Give them a call. Tell them Funny Car Chaos sent you. Man, look at this beautiful black beauty. This Camaro funny car. Getting ready to go down the Berkey's lane. That is Luke Furr. They are here testing their combination on their new race car. They're going to bring it up to the starting line. Had a good straight run last night. As they continue to learn the game, get all the kinks worked out, because believe it or not, there's actually a lot to running one of these cars. And it takes laps, it takes seat time, it takes crew time, understanding what all needs to go on it. This crew is committed to making sure that they do it right. As you can see, a straight, true run. Excellent. 282 on reaction time, a 9.5760 foot. That, my friends, is pretty darn strong there. 261 to half track, off the throttle, and coasting across the finish line at 148 miles an hour in 4.10 seconds. So good job to the Furr team. Way to go. All right, we got lots more racing to do. I'm going to step out of the announcer's box for the moment, turn it over to my good friend and your track announcer here at Cordova Dragway, Mr. Mike Lane. It's all yours, buddy.
David, another outstanding qualifying run for Funny Car Chaos. That's about as entertaining as you're going to get at any racetrack in the Midwest. Side-by-side racing with these floppers as they go regularly into the 4-second, sometimes 3-second raging here at Cordova. It will not be long, folks, before they will come back around for first round action, as we got a lot more racing to do here at Cordova, and we're going to start things off with our junior class, our junior dragsters coming out. We like to refer to these kids as the future of drag racing here at Cordova Dragway, and they're every bit of that, every bit as serious as these funny car drivers that you just seen go down the track. I like to amuse myself from time to time, walk down the middle of them, and they're in the stage late, and if you want to see intensity, watch a junior dragster as he's making a run in his little race car, or her little race car. We got lots of young ladies in this class.
The defending A-field winning car, Drastic Plastic, is in the box, but it will be out of the box soon enough. Driver Dave Harada, last year you debuted, first time ever, right here at the Summer Nationals, Funny Car Chaos, driving a funny car. How was it? How cool is it to be under the flopper?
So it definitely made rear engine dragsters boring. I thought the front engine Nostalgia Top Fuel car would have been simple, and that thing was rough. Well, this thing can't be that much rougher, and it's so cool and fun. It's scary fun. It's the coolest thing to drive, and all my respect to the funny car drivers now, because it's so bitchin'. Nothing, can't be anything better than that. So we definitely encourage. Well, we're going to defend our championship, and this is the coolest thing out there in racing now. 30-some, 38, 2 funny cars on the grounds. Everyone needs to come out and support this deal. You got nitro cars, alcohol cars, any kind of funny car. That's the rule, a funny car. So come on out, get your fix on some funny car action. One of the best series ever invented, and we want to thank Chris and thank Tom Moultrie for giving me the opportunity.
Has been through it all in his Funny Car Chaos career. Wrecks, new cars, borrowed cars, but he has been to them all. What keeps you coming out, Jordan, for the chaos?
The reason why we keep coming out here is because we love doing what we do, and we're mainly here because of the fans. We want to put on a good show. That's pretty much what keeps us going. Is we want to make the fans happy, want them to have a good experience while they're out here and get their money's worth. And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the help we get from our friends and family. And just if you guys get a chance and you want to come out and watch some racing, get out here to Cordova. It's going to be a good weekend.
The Plastic Fantastics are back as the biggest funny car event of the season invades Cordova Dragway. Father's Day weekend, Friday and Saturday, June 13th and 14th. It's the Twisted Shifters Summer.
See that between the dial-ins. Supers are much faster cars. Leighton Cryer over here in that Freedom Motorsports lane. James Full in the Berkey's lane. They are both, James in at 790 and Leighton at 1193. So a cool 4-second head start for the Tower lane. Red light start for Leighton. James has got this one before he ever launches the car. Gonna run it out anyway. Nice 017 light for Full. And he ends up going 789 with a 9 on the 90 dial. You're probably wondering, why did the car on the left get such a big head start? This is handicap racing we have here in our bracket points series. We're not running points today, but that's what we have, which means slower cars get a head start, and the faster cars try and run them down as they move on to that 8th mile finish line. Aubrey Mayfield in the red, white, and blue machine. Her dad has a Nova, I believe, that he's running in one of our classes today, painted just like that junior dragster. Gavin Adams in the Tower side. Evans burns her to the ground on the tree, a full 10th advantage for the guy in the Tower lane, and he does get the win. 802 with a 3 on the 790. And Gavin's going to take that victory. Ozarks, you should be in the lanes. Ozarks, you should be in the lanes for your next time to run. This young lady in the Tower lane could not be hotter, and I'm talking about Jillian Full. Last week we had 2 races in our Super Junior class, Saturday and Sunday. She went to the final in both races, won the final on Sunday's race. And she's here to keep that success rolling. Jamison Clark taking her on, J-Mo in that Berkey's side. Brindy Colville in the Berkey's lane as Jillian Full keeps that win streak going. Running against Chase Peachy, VIP Automotive, his sponsor. Brindy Colville is sponsored by Extreme Dustless Blasting, Extreme Metalworks, and, of course, Dad's 401k. Wow. Maybe Dad's not going to get a retire at 65 years old. You don't seem like he's bothered too much of it. He's the man putting her in the beams. Red light start for Brindy, unfortunately, and Chase is going to get the victory. Ends up going 795 with a 6 on the 792 dial. A little 043 light for Peachy. Remington Snodgrass in the red, black, and white digger shaped like a dart, you might say. Remington, a longtime runner here at Cordova. Been doing this for several years. Jamison Quinn, taking him on out of Noblesville, Indiana, in the black machine. Snodgrass has about 600ths in his back pocket on the reaction time, and he gets the victory with that. 8:01 with a 0 on the 790. You know he has a big advantage on the tree when you can hear him punching the throttle as he gets to the 8th mile marker. He's not doing that for more speed. He's doing that for less speed. He doesn't want to go too fast and break out. The one thing about these dials that you hear me reading off and what they have on their cars, they do not want to go faster than that ET, that estimated time that they have posted right on their race cars. If they go even 100th faster than that time, it's a breakout and it's usually a loss. Carly Cuccia in the gunmetal gray machine, taking on Kaylee Antonini. And I got this as Kaylee Antonini's birthday today, so happy birthday to Kaylee. Let's see if she rewards herself with a present here in the first round. She's in the tower side. 006 light for Kaylee, 008 light for Carly. Holy smokes, these kids just cooked the tree. Win goes to Carly Cuccia, 853 on her 852. That is a 8018 package for a junior dragster. Wow. And when I say pack, I'm talking about a combination of reaction time against their ET. Both those young ladies just nailed the tree. Kaylee probably would have beat just about 9 out of 10 cars with that reaction time and that time, but she came up against the wrong dragster at the wrong time, and Carly took her out. Cammy Verkler over here in the tower lane. And we had a hesitation getting cars off the track at the big end, so we have to wait for them to get off the racetrack. And while we're doing that, we don't want to let these things just sit on the line and idle. They heat up just like a big car, and they don't have a radiator, if you've noticed. So we like to shut them down. See on heat in the motor and let them run that much harder. Cammy Verkler taking on Kaylee Dieters. Kaylee's over in that Berkey's Lane, a runner out of Moline, Illinois, and as they refire these little engines, we're almost ready to roll.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Cammy's in. They are both pre-staged and staged. Cameron with a red light. So Kaylee Dieters is going to get that victory. Cammy drops the hammer just a little too soon, actually 0.037 seconds too soon, and that's all it takes to lose a drag race here in any of our bracket classes, not just the juniors. Marlee Clark and the Marmaid. The bright blue and white machine. Just started running her junior this year. Marlee's been watching her brother, watching her sister race for years without a lot of interest to get involved, but she decided in the offseason she wanted to go racing too. Up against Tyler Barsema and his Silver Bullet. Tyler, a hitter here at Cordova Dragway. 002 late red for Marley. That is really close to being a perfect light, but she just cut it too close. 2,000th of a second red light is all that was. And 2,000ths of a second is all it takes to lose a drag race here at, actually 1,000th of a second is all it takes to lose a drag race here at Cordova. So Tyler Busman going to get that victory. Brendan Rogers over here in the bright blue machine taking on Jaden Nance in his black runner. A couple of newbies here in our junior program here this weekend. Haven't seen any of these cars before. We welcome the Rogers. We welcome the Nance family to our junior drag racing program, the best in the Midwest. 013 light for Rogers, yowza. And he's going to make it tough on Jaden, and he does get that win. 803 with a 4 on the 795. You see Motion Raceworks on the side of a race car here at Cordova. That almost always means there is a cook in the driver's seat. This is no different. And as we get the dial straightened out on the boards, we're ready to run. Casey Eller in the blue machine, Tower Lane. Red light start for Mr. Cook. Casey Eller is going to get the win. And it was worth the wait for her as she takes that W in the first round action in our junior all-run event. Looks like Mason McGlynn up here in the Tower Lane. Mace just started racing this year. She got her license last year. All of 9 years old, I believe. And this is her first season competing. Mace has had some success in her teal and white digger. Taking on Kai Cryer. So a couple young ladies. Head-to-head on the line here, getting ready to go out on the track and do battle. Kai dialed 1238 and Mace in at 1226. Red light start for Kai. And Mason McGlynn's going to get that win. She ends up running 1238 with a 4 on her 1226 dial. So Mace getting in some valuable laps in her junior dragster as the season goes on. She's got a winning pedigree in her family, the McGlynn family. And I only anticipate her to get better and better. She gets older and she gets more and more runs under her belt in her little junior dragster. Ryerland Snodgrass, the purple machine. Sydney Johnson out of Beeson, Illinois in the black one with the white SS stripes on it. Love that touch on that dragster. That is cool. Chevy SS man myself, and those stripes make it stand out. Sydney with a sweet little 026 light, and I think Ryerland is in trouble. Sure enough, Sydney with the win. 813 with a 9 on her 812 ET. Lainey Thomas, that spectator side. Lainey's had great success her first year racing a junior too. And she's running in our super category. Acquired this junior dragster in the off season. Very excited to get into it. I see Lainey on a semi-regular basis at the race shop. Her dad standing right next to her runs a big dragster. And I know Brian pretty well. Jaden Reeves taking on the young lady. Jaden in that red and black machine. Jaden sponsored by Chucky's Tenderloins. Win goes to Jaden Reeves, 8:04 with the 1 on the 8:03 dial. He had a little bit of an advantage on the reaction time, a measly little 0.05 of a second. That really wasn't the difference. He was just closer to his dial than Laney was in the end. The Mississippi Thunder is a Wheats. It's Chloe Wheats. Her grandfather campaigned a Mopar with Mississippi Thunder on the side of the car. So this is a tribute to Grandpa. She comes out racing with her junior, Cassidy Becker. Taking her on. We welcome the Beckers to the racetrack, as they are new to our junior program as well. But Cassidy, 001 red, and Claire with the victory. Calvin Holt over here in the Tower Lane leading our points in our novice junior class this year. So he is doing damage with the 309 CH machine. Bailey Painter runs in our super junior class. Hasn't had to run Calvin all that much just yet, but getting to do that just now. Bailey picked up that Choppers Bar and Grill sponsorship just recently. Everything helps with the cost of these race cars. Even the juniors nowadays, my goodness. It's a lot of money to go racing in a junior dragster. Used to be they ran like lawnmower type motors in these things, Briggs and Stratton, Tecumseh, you name it. These things are all aluminum and burn methanol these days. No gasoline in these cars. They're alcohol powered. Kelvin with an 086 light, and I think Bailey's in trouble. The win does go to Bailey Painter. She makes up the difference. 801 with a 0 on the 800 dial as Kelvin falls off to a 1211 on the 1191. Could not run the number, cost him the drag race. Ruby Clark over here. And when I say over here, I mean the Freedom Motorsports side with the Clark Racing machine. And Dale's Rechow in that spectator lane. Sponsored by Mike Solber Racing, Chassis Farm, BSI. Start for Andels. Ruby is going to be the victor in that race, and we continue on first round action. Jackson Reeves up here now. His dad Justin making final adjustments on that engine as he's about ready to make his run. Taking on Gunnar Painter. Jackson closest to the tower, Gunner over by the spectator side. Painter in at 1191, so that spectator side going to get about a cool 2-second head start. And Jackson drops the hammer. Pretty good green light starts for both of these young gentlemen. 042 for Jackson, 021 for Gunner. Win goes to Painter, 1199 with a 9. Got 3 9s going on there, wow. On his 1191 dial, so Gunner with about 200ths in his advantage on reaction time, and he makes it work at the line for a win. Maddie McGlynn out of Eldridge, Iowa. Berkey's Motorsports lane, Berkey's Farm Store lane, I should say. Haley Becker over here in the Freedom Motorsports side. Some ghost flames going on with Haley's dragster. I really like that. Mandy has 400ths advantage. Madison McGlynn with the victory, 499 with a 1 on her, 493. This is Elijah Warner by the tower with his gunmetal gray machine. Second year in the race car. Elijah, not too old. I'm going to say he's probably 7 or 8. He started when he about as soon as he possibly can. That's his dad, making sure everything's right. Chloe McGlynn with her dad right behind her. Berkey's lane. Chloe had to wait almost 7 seconds before she could launch her car. That is tough to do. Breakout run for Elijah Warner, and Chloe McGlynn is going to get that victory, 798 on her 795. Did not have the light, I think, that she would like to win a round of racing. She'll clean that up next round, I'm sure. But boy, when you got to wait darn near 7 seconds for your opponent to go down the racetrack, it's hard to cut a good light, and it's even harder not to red light and drop the hammer and go too soon. Frankie McGlynn over here, and when I mean over here, I mean the tower lane. PJ McGlynn, cousin. Actually, brother and sister going at each other. Frankie McGlynn, PJ McGlynn, brother and sister. Brother in the blue machine, sister in the pink machine, and here we go. Bragging rights on the line in the Pete McGlynn family. Red light start for PJ, and his sister's going to get that victory. Frankie with a sweet little 008 light. She's going to love that, and I bet she holds it over the brother's head for a little bit. 796 with the 2 on the 792 ET. And here's the shaker and mover in our Super Junior category here at Cordova, Alexa Burlett and her beautiful purple machine. You can see the metal flake in that car all the way up here in the tower. What a nice paint job on a junior dragster. Sponsored by Burlett Auto Works, Grampy, Snap-on Tools, Dobson Welding, and Brad and Debbie Hunt. Running against Hudson Foster and everybody's little nightmare. Hudson goes red. Alexa made sure she waited plenty long enough before she launched her digger. She saw that red light come on for her opponent, and she thinks, I'm just going to sit here and make sure I cut a good run. She ends up going 767 with a 1 on her 63 dial, and Burlett wins yet another round. Out next, the big cars, the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, coming out for their 3rd timed run. I have said this before, I'll say it again. If you like 4 and 5, 4-speed action, you like gear jamming action, not automatics, manual transmissions, slamming through 4, a lot of times 5 gears, while they hike the wheels in the air, this is your class, the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Steve Clayball in the beautiful Deuce, the Chevy Nova. And that is an older one, probably a 63 maybe. As you can tell by the front end. But she's a beaut, running against Jeff Cook in his bright orange, 4th generation Camaro. Cook more businesslike in his approach. You will not see a lot of air under his front tires, but you will for the white Deuce. As Claymore does hike some wheels in the air. Nice big wheelie for Steve. Carries it all the way out to about 60 to 80 feet. Wowza. And trouble for Cook as he stops right on the racing surface. He's got it refired now. And he heads on down the drag strip. Cook getting out there about 300 feet or so and running into mechanical issues with the Camaro. Loving this old Cutlass we have here in the tower side. And also a fan of that Chevelle. That's Pierce Brimmer in the copper-colored Chevrolet. Jamie King out of Cologne, Illinois, piloting that white Cutlass. Bug catcher hanging out the hood, lowered to the ground. You can tell he's got a full tube frame going on there, as those cars' stance was a lot higher when you see him on the street. Lowered this car for speed, not for comfort, for speed. Almost identical green light starts. King goes 538 with a 1, and Pierce 624 with the 9 in the Chevelle. Ralph Connor and his Firebird. We have seen this red and white beast here at the racetrack many times in the past. He's been running with the Ozark boys for a while now. Has had some success with the Pontiac. Jim Harden, the 1970 SS Nova. She's a beaut too. Love that color blue on that car. It just looks tremendous. You'll notice every one of these cars in Ozark Mountain Super Shifters has an Ozark Mountain Super Shifter sticker on it somewhere. Harden with it on the door, Connor with it on the hood scoop. It is a class rule. Wheels up for Harden. 537 with a 9 for Connor, 568 with an 8 for Harden in the deuce. No box buybacks to the back of 6 and 7. No box buybacks to the back of 6 and 7. You want to buy back into second round action, bring $40 with you. $40 is what it takes. No box buybacks to the back of lanes 6 and 7. Arthur Wade Wynn trying to make a run with that Roadrunner, and he does get it done. 6:53 with a 6. He's been trying for 2 days to get a lap in. He's always been having trouble on the line, but he gets it done this time. As she bounces down the racetrack, he's still got some chassis adjustment type things to do with that car, but they're getting better as he has now made his first complete 8th mile run with the car with the class. Eric Leander, the 65 Chevelle. And Rodney Krishner in the Mopar. Krishner with a sweet little 027 light in the Mopar product. 608 with a 6 for him, 669 for Leander in the Chevrolet. The Bad Seed Camaro coming to the line. Looking all nasty with his flat black paint job with the orange stripes. In the Barracuda. Loving on this Barracuda. First year for the Plymouth Barracuda. Charlie's got a fine example he's running in our Ozark Mountain Super Shifter class. No box buybacks, 6 and 7. No box buybacks, 6 and 7. This is your call. $40 gets you back into the program. Luke Leander piloting that Bad Seed first gen Camaro. Wheels in the air for both of them. Big time for Leander, and I think he missed a shift. He was on a good, pretty good pass there, and all of a sudden he got about 300 feet out, and he's coasting it out the rear end. So I wonder if maybe there was a gear miss there. One of the storied cars we have here at Cordova, that Strum High Performance Orange Crate machine has been running here, oh my gosh, at least 40 years, probably 50 years. We got pictures of this car, black and white pictures of this car running at this racetrack many, many moons ago. Now owned and run by Mitch Leander. We're running against the EXP, the Ford EXP, Danny Nedner. Leander having a few issues with the Camaro. It ends up going 727, whereas that fast EXP, 529 with a 4, 129, almost 130 mile an hour. Like the look of this 69 Deuce, 69 Nova, the brown with a black vinyl top. We got in the Freedom Motorsports side, just a good looking race car. Something about that chocolate brown with the black vinyl roof works. Chad Davison taking him on with another Deuce, but this is an older one. By the tilt of the front end, I'm going to call it a 67. Chad running out of St. Charles, Iowa with the red Nova. So Nova on Nova, first gen against second. Good run by Davidson, 560 with a 0 at 123 mile an hour. Dirk Zimmerman in the 56 Chevrolet. We were puzzling on this earlier. 55 Chevrolet. Shoebox. And their nickname is Shoebox for an obvious reason, as they are a squared-off car. He's a runner out of Morton, Illinois. Rick McPhail taking him on in the Camaro. Wheels up by both the cars. Pretty fast pass for a 55 Chevrolet. 649 in the 8th at 105 mile an hour. You're not going to see many 55 Chevys go that fast. Failnut goes 588 on his own with this Chevrolet product. Once again, no box buybacks to the lanes, 6 and 7. No box buybacks to the lanes, 6 and 7. You want to buy back in the second round, it's going to cost you 2 $20 bills, 4 $10 bills, 8 $5 bills, but don't bring $41 bills up with you because that's just going to make people mad. Unless you want to donate it to the ladies in the tower who have volunteered to change it out for you. Justin Clark in the Ford. Dave Stewart in the Chevrolet. Clark running a Liberty 5-speed in that Ford. And that is one of the choices they have here. Nice 005 light for Justin. He ends up going 554 with an 8. Now that is a high RPM burnout right there. Somebody not worried about his engine. He's confident it's going to take it. That Ford Mustang belongs and is raced by Robin Lawrence out of Galesburg, Illinois. Sponsored by Stranger Knox County Dyno Galesburg. Mickey Thompson Tires, and it is an NHRA national record holder. So yowza. A little bit of history behind that newer version Ford Mustang. Mike Rogers in the Camaro taking him on. Mike's been here many times with that orange machine. Has run with this series for years. I believe this is the first year Robin has run with the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. I hadn't seen the car before. Rogers pops him on the tree, runs it out the back end, 541 with a 6. The Never Enough S10 lining up over here. The bright red is run by Chad Statch out of Cambridge. Ron Niles in this beautiful 67 Chevelle. The black runner out of Bellevue, Nebraska. Long trip for Ron to get here for this Summer Nationals event, but we're glad he's here because that is one beautiful race car. And he likes to thank his wife, Shelley, for letting him run that Chevrolet product. River City's cutting and carrying, and the rental guys sponsoring Statch's pick-em-up truck. Here's the patriarch in our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters class. This is Gary Clavon. Gary in his Chevrolet Chevelle made a lot of laps with this class, with this same car. He's old school all the way. I believe he's got a Linco in there. Box winners 6 and 7. No box winners to 6 and 7. Come on in the rest of the class to 6 and 7, and we'll take our box buybacks now to 8 and 9. Box racers, you want to buy back into second round action, you need to bring $50 with you. A $50 buyback will get you back into second round in our box class. Big time burnout in that spectator side. Yowza, all the way to the 8th mile marker. Letting all the smoke out of the tires, like I've heard said up here before. That's Scotty Linder in his Pontiac. You will not see much air under the tires of this car when he launches it. All business, straight down Broadway. As he rows through the gears, this will be a great opportunity to hear Scotty row through 5 gears all the way to that 8th mile. Usually gets into 5th gear about 50 feet before the marker. I'm going to guesstimate, but we're going to see right here, right now. Not go to plan as Scotty makes a move to the wall on the hit. And like every smart race car driver, he got off the gas just as quickly as he could, corrected to the middle of the track to save his hardware and race it another day. They'll make their changes to the suspension or whatever caused that and come back up for next round action. Our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters will be racing the next time they come up. They will be in eliminations, as those were just timed runs. Buybacks, lanes 8 and 9. Box buybacks, lanes 8 and 9. Bring that $50 bill with you, and you can get back into second round. And really, what else do you have to do if you got a race car here and you're running in the box category? I mean, you're here to race. We know you are. You brought your car. So $50 gets you back into second round action, box class in 8 and 9. We'll take the rest of our no box class into 6 and 7 as we're about to bring out our no box warriors for second round action. Everybody for coming out to the Summer Nationals featuring Funny Car Chaos. I want to thank Darren Foster, Twisted Shifters 360 Steel, for sponsoring this fantastic event once again here at Cordova Dragway. I recommend each and every one of you make a trip out into the pits and check out the funny cars we have from end to end out there. Some of the most beautiful machinery you're going to witness. And they're out there ready to sign autographs, willing for you to stand just a few feet away from their car, take pictures, watch them test run them. I was talking about this yesterday. There's nothing quite like nothing quite like seeing them warm up a nitro funny car. If you've never done that in your lifetime, you need to do it at least once. The experience is something you will be telling your family about forever. The ground shakes. There's a haze in the air. The noise is almost something you cannot stand, but it is ultra cool. And if you've never done that, you need to head out into the pits and wait around for one of those nitro teams to fire up their machine, and they will rock your world. Second round action in our no box category. Scotty Zingenhorn, who didn't have to buy back in yesterday, he went all the way to the final with that Corvette. 1979 Corvette out of Illinois City, Illinois, running against Tim Wilbone in Fox Body Mustang. A lot of flat black going on the line right now. A little Chevrolet on 4. 003 light for Zingenhorn, and he's liking that Chevrolet. He gets the win. 575 on the 65 dial. Now, folks, I'm a 1970 Chevelle guy. I got 3 of them. So you're guessing right now, hey, he kind of likes that orange car with the white stripes, silver stripes actually, in the tower side. And I do. This belongs to Mr. Chad Eicher. He comes out for the big races with this car. Summer Nationals, World Series, maybe a race or two besides that, but we don't see him often, but it's a beaut. Rick Atkins in the dustpan. Breakout run for Atkins in the Dodge, and that Chevelle gets the win, 629 on the 612 dial. In the red Monte Carlo, he's been running at this track many moons now. I've seen this car a lot, and it's a beaut. Yeah. 2003 Chevrolet Cavalier taking on Robinson. And the Cavalier gets that victory, 637 with an 8 on his 36 dial. And Robinson is all done for the day with his Monty. Took us a minute to figure out what we were looking at here. There's a lot of cars with that rounded front end shape to them. And we got to look at them a little closer to kind of figure out what we got. Dodge made one, Ford made one, Chevrolet made one, and that happened to be a Chevy Cavalier. Sooner or later, we usually figure it out up here. Sometimes it takes a knock to the head or two. Fairly confident that's Gavin Adams in his Camaro. Towing the line in that Berkey's lane, running against Ken Miller, mid-'80s Pontiac Firebird. We see a few of these at the racetrack from time to time. These Firebirds make excellent race cars. Adam says he's in a rental car. I know if I'm buying that. The Camaro rental car. He's been racing that thing here for several weeks. Whoever the rental company is, they're going to be protesting this pretty soon. But the win goes to Ken Miller on the double breakout round, 693 with a 6 on the 700. As we wait for the track to clear, got a couple silver-clad warriors in the burnout box. Truck against door car. Brian Robinson in that S10 truck over here by the tower. Taking on 00 Doug Lancaster, and they don't call him that for nothing. Yesterday in first round, he went 003 and won going away. And then in second round went 007 red and was going away for the day. So they don't call him 00 Doug for nothing. His wife, Karina, standing behind him. Robinson sponsored by Choppers Bar and Grill, but he doubled 011 red for the truck, and Lancaster gets the victory without even leaving the starting line. He has an 018 light, gonna like that. As Dougie's been cooking that tree for a few weeks now, he's got that Nova down. Took him a while. Had a lot of mechanical issues with that car when he first acquired it. Had to go end to end on that thing to get it all lined out. He's got it right now. And he's starting to cut some major league lights with that thing. And when you do that and can run consistent, you are going to win drag races. This is not a Ford Mustang over in the spectator side. That's Brennan Burgess in the Mercury running against Dalton Beal, his brother's 1970 split bumper Camaro. Dalton runs his car more than Drew does these days, I swear. And Drew is the owner, but Dalton's done as Burgess takes him out, 644 with the 2 on the 42 ET. Plymouth Barracuda warning. In the tower side, the old purple machine, that's a beautiful race car. Tim Flynn on the Naperville, Illinois. Denny Prohaska in the Monza. One of the first times we've seen this car this weekend. Used to be a lot of Monzas at this racetrack. It was a popular platform to build a race car. Not so many anymore as they've gotten older, gotten scarcer. For Prohaska here with his today. Unfortunately, he does not get the victory. Tim Flynn, 651 with a 4 on the 640. And that Cuda gets the victory. Now here is Drew Beal in Dad's Le Mans. As you can see, got a little road rash going on here in the driver's side as he broke something in the front end of this car. Obviously was repairable because he's back and running. A little bit worse for wear, but just as effective. In the Chevelle, taking on that, looks like about a 69. I'm not sure, that looks like the color looks root beer to me from here. Nice straight run for Beal this time. Doesn't have any more dealings with the wall. 007 light for Drew as well. James Bond in the reaction time with a 679 and an 8 on his 73 dial. Talk about a guy who's made some laps in this racetrack. Terry Heller in this Vega. About 7 or 8 years ago, we had a kind of discussion with him on Facebook on how many runs he's made. He estimated it was somewhere in the 6,000 to 7,000 times he's been down this racetrack with that car, and that was 8 years ago. So you can add an even 1,000 to that. Taking on Bob Potter in the Chevrolet truck. Potter not with a great light, and Heller's got him covered. 699 with an 8 on the 673 dial, and Terry's going to get that victory. Carlson in the teal Camaro. Scotty Wheats, the red Mopar. I think this is a Polara. I'm pretty sure it is. It's a Dodge Polara that Scotty's piloting. And I do know for a fact that that car, even though it's a mid-60s Polara, has been a race car its entire existence, and we're going to get to see it again as Scotty gets the win. Double breakout win for Wheats, 645 with a 4 on the 46 ET. Siobhan Warner up here with his Camaro. Siobhan was leading points in our no-box class going into last weekend. I think he's still towards the top, if not there. Taking on Ryan Robinson in the Tangerine Dream Monte Carlo. Box buybacks. Box buybacks. Final call. Lanes 8 and 9. Box buybacks. Final call. 8 and 9. Side by side they go as they had pretty good similar green light starts. The win is going to go to Brooks. 689 with a 7 on to 687, and he did something there as Siobhan Warner has not lost many races this season. And for him to go out second round in any event is kind of something to notice. But he'll just crew chief his son's junior for the rest of the day. Jerry Lindo, the 62 Impala. This is a real SS 409 car, a classic muscle car. The red Impala here in a Tower Lane. Now, he no longer runs that 409 in it, but he still has it. Running against Brad Wheats, his Dodge Polara. Breakout run for Wheats, and we're going to get to see that 409 Impala again. 713 with a 1 on the 713 dial. Whoa, nice tight run for Lindo, 047 pack. Cole Robinson in this blue Malibu. acquired this car in the off-season, put his motor and transmission combination in, and then went racing. He's a graduate of Cordova Junior Drag Racing School, junior drags. Came through the system, ran a novice junior, ran a super junior. Now he's in a four-wheel big car. Running against Mr. Zach Lewis in his orange Camaro, a yellow Camaro. How can I get that wrong? My goodness, that couldn't be more yellow than it is. Robinson, and Lewis is going to get that one with the yellow Comanero, 011 light for Zach. Talking about this 65 Cutlass here in the Tower Lane earlier. I think this thing is just beautiful. The black and blue paint scheme is outstanding. Out of Andalusia, Illinois, this is Chris Thomas, and it's a 64. I think last time he came up, I called it a 65 and had to correct myself, so one of these days I'll get it right. Tyler Barsama in the Oldsmobile, mid-80s Cutlass. Ty 006 red, and Thomas is going to get the win. One of our past class champions in the water box, that's Troy Bogner in his bright green Camaro. Troy, very accomplished in that race car. Won a track championship in that same car, I believe, in 2023. Went racing at another facility in 2024. Won a big check there in 2024, and we're talking, I think it was $20K he won with that car. And now he's back at Cordova racing again, where the toughest racers exist in the Midwest. Mike Clark taking him on in the Monte Carlo. Box winners 8 and 9, box winners to 8 and 9, and we will take our junior buyback. This will get you back in the second round in our junior race. Junior buybacks will take you to lanes 4 and 5, and of course, box to 8 and 9, box winners. This little digger has passed through a few hands here over the years. Now owned by Mike Thompson. Got a little small block Chevy in it. Michael Wiedemeyer piloting the Mustang. I think I've seen 3 different owner drivers in that miniature dragster over the years. And Thompson's had it for actually a couple years now. But he doesn't get the win. Michael Wiedemeyer with the Mustang, 847 with a 7 on the 39. He was talking about this gentleman in his red, white, and blue Patriotic Nova as his daughter runs a junior with the same paint pattern on it. Pretty cool father-daughter thing going on here. This is Josh Mayfield out of Durham, Missouri. All the way up from Missouri, gracing us with his presence. Thank you to Josh Mayfield and your family. Dave Green in the 86 Camaro. Good win for Dave, 047 light, 729 with a 1 on the 28 dial. So he was right there. Looks like about a 58 pack for Dave Green. And that gets him the W. That's a 72 Chevelle. Great bright green machine at Berkey's side, and it belongs to Brian Stewart. Bobby Ince Jr., who was trying to get into our Quick 8 event in his dad's dragster earlier today, ended up at number 11 in our qualifying ladder. So he gets out his Nova, says, I'm going to go racing in another class and see if I can do some damage. And he does get the win there as Stewart turns on the old red eye, 002 red. Not too bad, but still a loss. And I can say as an ex-drag racer that doesn't matter if it's 002, 001, whatever, you still feel bad when you go back and pick up that ET slip and you see red light. Dale Jones in the Mopar. It's a coronet. And a beauty, I might say. Running against Nathan Schroeder, the B Wrenchin S10. Nate, our track champion in that S10, which means he not only won his class, he beat the other 3 classes in a runoff at the end of the year in 2024 for all the money. So a champion in his own right, Nathan Schroeder, and he gets the win there. 6:16 with a 3 on the 585s. It looked like Nader kind of dumped at the line a bit. Here's that Pontiac J2000 again. A couple of racy-looking newer vehicles on the line. The Dodge Daytona is Steve Pifkin. So that's a Pontiac in the tower lane and a Dodge in the spectator side. Both smallish-looking cars. Both make good racing platforms. Josh Fears in the J2000. Pifkin owns him on the hit. And Steve gets that win, 676 with a 2 on the 74. Once again, Box, we should have you all in the lanes for your next round of action. Box, you should all be here. Junior buybacks, this is your call up to lane 4. And the man with the only scooter here on the premises, that's Joe Clemmy, trying to take his 2 wheels to victory and take out all the 4-wheel competitors. Siobhan Warner in the Camaro. Boy, Clemmy has a nice 011 light. He sure does take that Camaro out. 606 with a 9 on the 592. Seen this car for the first time yesterday. It looks like about an 87, 88 Nova. Blower hanging out the hood. And what am I saying, hanging out the hood? He doesn't have a hood. Blower hanging out the front end. But it idles nice and smooth. He's got this thing dialed in and made a nice pass. This is Derek Kleinditz in his Chevrolet. Don't have a name on that beautiful Barracuda over there taking him on in the Berkey side, but we will get one. A couple of sweet-looking race cars on the line, and 2 of them that I have not seen before here at Cordova. And from a guy who's been hitting the announcing booth for 10 years, that's saying something. Kleinditz with the advantage, the Nova, and there's pieces coming off that Plymouth Barracuda on the way down the track, so our man Dan is on his way down the racetrack to pick up what fell off that Plymouth and to return it to him to bolt it back on. Win's going to go to Kleinditz in the blown Nova. Run in our no box class, the Kansas Tornado. Curiously running out of Mapleton, Illinois, Casey Walker in his Cutlass.
Once again, race fans, very happy to have you joining us for this phenomenal day at the races. The 4th annual Funny Car Chaos of the Summer Nationals, presented by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. You can see the race crew doing what they do best, making sure that the track preparation is perfecto, and you have been able to see that their job, they do extremely well, as we have got incredible performances put down all through the day. We are working our way through all the different categories. We got a few more classes to run before opening ceremonies, and we'll have funny cars down the racetrack in first round of eliminations. After that wild third round of qualifying, the numbers were blistering, and a lot of changes happened on the racetrack. In fact, it's an extremely quick field as we wind up with the number 24 qualifier going 4.48 seconds. So that was rich for a lot of folks' blood, and we have our field set. Up on the top of the list in the Rodat Custom Coffee A field, your low qualifier, Dave Harada in that Drastic Plastic is going to be taking on the Mighty Zim, the man from Texas, in the Penny Pincher Mustang. That's your top pair on the top of the list. Fast Lane Shane Lawson taking on Quick Lane Kirk Williams in the bottom half of the top half of the A field. Chuck Lofton and Brian Lewis are squaring off, and Ray Drew taking on Jesse Clark. Those will be your first round pairings in the A field. Sometimes we like to pick a marquee matchup, and I'm going, you could just pick any single one of those, as those are some incredible pairings. The competition in the first round of eliminations, and of course the rounds after that too, are going to be incredible. However, those first round pairings, there's a lot on the line, particularly in the top half of that A field. So we're going to be looking forward to seeing how it goes down in the first round. And we have got the track preparations current, and we're bringing up our next category. That is going to be our box category. Junior Dragster winners, staging lane 4, please. Junior Dragster winners, staging lane 4. Moving now into our box category, the cars with the electronics on board. Ken Barsama is on the tower side of the racetrack, dialed at 501. Ken's going to go first. And on the spectator side of the racetrack, that is Techno Enfile, dialed at 483, so 1800's head start for the dragster on the tower side. Techno going to be doing the chasing in the Berkey's lane. We are staged. The tree sends them down the racetrack. We got green lights on both sides. The dragsters cross the stripe, and the win light goes to Enfilé. 484, one over at 136.6 miles an hour. Overcomes a bunch as Barsima 008 on the tree. He was holding 3 at the starting line, but gave it all back. Margin of victory, 4 thousandths of a second at the stripe. And Techno Enfilé gets the win to go to the next round. As they head for the exits, the next pair comes to the starting line. It's a double shot of F body. Jacob Connor has a 623 dialed in to the Gen 3 Firebird on the tower side. And Mark Clark doing the chasing, dialed at 610 in the 69 Camaro. Winlight tower side, Jacob Connor 624, one over with a 5. He was holding a bunch at the starting line as Mark Clark apparently had a malfunction on that car, as his reaction time will be one of those time slips that they choose to burn. So Jacob Connor goes on. Next up is going to be the Dime versus the Cooter. Hannah Entz from Kewanee has a 613 dialed into the pickup truck. I like that truck. Super clean looking machine. And Jeffrey Wheats on the spectator side going to be given chase, dialed at 592 in the Mopar. Hannah too quick on the trigger by 5 thousandths of a second. Ouch, that one smarts. Wheats out the back door with a 590, but the wind light was already flashing, so why not? 590-117 against a 614. Hannah won over at 111.45 miles an hour, but unfortunately, 5 thousandths quick on the trigger, kicks it red, and sends her opponent to the next round. Ryan Plum and Stormin' Norman Wheats at the starting line. 592 and 558, your posted dial in. So Stormin' Norman going first in the Mopar on the Berkey's side of the racetrack. Ryan Plum giving chase with the dragster, dialed at 558. This time we get green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree, and the wind light goes to Stormin' Norman, 593, one over it at 111.6 miles an hour. It's a 563 as Plum had a starting line advantage and a good 005 reaction time, but the car goes off by 5, 119.6 miles an hour, and that makes a margin of victory of 2 thousandths of a second for Stormin' Norman. Todd Marsden brings his dime to the starting line with a 594 posted on the scoreboards. 548 is the dial in for Ty Pittenlater in the G body over on the Berkey's side of the racetrack. Ty goes red in the G body, so the tower side with the perfect reaction time gets the win, and that win light comes on very quickly, as soon as his opponent left the starting line with a 131 red, that turned the red light on. That put a win light in the Freedom Motorsports lane, and Todd Marsden is the beneficiary of that red light start, and we'll go on to the next round. As the top end clears, they give the word to the next pair to light up. Turbocharged dragster of Brady Wolf is going to be the quicker of the two cars in this pairing. 475 the dial in for Wolf. Shelby Sorensen has got the winged warrior over on the Berkey side of the Christmas tree. Shelby's dialed at 560. 8,500's head start, not quite 2 bulbs on the Christmas tree. Brady Wolf will spot Shelby and see if that turbo can reel that dragster in. Race fans, your friends sure ought to be here. If they're not already on the way, they still have time to see lots of great racing, as we have 24 funny cars in the first round of eliminations. Plus, we've got much, much more to see, like this awesome pair of dragsters just about to go down the racetrack. 4 bulbs lit. The CompuLink computer says it's showtime, go time. Red light right side for the dragster of Shelby Sorensen. The turbo goes 474 with a 9. Goes under the 475 dial in by 1,000th of a second. So I'd say they've got it dialed pretty well. 144.4 miles an hour, big top end in the turbo. And a tough break for Shelby Sorensen. In our B field, your number 1 qualifier, Bill Bernard, is going to take on the Detroit Tigers' Steve Tomozik. Mike Minnick, the Chi-Town Hustler, taking on Chris Schneider in the Brutus with a real Kodak opportunity for his throwback picture. Bob Alberti Jr. taking on Jim Chase in the Thunder and Okie versus the Wicked Quick. And Hot Rod Herbie in as an alternate for the Gambler Camaro out of Mississippi, which put a beautiful 394 on the board but blew the engine, has to bow out, and Hot Rod Herbie comes in as the alternate and will take on Bobby Martin. Delvin Shepard has got this clean Nova lined up in the Berkey's lane with a 675 dial in. Gets an 8,300th head start against Joe Clemmy on the drag bike. Into the pre-stage goes Joe Clemmy. Now we've got all 4 bulbs lit and green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree. Going to be tight at the stripe. Who you got? Going to be Shepard, 677, 2 over at 102.3 miles an hour. Joe Clemmy was 8 over with a 6 flat on the 592 dial in. That puts a margin of 07 at the stripe for Delvin Shepard in the Chevy Nova. The Thunderstruck Camaro, super sharp, clean machine, comes up on the tower side of the racetrack in the Freedom Motorsports lane, dialed at 483. Going to spot Robe Archer, 2.5 as the Chevelle has got a 633 dial in on the Berkey's side of the Christmas tree. Cordova Dragway, box category. Eliminations underway as we keep cutting them in half as we go 2 by 2 down the racetrack. 3 bulbs lit. Here comes the Camaro. Turns on bulb number 4 at the top of the Christmas tree. That signals the computer that we are good to go. And there they go. At the finish line, Rowe gets a win. That 001 reaction time gets it done. A 6:36, 3 over at 105.43 miles an hour. Mike Weaver on that tower side gave up 9 at the starting line, goes 7 over. That makes for a lot of difference at the finish line, and Rowe turns on the win light and advances into the next round. Travis Prohaska, tower side in the dragster, dials 491. Going to spot PJ Mazuka, 0.6 of a second in the Dodge Daytona in the Berkey's lane. Both drivers on their game. Green lights shining on the Christmas tree, and the tower side gets the win. Prohaska in the dragster, 1 over with a 492 at 136 miles an hour. He held 1 at the starting line, holds 3 at the finish line as PJ's Dodge goes 4 over with a 5:55 elapsed time at 125 miles an hour. Looks old school with the crew pushing the dragster back from the burnout, reminiscent of the days of old when there were no reversers on Top Fuel dragsters, and you would see a bunch of folks go out there after the burnout, grab hold of something and push the car back. Going to be Rick Verkler with the dragster over here on the tower side of the racetrack, a 455 dial in, taking on Mo Data Cumming in the Chevy 2 on the Berkey's side of the racetrack. Wilson Family Racing has got the door car. They away first, and at the finish line, the win lights on the tower side. 456, one over at 143 miles an hour. A margin at the finish line of 4 thousandths of a second for Rich Verkler. That'll bring us Trooper Dan in the dragster on the left and Brian Barton in the Cutlass on the right. 6 flat and 497 the dial ins, 1.03 seconds. Just a little over 2 bulbs head start for the door car of Brian Barton. One thousandth of a second difference in reaction time. That means it's real close at the finish line. And it was, but the breakout goes to Barton, and the door car goes under the dial by 1 thousandth of a second. It ain't much, but it's enough. Trooper Dan, one over at 498 with a 9, 138 miles an hour, gets the win to advance another round in our box category. A full house of sportsman racing on tap for you to go with the funny cars and the Chicago Wise Guys and the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters and everything else we've got going for you here at Cordova Dragway. Absolutely the place to be in the Midwest on this fabulous Father's Day weekend. Chrissy Dieters with a 593 dial in is going to be going first in that good-looking Pontiac you see in the Freedom Motorsports lane closest to the tower. Ted Cannon has a dragster dialed quick at 492 on the Berkey's side of the Christmas tree. And green lights come on both sides. We are racing, and at the top end of the racetrack, it's going to be Chrissy with the win, 595, 2 over it at 115.4 miles an hour. And the margin at the stripe for 10 thousandths of a second. That is actually the margin because of the breakout as Ted Cannon goes across the finish line when in 4.916 seconds, 138.30 miles an hour. That's too quick by 4 10,000ths of a second. It hurts, but that's the rules. Christy Dieters gets the win. Next up, Scott Lendl, 513, the dial-in left side. Brian Schrader, 517 on the spectator side. 400's different, so they are quick. Down the racetrack with green lights on both sides, and the win light comes on for the tower side. Scott Lendl, 515, 2 over at 131 miles an hour. Scott held 5 at the starting line, gives 3 back as he had plenty to play with. Brian Schrader goes 517, dead on with a 0. That's one of those things that kind of hurts when you put a dial in on the car, on the board, and the car runs exactly the number, but the other driver gets the win. That's when you know it was won or lost at the starting line. Pat McGlynn, tower side, 492, the dial in, going to be the car going first in the yellow dragster against Sean Dieters, who's got his dragster dialed a little quicker with a 479. Got to go 3 digits to get the difference in reaction time, and the win goes to Sean Dieter as he had 7 thousandths difference of a better reaction time. He crosses the stripe first by 2 thousandths of a second. Some of the closest drag racing known to man exists in the world of box racing on the bracket, in the bracket world. Sean Dieters gets the win, 481, 143. Michael Murray in the Wildfire dragster has a 453 dialed in on the Berkey side of the racetrack. Y'all get that right? It's not Michael Murphy, it's Michael Murray, Wildfire. Killer Jones on the tower side of the racetrack with a 468 dial in, 1500's head start for the blue car. Nostalgia Superstock lane 6 and 7. They ran Colin Wildfire. Michael Murray with the win goes 4:53, dead 7 at 152.4 miles an hour. Killa Jones, 2 over with a 470, 1 at 48.2 miles an hour. That'll end the day for the Killa. And Michael Murray goes on. Jim Glenn brings his dragster up for a quick trip down the Freedom Motorsports lane. Just for fun, puts a 474 on the board. Let's see what the car says. 009 reaction time, so he's in the zone, shall we say. Yeah, dead on with an 8. 9 plus 8, that's a 17 package at 145.67 miles an hour. And he moves on with the by run. When you're racing, you have 2 lanes, right? So if there's an odd number of cars, somebody gets to go by themselves. That is typically determined by best reaction time in the previous round. Sometimes there's a different criteria, but if you get the by run, most of the time it's because you earned it. And Jim Glenn definitely did that, and he comes out, puts a 17-pack on the board, and gets ready to move to the next round. So we've got Junior Dragsters, we've got Nostalgia Superstock, and we've got Ozark Mountain Super Shifters coming your way here on Saturday afternoon. And then we'll do a little track prep, do some opening ceremonies, and we're going to bring you the monsters of the Midway, the funny cars. First round eliminations coming your way. So if you're roaming around out there on Funny Car Alley, you still have a few minutes, but you want to claim a good spot along the fence or in the grandstands, because we're going to unleash the funny cars on you with the Summer Nationals, brought to you by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Round 1 coming your way shortly.
Superstock 6 and 7, Nostalgia Super Socks 6 and 7. This is your call, Nostalgia Super Stocks, to the lane for your first round of action. Here we go, second round in our junior program. Jamison Clark over there in the blue and green and pink machine. JMO just getting going with it. I guess it's his 3rd year racing. He got started pretty young. JMO was probably only 6 or 7 when he got started with this. I think he's 8 or 9 now. Still running in our novice class. He got a tough customer, though, in Camden Holdorf. And the Uncle Sam Junior Dragster. JMO sponsored by Sears Seating, Triple E Sales, and D&M Embroidery. All of these kids sponsored by Mom and Dad. That goes without saying. Camden with a big advantage on reaction time. He gets the win, 8:06 with a 5 on the 797. And I could tell by the reaction of his crew chief slash dad that Jamison was in trouble as soon as he hit the throttle. Leighton Cryer in the tower lane. P.J. McGlynn in the black and blue machine. P.J. lost to his sister in first round action, had to buy back into race in second round. I don't know how he's going to live that down. She not only killed him on the tree, she won the race. If I lost a race to my sister, I'm not sure if I could live in that house anymore. Might have to move. Pretty similar green light starts by both of these competitors. Somebody's popping the throttle, and that guy's P.J. McGlynn, 9:00 with a 5 on the 891, and McGlynn goes on to third round. Kylie Eads in the blue machine. Talking earlier about how Kylie has a light show going on with this car. She got ground effects on her little junior race car, but hasn't been able to turn them on yet. got to be dark. She's got to be doing a timed run because it's a little distracting to be racing with that kind of stuff going on. Nostalgia Superstocks to 6 and 7. Nostalgia Superstocks, we need you up here, lane 6 and 7, first round. Ryland Snodgrass in the Purple Digger. Kylie's got about 6 hundredths in her back pocket. She takes that to a win. 797 with a 7 on the 792 dial. Cameron Verkler coming into the lane on this Tower Lane, and I know that because that's her grandfather, Rick, putting her in the lights. Cammy must like this Tower side. She's here every opportunity she gets. Cook in the White Motion Raceworks Dragster. Red light starts for Cammy, and Landon is going to get the victory. He's going to go out through the 8th mile at an 8:95 with an 8 on his 8:91 ET. That's estimated time. Our points leader in our novice junior category over here in the Freedom Motorsports side with that jagged stripe on the side of his race car. That's Gavin Holt running against Marley Clark. I don't know if I've seen Marley in the Tower Lane with her junior yet. She loves that spectator side. Trying to remember if I have, and I think they've got 5 races under their belt in our bracket points race series, and Marley has been over on that side just about every run she's made. Sweet little 017 light for Marley. And I think Calvin might be in trouble. Sure enough, Marley Clark, 12:22 with a 9 on the 12:16. As Marley Clark lays down a run and takes the young man out. Laney Thomas in the Thunderbolt machine, the black Thunderbolt machine over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Her dad, Brian, putting her in the beams. Kai Cryer taking her on. A couple young ladies side by side, ready to do battle here in our junior all-run event. Pretty similar green light starts. Got a drag race on our hands. Win's going to go to Laney Thomas. 820 with a 1 on her 814 dial. Kai had her by about 100th on the hit. But couldn't make it work at the stripe, which when I say stripe, I mean the finish line. And when I say hit, I mean when they launch these cars. You got to get caught up with his drag racing slang, folks, and then you're going to be with it. Andale's Raychow in the, it looks like a puzzle over there on the side of his race car. And it might be a young lady out of Mike Sober Racing against Jamison Quinn in the all-black machine. J-Mo just got this car about 3 weeks ago. They put it together, and he was out racing with it last weekend for the first time. Perfect light for Andale's Rachel. Trip zips. And they get the win. 890 on the 883 with a 000 reaction time. Congratulations to the Rachels. Sweet run. Hudson Foster over here in everybody's little nightmare, and that's Aubrey Mayfield in the red, white, and blue patriotic machine. Aubrey even got a red, white, and blue helmet. Good green light starts by both these young racers. Hudson going to get that victory, 11:57 on the 11:50. One of the Reeves youngins here in the Tower Lane. This is Jackson, as I can see his dad putting him in the lights. Kaylee Antonini. Kaylee Antonini. And unfortunately will not be able to make the run. So solo run for Jackson, and he's going to use this for information purposes alone. He'll probably have the hammer down all the way and go faster than 9:06. He does a 9:06 with a 6. So good run by Jackson nonetheless. This is Elijah Warner, Tower Lane. Siobhan, his dad, putting him in the light. Siobhan runs a Camaro in our no-box class. Great success trying to pass that knowledge down to his son. Elijah, one of our younger racers out here. He's getting it. Jaden Nance taking him on. Actually, I think that might be somebody else. Nope, it's Jaden Nance, sponsored by Quinn Racing. Nance has to watch Elijah go almost halfway down the racetrack before he gets to drop the hammer. But he gets the win nonetheless. Good job by Jaden. That is tough to do. Man, you're talking about a 7-second head start for the other competitor, and you got to watch that going on while you wait for your light to start moving. Tough to do for anybody, especially a junior. Brindy Covell, the wild child. Coming up here in that Berkey's Farm Store lane. Like the ghost flame on the side of this black digger and the Freedom Motorsports side. That's Haley Becker. Seen a lot of cars with the ghost flame on them, a lot of rods with the ghost flame on them. Always a fan of that. Good look on a junior also. Win the Haley, 8:06 with a 0 on the 792, and the wild child is done for the day. Pete standing there with her on the line, and Cassidy Becker. Good to have the Beckers here with us today. New to our junior run program, and happy to have them. I'm not bragging when I say we have the best junior program in the Midwest. Pays the best competition. If you want to run a junior dragster, have some awesome competition and good friends do it, join the junior dragster program at Cordova Dragway. 0:27 light for Cassidy. That is sweet. And Chloe is likely in trouble. Sure enough, she loses. Win Cassidy Becker, 890 with a 5 on the 890 dial. That's an 032 package for Cassidy in a junior dragster. Here's the boss's daughter, Taylor Crownhart, and the diamond in the rough. won first round, looking to get second round out of the way as well. But got a tough customer in the other lane. That's Jill Full. Talking about Jillian earlier. 2 final rounds in her last 2 races, and she won the final round as of Sunday. Her smile could not have been bigger out in the staging lanes when I was talking to her about that. And that's James Full, excuse me, that's her brother. I just realized that the names just popped on me, so James Full. And the win's going to go to Taylor, 777 with a 1 on her 774 dial. Jade Reeves, Tower side. Reeves with the red light, and our spectator lane black dragster is going to get the win just that fast, right on the starting line. That one was decided as Jaden pulls the trigger too quick, and he red lights. This is Alexa Burlett in the purple stripe machine. I know that for a fact. The Berkey side, and the reason I know that for the fact is she is the mover and shaker in our Super Junior class these days. She's been rising up the points week by week and winning races and going a lot of rounds. Running against Ruby Clark, who is no stranger to round victories herself. Both these young ladies with a lot of experience, and they are still just junior dragsters. Alexa owns her on the tree, and she's popping the throttle, which means she's out on her. Alexa Burlett, 772 with an 8 on the 767 dial. When you hear them hit that throttle like that, they're trying to slow down a little bit before they get to that finish line so they don't break out, because that loses you a race as well if you go too fast under your ET. Tyler Barsama on the silver bullet.
Have we called Ozark yet? No. Okay, they have not been called.
Madison McGlynn taking the young man on. Maddie out of Eldridge, Iowa, and Tyler running out of Fulton. The win goes to Maddie. 799 with a 0 on the 796. Now, after all that bragging on Jill Full, and it turned out to be her brother, this is Jill Full over here in the Tower Lane. They get similar painted dragster, and they are brother and sister, and they confuse this announcer from time to time. Taking on Mason McGlynn, Mace over there in that Berkey side. Mountain Super Shifter, 6 and 7 is your lanes. 8 and 9 is your lanes, excuse me. 8 and 9 is your lanes. You're coming up in 6 and 7. We need you in 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, we need you in 8 and 9, please. Come on up in 8 and 9, and we'll get your first round in. Kaylee Dieter's taking on Frankie McGlynn. Kaylee in the Tower Lane, Frankie on the spectator side. And the win's going to go to Frank. 797 with a 3 on her 795. And Frankie's been doing damage here lately. Going rounds. Once again, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9. That's a lane change for you folks. So listen up, Ozark Mountain Super Shifter pilots. You are in 8 and 9. Casey Eller taking on Sydney Johnston. Sydney in the black machine and Casey in the blue one. Sydney with a sweet little 019 light, and she's going to make it tough on Eller. But the win goes to Casey Eller. I think Sydney gave the stripe back to her, is how they said it, which means Sydney out in front, and then gets off the gas too much or too soon, gives the finish line back to the competitor, and she takes the loss. Casey Eller with a win, 8-12 with an 8 on the 803 ET. Claire Wheats and the Mississippi Thunder. Gavin Adams taking her on in the blue and white. Claire with an 022 light, and she's going to make it tough for Gavin. And sure enough, Claire Wheats with the victory, 802 with an 8 on the 794 dial. As their dad, Brad, looks on the time and walks away proudly, knowing that they're going the third round. Remington Snodgrass, the red and black and white machine. Kind of hard to make these juniors stand out, but the Snodgrasses have done that. That is a good-looking dragster. Got the top fuel wing on the back of it and everything to keep that rear end down as it gets up to 80 mile an hour before it hits the stripe. Bailey Painter, the Chopper's Bar and Grill machine, taking Remington on. Red light start for Painter, and Remington Snodgrass going to advance on. If you're watching the speeds as they go through the traps, you'll notice that these little junior dragsters, the faster ones, are often doing 80 mile an hour plus when they hit that stripe. Now think about that. You got about 7 foot of wheelbase. You got a kid in it that's averaging about 11 years old, and they're doing 80 mile an hour when they're hitting that finish line stripe. You go out and do 80 mile an hour in your car and then come back and tell me these guys aren't fast. These kids know what they're doing. And it takes a little bit of courage to do just that. Chase Peachy, who's been going rounds today on the VIP machine, Gunnar Painter. Taking Chase on. You're wondering why they're rocking on the line. The clutches are set so tight on these juniors usually that once they get the brake matted and everything set at the line, they really can't move them forward with any other method than to rock the car. And they got to move them forward about 2 inches to get that staging beam to light up. Red light start, Gunnar Painter, and Chase Peachy's going to get another win. We got a veteran of the junior dragster ranks up here in the tower with us, and someday I'm going to get her on the mic with me so she can explain to everybody how this all works. As Kylie Greenwood did a lot of racing in our junior dragster ranks, and we got her up here, so we're going to use her knowledge from time to time. I just haven't got her over here yet because she's awful busy on the computer usually. Carly Cuchilla, the gunmetal gray machine. Brendan Rogers taking Carly on. Carly's dad, Alex, runs the Devil's Dust Dodge Dart in our Chicago Wise Guys. And this is the Devil's Dust daughter. But she does an 022 red light. 006 green for Brendan. And Brendan's going to get the victory. We go with our Nostalgia Super Stock round one of action. A couple of Mopar products coming at you.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Funny Car A field, lanes 8 and 9. Funny Car A field, lanes 8 and 9.
Belvedere over there in that spectator side. Got it all looking original, I could say, because it's been out in the sun or something. And Dodge Dart on the Tower Lane. Dart gets the win, 786 with a 7 and the 769 dial. Couple more Mopar products coming at you, and in our Nostalgia Superstock class, we have a lot of them. They were popular running Superstocks back in the 60s, early 70s. I believe that's Dennis Spurgeon in the Dartzilla. So we know what model Dodge that is. Tower side. Johnny Schmidt. Original paint is looking like on that Mopar product. Beautiful. Uh-oh. Schmidt has some issues, and that car just rolls and stops and dies. But guess what? Even with all that spitting and sputtering and stuff that's going on, the car going down the racetrack right now wins because Dennis Spurgeon broke out, went too fast over here in the Tower Lane. So if Schmidt can get that thing lined out and come back up for second round, he's racing. Even though that thing made a cool 20-second run, 20.74. But it's not a time slip that he's going to keep. I guarantee you that. I think this is a 66 Impala. Bright copper machine. Belongs to Bob Dillon out of Dalton City, Illinois. And Jeff Wood out of Renicky, Illinois in his Mopar. Jeff trying to run that Chevrolet down. Can't do it, though. He red lights. Missed that on the hit. But Dillon's going to get that victory. You do that when you get on the mic. 72 Mach 1 Mustang over here by us in the tower. This is a beautiful car. Had a good friend of mine with a car that looked just like this street car. Did a little cruising. Sam Chumley in the Mercury, it looks like. And away they go. Wynn's going to go to the spectator lane. Chumley goes 802 with a 5 on the 801. Takes the Mustang out of the program. Couple more Mopar products coming at you. It's a Barracuda. Plymouth Barracuda running against the Dodge Polaris. Polaris is not that difficult to pick out. They got the big old headlights on them. Dodge decided that maybe they'd heard some complaints about weren't seeing the road, so they enlarged the headlights on the Dodges, and they worked well. Barracuda over here belongs to Scott Robinson, Brian Haberberger out of Union, Missouri, piloting that Blue Max Polaris. Red light start for Robinson, and Haberberger is going to get the win.
A Field Funny Cars, lanes 8 and 9. A Field Funny Car, first round, lanes 8 and 9.
Love this beautiful 69 Camaro, Z28, I think it is. Josh Fears piloting that car. Chris Zupanchi in the Dart. Fears with an 033 light with the Chevrolet, but the win goes to Zampucci. 835 with a 3 on his 830 dial as Fears fell off to an 84 on the 73, and it slowed down enough to cost him the race. Got a whole lot of race car coming into the water, as you can see. That's a Impala wagon, 68 Impala wagon, all of it 4 doors long. Got the rack on the roof, got the whole thing going on, running in our nostalgia superstock class. And this is Mike Redmond out of Danville, heading down that spectator lane, gets a competition bye, I believe, as his opponent broke. And here is our real bye run. Dialed in at 769. We asked him to enlarge the numbers so we could see him, the car number and the ET, and he took this to heart. Eric Galley, you can see this bright and clear, and we appreciate it.
Once again, Racer Peoples, happy to have you out here on the Father's Day weekend for the 4th annual Funny Car Chaos at the Summer Nationals. And we're bringing you some red hot rods, the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Talk about a bunch of folks that like to put on a show. I'm telling you what, that smart device in your hand probably captures some excellent video, maybe some cool still shots as well. But these folks bring it, and they ain't playing. They are serious about having a good time. Steve Clayball from Marion, Iowa is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack as we are in eliminations. And Ralph Connor from Milan, Illinois has got that Gen 4 Firebird lined up on the Berkey side of the racetrack. They run on a handicap start. Clayball's on the left side. Connor's on the right side. 643 and 537 your dial-ins. All of these cars going to be rowing through the gears. No automatics in this class. Whoa, that's what I was talking about. Remember I said something about a Kodak moment? We got a few of them, and it didn't take long to happen as Steve Clayball, he goes 8,000s red, but stands it on the back bumper. Is, you know, it's you got to be exciting. If what's it Red Green says? If you can't be handsome, you can at least be handy. Well, if you can't turn on the wind lights, you can at least be put on a great show. And Steve Clayball took that to heart as he goes 648 after setting that down, sticking the landing, so to speak, and Ralph Connor gets a win. Jeremiah Stanton, the pony man with the Mustang, is going to be on the tower side. They are dialed at 607 and going first. Chad Davison, super sharp-looking Chevy Nova on the Berkey's side of the racetrack. 607 and 559, 41 plus 7, 4,800's head start. Do your math there, Jethro Bodine style, and you'll see who gets how much of a head start. It's going to be the Mustang going first. 4 bulbs lit. CompuLink says 1, 2, 3, go. And there we are. Oh, 5,000's red for the pony. And Chad Davidson's Chevy Nova is going to advance to the next round. 561, 122.97 miles an hour as they go through the gears in style and put it on the scoreboards. Danny Nedner has got the Ford EXP. Now, this one has been so much fun to watch this weekend. First of all, you don't see a whole lot of them. Bob Glidden had one in Pro Stock years and years ago. It was not his favorite car because it simply had too short a wheelbase to handle correctly, but that doesn't stop it being a great-looking machine. Danny's down at 528, so he's going to be the quicker of these two cars. Rick McPhail has got this Gen 2 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 poised to go down the Freedom Motorsports lane down at 587. Oh, the EXP with the red light hands the win off to the tower side Camaro. It is 598, 115, good for the win. And Danny Nedner, 530, goes 2 over, but 06 red at the starting line. And that's going to do it for them. Now, those EXPs had their sister ship, the Mercury LN7, and they might have not been very good door cars, but they were great funny cars, as evidenced by the Blue Max and the Budweiser King back in the day. Next to the starting line, keep your eyes peeled for the show of the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Jeff Cook has got that Gen 4 Camaro dialed quick at $4.99, taking on Jamie Kelly from Galesburg, Illinois. The black Malibu wheels up and rolling, and here we go. And Jamie Kelly, don't look back, but do look back enough to make sure you don't go under the dial. But Jeff Cook has his hands full keeping that Gen 4 Camaro off the wall and off the stripe as the car just said, I ain't going straight. Nothing you can do to change that today. So Kelly advances. Next up, going to be Dave Stewart from Wyoming, Illinois, the Catalpa Grove Tavern, Geneseo Bar and Grill, Morrissey Farms, Schaefer Farms, Winslow Trucking, Down Farms, State Bank of Toulon, Peterson Farms, Casey Transportation Special is dialed at 546 in that beautiful Gen 1 Chevrolet Camaro. Marker lights there, 1968, the vintage of that Chevrolet Camaro. And Gary Clavon, Port Byron, Illinois, 5-speed transmission in this Chevy Malibu. Ready to go. Okay, get those cameras ready. You might see something, a little Kodak moment coming your way as we get ready to watch this next pair in Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Head on down the racetrack, the legendary surface of the track founded in 1956. All the big dogs and the little dogs both all ran here through the years. The home of the granddaddy of them all, the World Series coming up in a few months. But the Summer Nationals, absolutely one of those must-go-to events, and we are glad you're here. At the finish line, put a win light over on the Berkey's side. Gary got to the finish line first, but goes too quick, like way too quick. 667 on a 682 dial-in. That's not a little under, that's a lot under, and Dave Stewart says thank you very much. He goes 5 over with a 551 and will advance in the 68 Camaro. Justin Clark is just in time to the starting line with that Ford out of Columbus Junction, Iowa, and a 552 dial-in, so that is a quick one. The Thunderbolt clone is going to be spotting Arthur Wynn in the Mopar. Not quite a second. 98 of a second head start for the Mopar on the Berkey's side of the Christmas tree as we are in Ozark Mountain Super Shifters as they are rocking out here on Saturday afternoon. Place to be, Cordova Dragway. Oh my, Arthur Wynn goes red. So Justin Clark is going to advance with an 045 green light coupled with a 556 at 123.15 miles an hour, 647 under the dial, and 04 red. So going wrong on both ends of the racetrack for Arthur Wynn. They'll be back to do it again another day. All right, so when you get ready to retire your Barracuda with all that glass in the back, you can put it in the yard and plant a garden out there. It'll be your very own greenhouse. And you can grow whatever you might like to do. It couldn't be corn, though. It'd be way too tall. Jamie King is over on the spectator side in the Oldsmobile out of Kelowna, 536, the dial in the Big Olds. And Charlie Ray has got the greenhouse on the tower side, dialed at 625. Jamie King goes red in the Oldsmobile, so the Barracuda's coming back for more with a 628 at 107.5 miles an hour. Jamie King, 541, 129 and a half down the Berkey's lane. B Field Funny Cars, B Field Funny Cars. We're looking for you in lanes 8 and 9. Come on down, B Field Funny Cars, to staging lanes 8 and 9 for pairings. B Field Funny Cars, come on down. Bringing the smoke show is the next pair coming up in Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. That is Jimmy Harden from Galesburg, Illinois. Good-looking Nova. Got the wheelie bars out there and smoking us in here, making sure there is no mosquito problem at the starting line. Dirk Zimmerman from Morton, Illinois brings that 1955 Chevrolet, the first of the Tri-5s. Zim is dialed at 647, so the 55 Chevy's going first against the Nova. Jim's got the Nova dialed at 568. So once again, all of these racers run a 4-speed or 5-speed transmission, so they will launch the car, go through the gears, power shifting them down the racetrack. The wind light's going to go to Jimmy Harden with a 569, 119.9 miles an hour. Whoa! Big time smoke show here on the tower side. Dirk Zimmerman broke out, runs 644 on a 647, took the stripe, but goes too quick, and that gave the win to Jimmy Harden in that beautiful Nova. And we are ready to go back to it as the Dodge Dart on the tower side puts on a great display of burnout proficiency. That's Rodney Christner with a 596 dial in, going to be doing the chasing against Chad Stash from Cambridge, Illinois, the River City Cutting and Carrying. And the rental guys sponsored Dime, the Never Enough. Going to see if he's got enough for the Dodge. Love the wheels up launches, and they go through the gears at the top end of the racetrack. Put a wind light on the tower side in the Freedom Lane, 598. 110 miles an hour against a 651. Chad Stash dead on with a 103.59. So the truck ran what he was hoping it would run. He just gave up 600s to the starting line. And that put him across the finish line second, which ain't the objective. Eric Leander from Cambridge, Illinois on the tower side in the Malibu, taking on Travis Schnowski in the black over brown Chevy Nova, 651 and 668. So these cars closely matched, and the tower side gets a little bit of a head start. 1700s. There we go, wheels up, and we are rolling. 1,000th difference in reaction time. It's going to be ultra close at the finish line. 670 and 648 down the racetrack. 101 miles an hour left side, 104 down the right side. In the Freedom Lane, Eric Leander is moving to the next round. B Field Funny Cars, lanes 8 and 9. B Field Funny Cars, lanes 8 and 9. And the hits just keep coming as we are broadcasting from the Tower of Power at 88.9 on your FM dial, WCDP FM, Cordova, Illinois. Ron Niles from Bellevue, Nebraska on the Tower side of the racetrack with the Malibu. And Luke Leander from Cambridge, Illinois with the Camaro. Every time they go through the gears, sometimes those front wheels come off the ground, no matter how far down the racetrack they go. But it was a red light start for Luke Leander. Puts a 650 dead on with a 9. The car runs the number, but he was 0.1 seconds too quick at the starting line. That puts a red light on his side of the Christmas tree. That puts a win light on his opponent's side. And Ron Niles will advance to the next round. Saying big words of thanks to his wife, Shelley. Mike Rogers, the Cox All-State Milan license and title. Gen 3 Chevrolet Camaro is dialed at 541 on your Tower side in the Freedom Motorsports lane. And this good-looking Mustang is Robin Lawrence from Galesburg, Illinois. Strange Engineering, Knox County Dyno. And Galesburg Mickey Thompson Tires dealer. They are dialed at 640 and going first down the Berkey's lane. Red light for the Camaro on the Tower side, so the Mustang will advance. 031 green and a 642 elapsed time at 107 miles an hour. 538 goes under the dial for Mike Rogers, but it was over at the starting line. 14 thousandths of a second too quick on the trigger, turns on the red light and forfeits the round. Got a rock and roll show on a Saturday afternoon at Cordova Dragway, and I'm happy to be bringing you this show on the live stream. Those of you watching on the live stream, we're happy to have you here. Here's your assignment. Share this with 5 to 10 people. We're trying to do something we've never done before. We want to try to break the internet. Can you help us? We'd love to try and do that. All right, coming up to the starting line, it's going to be the GTO over on the spectator side of the racetrack. That's going to be Fax Needmore, dialed at 423, the quicker of the two cars. And Pierce Bremer from Toulon, Illinois, is going to go first, dialed at 622 in the Chevy Chevelle. Green lights on both sides. Bremer out front. Needmore in hot pursuit. And the win lights on the Tower side for Pierce Bremer. 628, 107.29 miles an hour. 6 over. And Fax Needmore goes 440 in the GTO at 131.99 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Seafield Funny Cars. Seafield Funny Cars, lanes 8 and 9, please. Seafield Funny Cars, lanes 8 and 9. We are looking for you in the staging lanes. Seafield Funny Cars, go ahead and bring them to the lanes for us, please. Well, you can see, race fans, that we got no more cars at the ready stripe, and the track staff is out there applying a little rosin, doing a little track prep as we have funny cars coming to the staging lanes. We are loading the box as we have 24 cars in the first round of eliminations. There were 34 funny cars that showed up to compete for this race. 24 of them get the opportunity to do so by qualifying for this extremely fast field. So once again, if you are joining us for the first time, welcome to Funny Car Chaos. There's only two kinds of people in the entire world. That's those who love Funny Car Chaos and those who've never been yet. So if this is your first time, welcome to the world of folks that love Funny Car Chaos, and you're going to see what I mean here in just a few minutes. You know, it's a spectacular weekend, and we are celebrating Father's Day for all you dads out there. And all you folks who have a dad out there, we appreciate you being here as well. And, of course, we've got some celebrities in the house this weekend. In fact, it's not very often that you have beauty queens in the house, but we do happen to have 2025 Miss SES. Sally Smith is in the house. I have not heard if there's going to be an autograph session, but we want to welcome Sally Smith to the Summer Nationals here at Cordova Dragway.
The defending A-Field winning car, Drastic Plastic, is in the box, but it will be out of the box soon enough. Driver Dave Harada, last year you debuted, first time ever, right here at the Summer Nationals, Funny Car Chaos, driving a funny car. How was it? How cool is it to be under the flopper?
So it definitely made rear engine dragsters boring. I thought the front engine nostalgia top fuel car would have been simple, and that thing was rough. Well, this thing can't be that much rougher, and it's so cool and fun. It's scary fun. It's the coolest thing to drive, and all my respect to the funny car drivers now, because it's so bitchin'. Nothing can't be anything better than that. So we definitely encourage. Well, we're going to defend our championship, and this is the coolest thing out there in racing now. 30-some, 38, two funny cars on the grounds. Everyone needs to come out and support this deal. You got nitro cars, alcohol cars, any kind of funny car. That's the rule, a funny car. So come on out, get your fix on some funny car action. One of the best series ever invented, and we want to thank Chris and thank Tom Moultrie for giving me the opportunity.
Has been through it all in his Funny Car Chaos career. Wrecks, new cars, borrowed cars, but he has been to them all. What keeps you coming out, Jordan, for the chaos?
The reason why we keep coming out here is because we love doing what we do, and we're mainly here because of the fans. We want to put on a good show. That's pretty much what keeps us going, is we want to make the fans happy, want them to have a good experience while they're out here and get their money's worth. And you know, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the help we get from our friends and family. And just, if you guys get a chance and you want to come out and watch some racing, get out here to Cordova. It's going to be a good weekend.
The Plastic Fantastics are back as the biggest funny car event of the season invades Cordova Dragway. Father's Day weekend, Friday and Saturday, June 13th and 14th. It's the Twisted Shifters Summer Nationals, presented by 360 Steel. More than 3 dozen Nitro and Alky supercharged funny cars, along with Gear Jam and Pro Stocks and Super Shifters, the Nostalgia Gassers, Nostalgia Super Stocks, and more. It kicks off Friday evening at 6:30 with 2 huge qualifying sessions, then Saturday final qualifying at 1:30, followed by no holds barred eliminations at 6. And we're not done yet, with incredible flame blasting jet funny cars lighting up the sky both nights. Parking and pit passes are free with your general admission ticket. Go to CordovaDragway.com to get them now. The biggest, wildest, and most chaotic funny car event of the season, the Twisted Shifters Summer National, presented by 360 Steel, Friday and Saturday, June 13th and 14th at Cordova Dragway. Who's your daddy?
Getting ever closer to the first round of eliminations as we have got 24 teams that are chomping at the bit to see who's going to take home the big share of the money, take home that one-of-a-kind Funny Car Chaos trophy, either in the A field, B field, or C field. And, of course, the competition is going to be intense. It's always fun to come to the racetrack and see just exactly how quick and fast these cars can go. So whether they're running for time or not, it's always interesting and it's fun and it's a little bit exciting. But it gets way more exciting when the win light makes a difference. And it matters for who gets the win light for all the next set of funny cars going down the track, because it's not qualifying now. It is competition, and we are getting ready to see all that happening with 24 funny cars in the first round. Amongst those teams that have come a long way to race at Cordova Dragway, that is going to be one of the groups out of Colorado, and we have several of those actually. But one of them is the Twisted Sister team. And not only are they celebrating their love of drag racing here at Cordova Dragway, but they're celebrating the birthday of Jenny Thomas. The matriarch of the family is here with a few thousand of her best friends. And Jenny, we want to wish you a very, very happy birthday. And we want to let you know we appreciate you letting us celebrate with you. Happy birthday, Jenny Thomas. It was an unexpected pleasure to find out that this event was being live streamed. We love doing the live stream because we get a chance to reach out and touch some people all across the country and all around the world, as a matter of fact. It was just a few years ago at Eddyville Raceway Park. I stepped out of the tower, and a gentleman was standing there, and he said, "Hey, you're the guy on the show." I said, "I guess I am." He said, "I came from England to watch your race. I watch you on the live stream." And so I got a chance to come to the national event at Joliet, and the next weekend was Funny Car Chaos at Eddyville Raceway Park. And so he came across the pond for 2 weeks of drag racing excellence, and we were honored to have him joining us for that race a couple of years ago down at Eddyville. So over the years, we've developed a fan base that crosses borders in a lot of different ways. So if you're watching on the live stream, we're extremely happy to have you joining us. Help us break the internet, if you will, and go ahead and share this at Cordova Dragway YouTube channel. Go ahead and like and subscribe and share with a lot of people, and we're going to see if we can break a record here today with the number of people that we have got watching the live stream. Of course, this is something you can count on happening at Cordova Dragway, as they have made the decision to enlist the aid of some really outstanding individuals who know something about social media and how to do live streams and such as that. And they are bringing you this show, and we're excited to be able to bring that to you all across the country. For all the folks in Chaos Nation, people all around the country, like down in San Antonio, Texas, happy to have you tuning in. And for the beautiful people up in Liberty, Illinois, some celebrating a birthday in the month of June. Maybe you're enjoying a Portillo's Italian beef sandwich. Thank you for tuning in. We hope you enjoy all the action that we've got for you here. So, race fans, you can see that we are still working on track preparations, but they are making sure that it is going to be right. And you can see there is a delegation down at the starting line. We will be bringing you the opening ceremonies here momentarily, and I'm going to send the mic down to our track announcer, Mike Lane. Mike, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are here to see some of the best side-by-side fastest drag racing in the Midwest, you are in the right place. It's the Summer Nationals 2025 edition featuring Funny Car Chaos. We welcome all of you to the racetrack today. And the man responsible for us being here is standing by my side. our main sponsor for Funny Car Chaos, the proprietor and owner of Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. This is Mr. Darren Foster.
Thank you, Mike. How about it, race fans? Are you ready to see this? Chaos. Over 30-some funny cars on the property. Is that awesome or what? Thank you, everybody, for being here on behalf of Twisted and 360, and thank you to Dan and Shelley, the Crown Heart family, for making all this happen. Chris and Tara Grays for creating this chaos as we know it and making all this happen at tracks like this around the Midwest and further. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy the show.
Round of applause for Darren Foster, please. The man responsible for us being here today, and we thank him for that. We also thank Chris Graves for bringing out his Funny Car Chaos show, which you are about to witness the first round of eliminations post-haste. And we thank you, the fans, for coming out today on this beautiful Saturday in Cordova, Illinois. Give yourself a hand. We are about ready to go racing. First out will be Eliminations Funny Car Chaos, and we're going to go with some Chicago Wise guys. If you've never seen a Pro Mod run before, fastest door cars you are going to witness. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters are in the house with us today, along with Nostalgia Pro Stock, Nostalgia Gassers. We got some more bracket action coming, and then we're going to wrap it all up with a fan favorite, the Jet Cars. We got a couple of Jet Funny Cars here with us today. Now, I'm going to introduce to all of you the owner and our boss man here at Cordova Dragway and the rest of his family. This is Dan Crownhart.
I just want to thank all of you for coming out here tonight and being a part of this chaos that we have at Cordova Dragway. It's chaos here every day. This place would not be possible without the Cordova team. Everybody from the ET shack to parking cars to concession. This place is full of staff that loves this place with all their heart, and we cannot do it without them. We cannot do it without the Cordova fans. All of you guys that come here every weekend and watch the phenomenal shows we put on, the Cordova community, not just the city, 3 miles from here? I mean the whole Cordova community. We're live streaming right now. We're seeing people everywhere. They're seeing us. They're taking part of what we have going here, and it's something special. But lastly, I really cannot do it without my family. Everybody, Shelly, my girls, my brother's here now, my sister is here. We've loved this place since we were kids. We came here just like you all did when we were toddlers and got in trouble for doing the wrong stuff at the wrong time at the wrong place. And this is what this place is all about. I want to thank you all once again. Enjoy the show. You will not be disappointed.
Please for Mr. Dan Crownhart, who's one of the reasons we are here today. He has built this facility, and what you see in front of you, we appreciate every foot of it. And now, with our prayer to bless our today's event, our track chaplain, Miss Lynn Garland.
Let's all bow our heads. Father, we are grateful for the beauty of this day. We lift up our military men and women to you. Please protect them as they protect this nation. Guide us with your wisdom. Direct us with your mighty hands so that we are productive in our goals for this event. I ask that you please keep all the staff, drivers, their crew, and everyone on these grounds safe and out of harm's way. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, rise. Face the flag. Gentlemen, please remove your caps. So we trust Brooke Bryan to deliver the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, I think we might want to do that before the second round. That was so good. Hey, racer peoples, welcome to Cordova Dragway. We are ready to go funny car racing here on a perfect Saturday afternoon on Father's Day weekend. Well, we don't wait very long for it to get exciting here at Cordova Dragway. This is the first pair of the first round. Marvin Rodak of Fort Worth, Texas, brings you the Rodak Custom Coffee A Field of Funny Cars. The low qualifier is Dave Harada. He's driving Tom and Sue Moultrie's Drastic Plastic Funny Car, and they sat on top of the Dave Harada is driving Tom and Sue Moultrie's Drastic Plastic Nitro Mustang, qualified number 1 with a 367. They're taking on the mighty Zim. Keith Zimmer from Gainesville, Texas, comes into this race qualified number 5 as they went down the racetrack with a best run of 372. So it's a alcohol-fueled Mustang on the tower side, a nitro-fueled Mustang on the spectator side. First pair down the racetrack. These cars way under 4 seconds in qualifications. Should be a good way to kick things off. The defending champion is on the spectator side of the racetrack, the Drastic Plastic. Cooking and booking down the racetrack, and Zim pulls the upset. 369, 205.2 miles an hour, takes out the Drastic Plastic as Dave Harada goes 371 at 214 miles an hour. So the Giant Killer takes out the Drastic Plastic. Are you kidding me? Wow, what a way to go. Oh, yeah, by the way, did I mention these cars are loud? Yeah, your car alarms are going off all over the property. What a deal. Yeah, that's we mentioned the forecast a little earlier, partly cloudy skies and 100% chance of thunder. Well, you just got a load of some of that thunder from the funny cars as Keith Zimmer takes out the low qualifier as he had a starting line advantage and he had a finish line advantage of 0.09 of a second as they come out, uncork a 369 and beat the Drastic Plastics 371. So the first upset of the day is on the board as number 5 takes out number 1 and Zim advances. Oh, my goodness gracious. We are into the next pair of the first round. It's the Rodak Custom Coffee A Field. Round 1 continues. We've got the Preston Powerhouse. This is Jesse Clark from Preston, Iowa. That Monte Carlo-bodied funny car qualified in the number 8 position with a 377 at over 203 miles an hour. The Preston Powerhouse going to be taking on Ray Drew as the Cobra Mustang is waiting for this Monte Carlo to back up from the burnout. They're getting the car started. I guess they're able to get it started. Nope, looks like we have got a bye run. So the Preston Powerhouse is going to get the win light by virtue of the bye run. Ray Drew came in and put some amazing numbers on the board. Qualified number 4 at a 371. That puts him against Jesse Clark. And when the car doesn't start, it's a bye run, and the Monte Carlo will solo to the next round. Jesse Clark, the Preston Powerhouse Monte Carlo, into the pre-stage. Now the stage. Quick flash of amber. Oh, no, he goes across the center stripe. That, my friends, is a disqualification, even though all he had to do was get it to the finish line. Well, I don't want to say that too soon, but that is a worse infraction there as he takes out the timing blocks at the center of the racetrack and at the beginning of the timing trap. So tough break right there for everybody involved. And the Preston Powerhouse drifts towards that center stripe. It takes out the timing blocks on the racetrack. So the track staff is going to be pressed into duty to fix that situation out there on the racetrack. In the meantime, in between time, shout out to our good friends working on the race trailer project. Thanks for tuning in, Joe Percurco, Dana Stevens, all the crew out there hard at work, taking a little break to enjoy some funny car chaos action from Cordova Dragway. Happy to have you with us. Well, stuff happens on the racetrack, and you want to make sure that you are safe. You got to have the right safety equipment. And, of course, when you need the best in safety equipment, you need to remember the name Taylor Motorsports Products. Dennis Taylor, a former funny car racer, former many things racer, but ran a nitro funny car as well. He's got his factory out there in Oregon, and they are the official safety supplier of the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. Whether you are needing a fluid containment system, a blower bag, blower restraints, fire suit, they've got it all for you, and they've got the top of the line. They manufacture right here in the United States. And Dennis Taylor of Taylor Motorsports Products, TaylorMotorsports.com is the website, or you can reach out to them the old-fashioned way, 1-800-320-2988, and tell them Funny Car Chaos sent you. So the first pair down the racetrack really opened up a can of worms with Dave Harada and Keith Zimmerer going head-to-head. And the low qualifier, the Drastic Plastic, leaves the starting line second and crosses the finish line second as the team out of Texas, they come into this race where are they in the points? They were coming in strong, and they are feeling stronger now. Is that Chicago song? They're feeling stronger every day. And Zim came into this race number 3 in the points, just behind Justin Herbst and just behind Shane Lawson. So they keep their championship hopes in good shape as they got a win over the low qualifier in that first pair down the racetrack. Tough break for Ray Drew as the car was unable to fire. They were unable to get the car to fire, and so that gave a solo run to the Preston Powerhouse of Jesse Clark. And he goes down the racetrack, promptly takes out the timing blocks, which puts us on this little bit of a delay that we've got going on right now. But we will be back up and running just as soon as we possibly can. So you see the broom and drag tractor going out there. When you take out a timing block, first of all, those are adhered to the racing surface with some adhesive. There is a reflector in the center of those timing blocks, and when they get hit at 150 miles an hour, it does some damage, shall we say. So we've got to get the little pieces of broken reflector as well as the little bits of foam rubber off of the racing surface, because you want to make sure the surface is free of debris and free of impediments to the traction that these big rear tires on these funny cars need to get. So the track staff is well adept at taking care of situations like that. So we will be back to racing here just as soon as we can. And we will continue with the third pair in the first round. Marvin Rodak out of Fort Worth, Texas, bringing you the A field of Funny Car Chaos since the inaugural event back in 2017 at North Star Dragway at Denton, Texas. Marvin turning out that custom roasted coffee. He's got beans from all across the world, and he blends them, roasts them, and sends them to your door. You want to go check them out on the website. It's Rodak, like Kodak, RODAKS, coffeeandgrills.com. Or, if you really want to, you can give him a call. It's a small operation. Marvin will probably answer the phone. His number is 817-924-6821. And I didn't know a lot about coffee until I started talking to Marvin. Found out he knows everything there is to know about coffee and then some. And if you're not starting your day with a wonderful cup of Rodak's coffee, you need to give Marvin a call. All right, so a clarification on the rules. As once upon a time, if you took out a cone and on a single run, you were not allowed to run. However, there is the rule clarification comes out, and Jesse Clark will advance to the semifinals. He was on a solo run. It's just an unfortunate set of circumstances that he did go across that center stripe. So he will advance to the semifinals to take on the winner between Chuck Lofton and Brian Lewis in the Preston Powerhouse. So Zimmerer is in the semifinal in the top half. Clark is in the semifinal in the bottom half, and we have two pair left to go with some amazing performing teams just waiting for the signal to light them up and send them down the racetrack. 24 cars are making the first round of eliminations in Funny Car Chaos competition. We want to send a word out to Fred Spell and let you know, Fred, that we appreciate your support for so many years racing in Funny Car Chaos. And, of course, Fred Spell, one of those satisfied customers of Larice Motorsports Insurance, making sure that all those assets of the racing operation are well protected. So, Fred Spell, we thank you so much for you and those at Spell Paving Services for your ongoing support of the Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos Championship Tours. And we're going to be back to racing very soon. And just to send the word out there to Wellington, Kansas, all those folks watching the races at the Traveling Smoke Barbecue Restaurant. We wished you were here, but we're glad we could come to you on the live stream. And thank you for tuning in. Hey, while you're watching, be sure and share this live stream with your friends. And let's see if we can break the internet. Shall we? Next weekend, the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour is going to visit Edgewater Sports Park in the Cincinnati, Ohio area. Thunder in the Park is going to be race number 3 of the 2025 DMP Awnings Nitro Chaos Championship Tour presented by McKinney Motorsports. You're watching on the live stream. You're thinking, hey, Cincinnati's within my reach. Guess what? We're going to be there next weekend with the all-Nitro show, Nitro Chaos. So we hope you'll join us. And in 2 weeks, we'll be down in Tulsa, Oklahoma for our first visit ever to Tulsa Raceway Park. And there's a bunch of funny cars here this weekend at Cordova Dragway. However, I think there's even more pre-entered for Tulsa. So talk about a barn burner of a show in 2 weeks. You want to make sure that you get yourself down there to enjoy the racing at Tulsa Raceway Park as Funny Car Chaos visits.
for Neil Giroux last night. It was truly twist and shout. The headers have already been replaced. Some scuffs on the body, but for this event winner 2 years ago in the D field, a bit chaotic here at Funny Car Chaos in that second qualifying session.
Well, like you said, either win or do something spectacular. Hopefully we can do both this weekend.
Round one racing action continues in Rodak Custom Coffee A-Field Funny Cars as we have got 3 miles an hour. His opponent is 2024 Funny Car Chaos champion Fast Lane Shane Lawson. Shane qualified number 3 with a 370 also at 203 miles an hour. So a couple of heavy hitters at the starting line as they have each got a championship under their belt. All right, here we go with round number 1, Rodak Custom Coffee A-Field Funny Cars. 2 of the heavy hitters, one with a clutch car on the tower side, that's Quick Lane Kirk Williams. One with a converter car, that's Shane Lawson. And across the finish line, Kirk Williams going to take the victory with a 383 at 202.7 miles an hour. Something goes wrong with the Man of War Mustang, and they will take that all the way to the bank with the Williams Brothers 200 proof machine. 383 down the left side to 202.7 miles an hour. You kind of wondered about that when the burnout was very short for the Man of War Mustang. That's uncharacteristic of what they normally do. So they pull up to the starting line. They get ready to roll. They put on the stage lights. The tree flashes amber. The lights are green on both sides, which is different than how it's been between those two the last 3 times they've raced. But a green light on the tower side coupled with a 383 elapsed time at over 202.7 miles an hour sends Kirk Williams right on into the semifinal in the Rodak Custom Coffee A field, where he will take on Keith Zimmerer in the Penny Pincher Mustang. Hey, one of the fun things that we like to do at Funny Car Chaos events is this is a very family-friendly event and organization, and we have the Chaos Kids, and they have been set up through the weekend down at the Geesland Family Racing Pit as Queen of Diamonds, Amy Smith, oversees that operation, and the winners in the Chaos Kids sweepstakes, Eli Barton and Emmett Senn. S-E-N-N. Emmett Senn and Eli Barton are the 2 winners in our Chaos Kids drawing. Congratulations to each of you. Be sure and go back down by the Chaos Kids booth at Geesland Family Racing on Funny Car Alley, and you can collect your winnings. So 3 pair done, and 1 left to go in the Rodak A field as the ATV shows up to push the Man of War Mustang off the top end of the racetrack. So they will take care of removing that car from the racetrack as a disappointing first round exit for the points leader and the 2024 champion. Thickens the plot just a little, shall we say. Final pair in the first round is going to be the Nitro car of Chuck Lofton taking on the methanol-fueled car of Brian Lewis in what should be a great matchup as they qualified very close to each other. Lewis with a 374 and Lofton with a 370. So it's going to be close, and we've already seen some upsets, and it's so close that a win light on either side would not be an upset, but we are excited to see this final pair in the first round of A-Field Funny Cars. Three pair down, 9 to go in the first round of our Funny Car Chaos category. Racers, if you are going to go racing with superchargers and fuel injection, you need there's a bunch of parts you probably didn't know exist unless you've been hanging around for a while. But the guy that knows is Tom Akers of Wizards Warehouse. He can provide you with the parts. He can provide you with the knowledge that it takes to have your supercharged fuel injection machine going down the racetrack in a hurry and just right. All those fine-tuning details and all. The Wizards Warehouse, that's who you need to know. WIZARDS warehouse.com is the website. Be sure and tell them that Funny Car Chaos sent you. It's like we're getting close as the tow vehicle crosses the racetrack in the shutdown area, and we are now all clear. So the race director says light them up, and they will do just that. Going to be the nitro car versus the alcohol-fueled car. And looks like we got the alky-fueled machine on the tower side. That's Brian Lewis in the Grumpy 2. The Racing Family Lewis out of the Tulsa, Oklahoma area. Everybody in the family races. Brian Lewis goes from his Pro Mod, which I think he still has, but he steps into the funny car and has taken to it like a duck to water as they came out for the opening event of the season. Not only did they qualify, they went to the final round. Almost closed the deal in their first event. And they come into this event with a good start as they find themselves number 5 in points in the 2025 championship chase. So for the last few years, there's been some trouble for the team out of Seguin, Texas. That's the car you see over on the spectator side of the racetrack in the Berkey's lane, as they've got not one but 2 Nitro Funny cars. And now they have a brand new Murph McKinney chassis underneath that second-generation Pontiac Firebird body. They came out and they have been scorching the pavement. That Nitro Hemi turns a 370. They wind up number 2 on the qualifying list at over 204 miles an hour, almost just a couple of clicks away from 205 miles an hour down the racetrack. So the Mustang and the Firebird getting ready to take each other on as we are in round 1 racing action. Marvin Rodak out of Fort Worth, Texas, bringing you the A field of funny cars, race number 59 in the history of this series. Down the track they go, and a bang on the crapshoot car on the right side of the racetrack, but a wind light on the tower side. Brian Lewis, 0-1-2 reaction time. He was trying hard for a red light and missed as he goes 0-1-2 green on a 4/10 Pro Tree in a funny car. That's pretty stout, just in case somebody was to ride up on their Chad Estes Harley Davidson and ask you. 993 to 60 feet, 252 to the half-track point, and a 373 elapsed time at over 205 miles an hour, almost 206. Brian Lewis puts that car into another semifinal round. So in the second round of the A field, you've got Lewis and Clark. I didn't even make that up. That's what it says. And Zim and Williams. So that's your semifinal pairings in Rodak Custom Coffee A field. As we work on clearing the racetrack and getting ready for the next set of cars to go down the racetrack, we will switch the class and we'll move to the Alky Digger B field, as we've got 8 more cars chomping at the bit, ready to go down the racetrack in competition here on race day at Cordova Dragway. Broadcasting from high atop the Tower of Power at WCDP-FM, 88.9 on your dial. Cordova, Illinois, home for WCDP. And we are glad that you're tuned in to join us. On the live stream, happy birthday, Mike Newkirk. Hope y'all are celebrating, and I know you are. If not now, then later. but happy to have you tuning in. All of you out there in Chaos Nation, we are extremely excited that we were able to bring you this on the live stream. We have got a bunch of folks that are rocking the house here at Cordova Dragway as the funny cars are in action. And not only is it funny cars, but there are hundreds of cars here on the property, and they are bringing a show for these awesome fans, and we are happy to be able to do it. Now, race fans, it is not time to go get your official event shirt right now, but once it is time, Mel and the team, they are located right behind the grandstands on the pit side of the racetrack. There's some banners that say Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. That's where the official Summer Nationals event T-shirt is located. Go by and see them. They've not only got the T-shirts, they got the hats and the hoodies. And in case you're looking for something else to do for the kids, they got $3 Hot Wheels down there. Never know when that might come in handy, along with jewelry, shot glasses, decals, chapstick, ear protection, something you might not have realized how much you needed out here. But they got them. And a big word of thanks to Chaos superfan Michael Spitzer as he showed up at the racetrack one more time with cash in his pocket. And he's presenting $200 to the low qualifier in the A field, B field, and C field. And we appreciate you, Michael Spitzer. The racers run the sticker and qualify low in each one of the three classes. It's $200 American dollars that goes to them. As we move now to our Alky Digger B field,
the defending A field winning car, Drastic Plastic, is in the box, but it will be out of the box soon enough. Driver Dave Harada, last year you debuted, first time ever, right here at the Summer Nationals, Funny Car Chaos, driving a funny car. How was it? How cool is it to be under the flopper?
So it definitely made rear engine dragsters boring. I thought the front engine nostalgia top fuel car would have been simple, and that thing was rough. Well, this thing can't be that much rougher, and it's so cool and fun. It's scary fun. It's the coolest thing to drive, and all my respect to the funny car drivers now, because it's so bitchin'. Nothing can't be anything better than that. So we definitely encourage. Well, we're going to defend our championship, and this is the coolest thing out there in racing now. 30-some, 38, two funny cars on the grounds. Everyone needs to come out and support this deal. You got nitro cars, alcohol cars, any kind of funny car. That's the rule, a funny car. So come on out, get your fix on some funny car action. One of the best series ever invented, and we want to thank Chris and thank Tom Moultrie for giving me the opportunity.
has been through it all in his Funny Car Chaos career. Wrecks, new cars, borrowed cars, but he has been to them all. What keeps you coming out, Jordan, for the chaos?
The reason why we keep coming out here is because we love doing what we do, and we're mainly here because of the fans. We want to put on a good show. That's pretty much what keeps us going, is we want to make the fans happy, want them to have a good experience while they're out here and get their money's worth. And you know, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the help we get from our friends and family. And just, if you guys get a chance and you want to come out and watch some racing, get out here to Cordova. It's going to be a good weekend.
The Plastic Fantastics are back as the biggest funny car event of the season invades Cordova Dragway. Father's Day weekend, Friday and Saturday, June 13th and 14th. It's the Twisted Shifters Summer Nationals, presented by 360 Steel. More than 3 dozen Nitro and Alki supercharged funny cars, along with Gear Jam and Pro Stocks and Super Shifters, the Nostalgia Gassers, Nostalgia Super Stocks, and more. It kicks off Friday evening at 6:30 with 2 huge qualifying sessions, then Saturday final qualifying at 1:30, followed by no holds barred eliminations at 6. And we're not done yet, with incredible flame blasting jet funny cars lighting up the sky both nights. Parking and pit passes are free with your general admission ticket. Go to CordovaDragway.com to get them now. The biggest, wildest, and most chaotic funny car event of the season, the Twisted Shifters Summer National, presented by 360 Steel. Friday and Saturday, June 13th and 14th at Cordova Dragway. Who's your daddy?
And we appreciate them doing that. In the spirit of Father's Day, of course, there's lots of great dads and granddads out there. One of the granddads out there is our very own Grandpa Mike Buchanan. You'll see him racing his Ombre funny car coming up here in a little while in the Wolf Pump C field, as they qualified in that field for this weekend. And all the kids that follow Funny Car Chaos, they call Mike Grandpa Mike, because he's well loved by all the families, and certainly a finer guy you will never meet. But one of the things that does a granddad's heart good is to have your own grandchildren at the race. And so Grayson and Jasper are here at the race this weekend. We're happy to welcome them to the races as they get a chance to watch their superstar granddad do what he loves to do, drag race at one of the most legendary racetracks there has ever been, Cordova Dragway.
Are you going to leave me? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you did.
Hey, in the tower, we have got a couple of visiting dignitaries, shall we, from the Nostalgia Pro Stock organization. We've seen them going down the racetrack, and you talk about a thrill ride. Dave, tell us a little bit about your operation and this Nostalgia Pro Stock group and what the fans can expect to see.
We should have 6 good cars tonight making side-by-side runs. Everybody's out to get everybody else, chop the tree down, go down track, long burnouts. We're friends, but we're competitors. We just want to put a show on for your fans, and we appreciate everybody coming out to see us.
So you've got the River Racing Red Camaro, right?
That is correct.
And you've been doing this for how long?
Forever.
Yeah, that's kind of like it is with most of us.
Well, we had an unfortunate incident at the World Series a couple years ago where we wrecked a car. Fortunately, Robert was driving, was unhurt. We replaced it with this red car, extremely good car. It's a Haas car, name brand car. It works really good. We're just excited to put on a show for the fans.
Well, I know that coming to Cordova Dragway is a big deal for you guys, as it is for most of these. But you've been coming here and racing where the legends of the sport have raced, and you are certainly adding your name to that list of legends that are doing their best on the racetrack here. World Series several times, Summer Nationals several times, and what's on the schedule for the rest of the season?
We're going to run a few more races with this group. Whether we'll do an NHRA national event, I don't know at this point. we're getting kind of outclassed in that group. The money's just gotten far away from us. We're trying to run some of the super shifters. They're a fantastic group. I've got deep roots there. The ownership here, Dan and everybody, is just wonderful to work with. We're very, very blessed to have this track and the ownership here.
I second that motion wholeheartedly. Now, this track has got, of course, you got Arnie Beswick out there on the midway, and so a lot of greats have raced here. And did you start racing here, or did you start someplace else and eventually get here?
I think I made my very first pass at Byron, and I came here shortly after. But we know Arnie very well. We were blessed. We matched raced him at the World Series with Anthony Lane driving, and that was an extreme honor.
Oh, there is no doubt about that. When my first trip to Cordova, this is the 4th year I've been here, and getting a chance to meet him and go, dude, that's really Arnie Beswick? It really is. What a great guy with so much history, and I got his book and read it with enthusiasm, and it was so much fun to get to meet him. And well, listen, Dave River, thanks for being here and sharing some of your information, some of your knowledge and experience with us. We look forward to seeing you on the track.
Thank you, and thank you to all the fans again for coming out. We all appreciate it.
Absolutely fantastic race fans. Got a chance to hear from Dave River. Going to be running. Mike Minnick and the Chi-Town Hustler. Yeah, that one. Farconis, Coyle, and Minnick from Chicagoland. Been racing for decades. They've got world championships under their belt as this name is the stuff legends are made of. As from Mike Minnick's granddad to the present day, the Nitro Funny Car of the Chi-Town Hustler. One of those things that even if you don't get the win, you love to have your car in the other lane. But don't think Chris Snyder is coming here just for the picture. Well, Chris uses up all the real estate on the right side of the racetrack, and it's a 389 down that left side lane and a win light for Mike Minnick. The Chi-Town Hustler, 389, 204.88 miles an hour. Scores a big win in the Alki Digger B field and advances to the semi-final round. Number 3 qualifier versus number 7 qualifier, and Minnick gets the win. So the Chi-Town Hustler into the semifinals with a beautiful run down the racetrack, 108 to 60 feet, as they have got their setup just right. A little soft down low and a big top-end charge at almost 205 miles an hour, 3.897 seconds the elapsed time. They were 267 to the half-track point. Chris Snyder and Team Brutus, they came out, put a couple of good numbers on the board in qualifying, but have had their troubles from last night. And it continues today, so they will be headed back to the Show Me State, working on their combination for the next event coming up in Tulsa, Oklahoma for Funny Car Chaos. But the Chi-Town Hustler, lots of fans around here, is that team has raced here forever and ever. And we're happy to have them joining us for Father's Day Spectacular, the Summer Nationals, presented by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. So score a win for the Chi-Town Hustler. They will take on the winner between Bill Bernard and the Detroit Tiger. Next up, it's going to be Hot Rod Herbie. Justin Herbst comes in as the first alternate when the Gambler team blew up the motor. They were unable to compete in this first round of elimination, so the alternate goes in First alternate gets the call, and it is Hot Rod Herbie. That's him out of North Platte, Nebraska. Comes into this race number 2 in the points. So very happy to be able to accrue points. They got the show-up points. They made 3 qualification runs. That's 25 points. No qualifying points as they were an alternate. So they're going to look to score their points with win lights. And their first round competition is going to be Bobby Martin, the Supercharger Top Alcohol Funny Car. It's a clutch car, so when he brings it up to the starting line and they are just about ready to go, they will put that car into the pre-stage, bring the RPMs up on that machine and inch it forward into the stage beams. When the tree flashes amber, he will dump the clutch because he's got one and rock it down the racetrack. So it was Bobby Martin qualified at 4:16 in the number 8 position in the Alky Digger B field. Justin Herbst comes in as an alternate. Justin Herbst has got a lot of win lights when he has got a better reaction time than his opponent. We'll see if he can do the deed this time as well. I know that's definitely what he's going to be thinking. All right, the Martin crew. Wheelie bar is at the appropriate level. Data recorder on. Crew steps away, and we are ready to bring those cars into the beams. The Executioner, Hot Rod Herbie, over on the right side of the racetrack, brings his car to the starting line, and we are into the stage position. Bobby Martin with a win light, 424 beats a 453, and Justin Herbst goes red. Had to go for it on the Christmas tree, goes a little too early, turns on the red light, and Bobby Martin with a 424 at 163.5 miles an hour scores the win and advances to the semifinal. Both cars go right to the exit and safely get off the racetrack. So we have already got the all clear from that part of the racetrack. And so that's going to bring us our next pair getting ready to fire up. It is going to be Bill Bernard, your low qualifier in the Alky Digger B field, taking on the number 5 qualifier, Steve Tomozik, in the Detroit Tiger. Got a Tiger sighting down here between the pit side grandstands and the guard wall. And, of course, every time I see Miss Amber, I want to break out the Mitch Ryder and the Detroit wheels. Good golly, Miss Molly. Saturday afternoon smoke show with funny cars on a smoking hot racetrack. The Detroit Tiger 1977 Monza from Belleville, Michigan. 6 wins in their history in funny car chaos racing as we saw them for the first time in 2018 at our first event in Illinois as funny car chaos went to the Midwest. Bill Bernard, the Mile High Crankshaft's grinder Mustang, puts that car over on the right side of the Christmas tree in the Berkey's lane. Bernard qualified with a 378. Tomozik qualified with a 399. A couple of alcohol-burning funny cars with big-inch Hemis underneath the bodies. The 1977 replica of the Pancho Rendon Nitro funny car that ran on the big show back in the day. Just about ready to go down the racetrack. Matthew Brimmer and the crew have got the Detroit Tiger ready, as you could tell by that 399 in qualifying, their best run of the weekend. Can they get a win against this amazing Mustang? Green lights on both sides at the top end of the racetrack. It's going to be the Tiger with the win as they go 394 at 206.6 miles an hour, and Bill Bernard keeps his foot in the throttle and gets so close to the center stripe, too close to the center stripe, and takes out those timing blocks at the finish line for the disqualification. Steve Tomozik across the finish line and gets the win. So the numbers on the scoreboard possibly a little bit suspect because when one car takes out the timing blocks, it may or may not have been the elapsed times in mile per hours recorded there because all things go away. All right, but Tomozik will advance one way or the other as that was a disqualification for the Mustang on the Berkey side of the racetrack, and so put Tomozik into the semifinal round where they will take on the Chi-Town Hustler. Well, we're going to have plenty to put on the highlight reel, and unfortunately we have quite a bit to put on the low light reel as we're taking out timing blocks at a higher rate than we're accustomed to and than we want to. But Bill Bernard goes out by virtue of crossing the center stripe, and Steve Tomozik will advance. One pair left in the Alky Digger B field as we have got Bob Alberti Jr. in the Thunder and Okie taking on the Wicked Quick 57 Chevy Funny Car from North Dakota. It's going to be Jim Chase in the 57. The race crew working down there at the finish line to get those timing blocks back in place. Should be a quick fix as we are already clear in the shutdown area. Hopefully when you get to Tulsa, Oklahoma for the next installment on the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, you get a chance to see something brand new. That is the Kryptonite Customs Funny Car Simulator. If everything goes according to plan, then we will have that simulator there. And, of course, Kryptonite Customs, the official wrap partner of the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. You're looking to make sure that your car looks fast while it's sitting still. Want to get a custom design from Kryptonite Customs. That's with a K. It's www.kkwraps.com. Kryptonite with a K, Customs with a K. They are the official wraps partner for Funny Car Chaos. And if you're looking for a wrap, that would be the name to remember, Kryptonite Customs. Steve Tomozik qualified that Detroit Tiger in the 13th position. That got them the bonus from Shaggy and Veronica at the Nitro Club. And they made that presentation earlier in the day. Nitro Club continuing to offer their support for the racers on the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. We appreciate that very much, and I know that the Lucky 13 definitely holding true as Tomozik gets the win against the faster car. RBSSuperchargers.com. The official supercharger of the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. When you're looking to go racing with a supercharged combination, you want to make sure that your supercharger is doing the work it's designed to do. When you want to do that, you need the quality performances of an RBS supercharger. Be sure to let them know when you give them a call at 775-461-0954 how much you appreciate their support of the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. And so conversation in the chatter, making sure we have enough of these timing blocks for the weekend, and of course we do. And hopefully the demolition rate for the timing blocks will go down drastically so that these delays don't have to happen anymore. Once again, I want to welcome our fans on the live stream. Hey, if you're wanting to wear what the cool kids wear, you want to go to the website, www.thechaosstore.com. That's where you can get all your 2025 swag from the Funny Car Chaos or Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. Those of you here in person, you get the opportunity to ease on over to the trailer. It's located right across from Car Chicks and behind the pit side grandstands, and get those official event shirts for the 4th Annual Summer Nationals presented by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Every ticket is a pit pass, so when you get the chance to take advantage of the opportunity, come on over to the pit side and stroll down Funny Car Alley. There's going to be some big action going on, as some of these teams are going to be working hard to make sure that they are ready for the semifinal rounds. Some others may not be working quite as hard as they get ready to pack them up and take them home. But you want to make sure that you get the full experience, enjoying everything about race day at Cordova Dragway, including at the conclusion of tonight's racing, a track walk. If you ever wondered what it feels like on the racing surface, you've heard it's sticky, you've heard there's a lot of grip out there. Well, all I can tell you is don't wear your flip-flops, because you will be leaving them here. But if you want to do that track walk at the conclusion of tonight's racing, we will make that opportunity available to you. If you just want to hang around and celebrate all the victories that will be recognized later on tonight. So there are 3 pair down the racetrack in the Alky Digger B field, and the 4th pair firing up right now. A pair of good-looking, great-running alcohol funny cars, one from Oklahoma, one from further up the Great Plains in the state of North Dakota. It's going to be Thunder and Okie versus Wicked Quick. Yeah, man, talk about that rock and roll show. Whenever you go down on Funny Car Alley and you ease past that Thunder and Okie pit, you'll know you're at the right place. One, by the beautiful Dodge body that you see on that funny car, but another will be because of the rock and roll music that you hear coming from their pit area, as they like to rock out, not only on race day, but every day. They have definitely brought their A game, as they are hoping to move up one additional spot, as they were the runner-up last year in the Alky Digger B field. They know there's just one place higher than that, and as they come into this event intent on chasing the championships, Alberti comes in number 8 in points. Bismarck, North Dakota, hometown for the Wicked Quick 57 Chevy. Jim has been to 3 final rounds in their Funny Car Chaos history, looking to close the deal and take home one of those trophies for the very first time. Bob Alberti is hoping to take home a Chaos event trophy for the second time in the Thunder and Okie. So 3 bulbs lit, revs come up on the Thunder and Okie, and we're good to go. Whoa, the pedal fest at the finish line. Put a win light on the tower side. The 57 goes 446 to the 461 of Bob Alberti, as they left the starting line hard, and both cars having to pedal, both drivers having to pedal their cars, but Jim Chase recovers quicker and goes 446 to cross the finish line first by 0.12 of a second, and put that 57 Chevy into the semifinal round, where they'll take on Bobby Martin. Drivers had their hands full as they were wrestling those cars down the racetrack, as they instantly had to pedal the cars, get off the throttle, back on it. Alberti was off the starting line first with an 0.15 reaction time, so he was looking good early, but it didn't take long for things to go sideways for both cars, and not quite as sideways as some we've seen today. but they had to grab that steering wheel and wrestle those cars into the groove and get back on the throttle. There's a lot of things that have to happen in a very short period of time when you're piloting one of these beasts. And these two drivers definitely showing that they know their stuff. As they exit the top end of the racetrack, we will go into the computer, switch the class to the Wolf Pump C field, and we will bring 4 more pair of funny car up for their date with destiny. Getting ready to move into our Wolf Pump C field, as we have got Justin Malott in another 1957 Chevy-bodied funny car. Coming up on the Berkey side of the Christmas tree, that's your spectator side. Justin qualified number 3. His opponent, Colin Thomas, qualified number 7 in the Wolf Pump C field, and they will be your first pair down the racetrack in the C field. So, A field semifinals are set. B field semifinals are set. We're getting ready to set the semifinals for our Wolf Pump C fields as the nitro-burning Twisted Sister Mach 1 fires up on the tower side, and the alcohol-fueled Hemi-powered 57 Chevy, the Must Be Nice out of Indiana, heats up the tires on the spectator side of the racetrack in the Berkey's lane. Funny Car Chaos race number 59. We started with a single race in 2017. Now we're up to number 59. Jenny Thomas comes across the wall. Driver Colin's wife and backup girl. This family operation, they race with their 3 daughters out of Colorado, and they're having some kind of fun doing it, as they got the opportunity to race a match race out at Emerald Dragway against one of the street outlaws, Doc Love. You might have heard of that guy. And they got the win 2 out of 3. So they were celebrating in that Nitro Club-backed Mach 1 Mustang on the tower side. Justin Malott runs that driven racing oil in the crankcase of that Hemi. One of a growing number of racers switching over to the quality of driven racing oil. The Breaking the Law Construction 57 Chevy. Backup girl and wife Emily turned it over to her husband. Both cars in the pre-stage. You can see the family ties run deep in Funny Car Chaos. Down that right side goes Justin Malott to a 420 at 172 miles an hour to take the win. He had a starting line advantage. You heard Colin Thomas have to blip that throttle and get back into it. He does recover to a 437 at 177 miles an hour, but Justin Malott was long gone. 420 at 172.4 miles an hour. Crosses the stripe first by 0.2 of a second. Doesn't sound like much, but when you're going 172 miles an hour, it's more than you might think. Justin Malott punches his ticket to go to the semifinals in the Wolf Pump C field. Quick eight. Let's put you on a short standby. You're coming up shortly. Quick 8. Stand by. We'll be calling you the staging lanes momentarily. Next up, it's going to be Dana Kleinhofer and Mike Buchanan. The Trimmer versus the Hombre. They get the all clear. The race director says fire them up, and here we go. Get some fire in the pipes. Funny cars through the water, and they will bring you the burnouts. Here, coming up in just a moment, Pontiac Firebird Generation 2. The body of choice for Dana Kleinhofer and his team. And the 1972 Chevrolet Vega, the body of choice for the Kansas team of Mike Buchanan. Mike Buchanan, a multiple event winning team. On the tower side of the racetrack in that Ombre machine, a tribute car to Charlie Thurwanger. One of those guys that stuck with a Nitro Chevy for longer than most. Not longer than them all, but longer than most, and he had considerable amount of success racing out of their Texas stable, the Dallas stable with Big Mike Burkhart back in the late 60s and early 70s. Charlie's all in on Mike Buchanan running this Ombre machine. Mike Buchanan called him up and said, "Hey, can I?" And Charlie said, "Yes, sir, you may." Mike Buchanan will give Charlie a call periodically and give him an update. If you're watching on the live stream, Charlie Thurwanger, glad to have you. Dana Kleinhofer on that right side of the racetrack in the Firebird. Quick and fast down the racetrack, put a win light over on the spectator side of 4:29 at 166. The Kleinhofer Trimmer Pontiac has got the 420 zone locked into their sights, and it's working well for them as they go down the track 4:29, 166. To get a win against the Ombre Vega. Kleinhofer was out first and crosses the finish line first with a 104.60 foot and 282 to the half-track point. Mike Buchanan, a game effort of 111 to the 60 foot, 290 to the half-track point, and through the 8th mile with a 436, 169 miles an hour. They were cooking down at the finish line as that car was faster than the car on the opposite side, but they were across the finish line second. So that's going to be Kleinhofer in the Trimmer advancing to the semifinal round in our C field. Making their way towards the exits in the shutdown area. As soon as they get clear, looks like we should be good to go to the next pair, and that appears to be Jordan Ballou and Bill Naves. The Shooting Star against Ballou Thunder. Radio chatter indicates that the top end is clear, so we will fire up this next pair, and we have 2 pair left in the first round of our funny car class. And we've got plenty of great, quick, fast, awesome race cars coming your way all through the day. If you got friends that need to be on the live stream, let them know. Let them know that they need to be on the live stream. And if you got friends in the area, as we have got a whole lot of racing left to do, if they still want to come out to Cordova Dragway, I encourage them to do so, and you should too. Fire's lit. Next pair coming into the water box. Funny Car Chaos Hall of Fame racer Jordan Ballou with the 1969 Camaro out of Bartlesville, Oklahoma, takes the Berkey's lane. And on the tower side of the racetrack in the Freedom Motorsports lane, it's Taz Hines' favorite funny car. Qualified at 4:20. That is the Shooting Star out of Salisbury, North Carolina. To Kimberly and Laura, who may be watching on the live stream. Really happy to have your guys out here doing awesome stuff, as a matter of fact. Both cars qualified in the 420 zone, a 420 for Bill Naves and Jordan with a 428. The winner is going to take on Dana Kleinhofer in the Trimmer Pontiac that we just saw get going down the racetrack. Russ Ballou and Jagger Naves letting their drivers know that it's on them. So get them into the beams and let's race. Hemi Power, tower side, Big Block Chevy Power, spectator side. 4 bulbs lit, flash of amber, there they go. Wow, they left the starting line together on the tower side. It's Bill Naves, 417, 160.5 miles an hour to carry that Shooting Star Mustang into the semifinal round. Jordan goes 430 at 163.9 miles an hour as that big block Chevy was singing a song at the finish line and going quick down the racetrack, but it was over already. A 101. He was 900ths behind at the half-track point and 700ths behind at the finish line. Bill Naves puts that Shooting Star Mustang into the semifinal round, and Jordan Ballou was right there. 430, 163.9 down the right side of the track. So it will be Ballou versus Kleinhofer. I'm sorry, Naves versus Kleinhofer in the bottom half of the Wolf Pump C field. And the winner between our next pair, Neil Giroux and Lee Lovell, is going to take on Justin Malott in the top half semifinal of our C field. One pair left on the first round of eliminations of our Twisted Shifters 360 Steel Summer Nationals with Funny Car Chaos in the house. Glad to have you joining us for this epic afternoon of racing. We're going to go until the sun goes down and beyond. We're going to be under the lights for our next round of Funny Car competition. Hang around and enjoy the action as we're going to bring you plenty of it. And, of course, every ticket is a pit pass. You get the opportunity to head out of the grandstands and go see these teams as they get their cars ready, as they will be thrashing hard to get the cars ready for the semifinal matches. And then final round will come up a couple of hours after that, and we will celebrate and hoist some trophies and share some good times with some people that we really care about. Lee Lovell from the Show Me State taking on Neil Giroux. It's going to be Twist and Shout versus the Giant Killer. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, lanes 8 and 9, please. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, lanes 8 and 9. There has been a whole lot of entertainment value brought to the world of the internet this weekend by the team on the tower side, the Twist and Shout operation. That car has gone every which way but straight, and even though it's done that, it's been quick, it's been fast, and they qualified that machine with a 427 to take the number 5 spot. That puts them in the unenviable position of taking on the low qualifier in the Wolf Pump C field. That the Chevy Nova funny car with the Hemi power plant that you see on the Berkey side of the Christmas tree. Getting ready for some fun at Cordova Dragway, the final pair of the first round of funny cars, brought to you by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Green lights on both sides, and they are right down the middle of the groove, and it's going to be Lee Lovell with a 419 at 169 miles an hour, claiming the victory and advancing to the semifinal round. And Neil Giroux's Twist and Shout finally quit twisting and shouting as he goes down the middle of the groove to a 451 at 155.7 miles an hour. Neil had a starting line advantage of 200ths of a second, but it wasn't enough as the performance of the Giant Killer was too much to handle. So Lovell advances to the semifinal round to take on Malott, and Naves will take on Kleinhofer. Those are your pairings in Wolf Pump C field funny cars. We are going to conclude that first round of funny cars, and we're going to turn it back over for some more great drag racing here on Saturday afternoon at Cordova Dragway. Those of you on the live stream, hope you enjoyed the first round. We'll be coming back with our semifinals in a couple of hours. Be back with us, won't you?
at it as he does his burnout. This is Dizzy Cesario over there right now closest to the tower in the Wicked Yoda Toyota truck, running with the Chicago Wise Guys. This thing is no slouch. Piloting the Camaro. And I think we got a whole lot of motor hanging out where the hood used to be on that car. So Luke in the Chevrolet product. Cesario in the Toyota. Issues on the launch for Cesario, and Luke heads on down Broadway with that turbocharged Camaro. Ends up running 484 with a 9 at 148 mile an hour. So not sure what happened to Dizzy here, as the car moved about 5 or 6 feet and stopped. And he might just make a lap anyway. Just see what it's going to do. He has lost first round, but he's up here. The truck is still running. So we're going to see what Dizzy can do with that Toyota pick-em-up truck. It's up going 519, 138 mile an hour with a Toyota. We've been watching this Malibu all weekend long over there in that spectator side, the Berkey's Lane. That is a Malibu station wagon, about a mid-80s machine. Whole lot of blower motor hanging out the hood. Running against Jeff Lomness in the Cobra Mustang. Nitrous, I believe, in the Mustang. Yep, he's purging it as we speak. So we got a nitrous car in the Ford running against the Chevrolet with a good old Roots blower coming out of the hood. They got that thing lowered and chopped and looking nasty. Piloted by Josh Dunn out of Dayland, Illinois. Jeff Lomness in the Ford. He bumps it in, and we are about ready to hit the racing surface. Lomness 014 red, so we're going to see that Chevrolet wagon again. He ends up running out to a 476 with a 646 mile an hour. And there we go. Jesse began 1970 Chevelle doing what he does best, and that's the half-track burnout. I've told Jesse before in conversations that he needs to get himself a Goodyear sponsorship for them back slicks, because I believe he goes through a set about every 3 or 4 runs. Insists on doing that half-track burnout for the fans, heating them hides up and getting ready to go. 600 cubic inches of blown big box Chevy in that 19 Chevelle against Alex Cuccia in one of the coolest race cars you have on the property here this weekend. That's the Devil's Dust Dodge Dart. Plymouth Duster, excuse me. Maybe that's a beautiful silver paint job on that thing. So we got the Plymouth on the Tower Lane, the 1970 Chevelle in that spectator side. We got a heck of a matchup going on. Got a feeling Jesse Began is going to take a shot at the tree with that red machine. He's given up just a tad ET to the Plymouth. Once again, we got nitrous in the Tower Lane. We got blower in the spectator side. Side by side they go, and the win goes to. Going to be Jesse Began, 427 with a 1 on that old 50 light. So Jesse with the upset, he takes out the Devil's Dust Plymouth Duster. A couple of the coolest race cars you are going to see here on the premises. Couple of Plymouth Superbirds. Steve Malik over here in the bright green machine with a Mopar over the back slick. And Joliet Joe Zoper in his purple one. He's got 2 of these, both of them race cars. One's silver, one's purple. He's brought the purple one out this week. It's faster than the silver one. And when people asked him why he brought this one instead of the silver one, he says, because I want to win. So Joey Joel Zoper with his purple bird, the proprietor of the Builders Brawl race that we had here at Cordova just a few weeks past, and he is a traveling show here with the Builders Brawl. Coming against Malik over here. Steve out of Beloit, Wisconsin with his Superbird. These cars were never designed to be drag cars when they came out of the factory. They were designed to be NASCARs. But here we are drag racing them. Side by side they go, and Zoper to the stripe first, 403 with a 0. Good run by Joliet Joe. In the 57 Chevy, 600 cubic inches of big box Chevrolet's power in that Chevrolet product, 57 bodied race car. And over here in the Mustang, that is a centrifugal supercharged machine. Some people call it a Pro Charger, but that is a brand. So this has actually got a Pro Charger on it because he's flashing it right on the rear quarter. You can tell by these cars they're a little bit longer than the average race car because they put that centrifugal supercharger on the front of the motor so it lengthens the race car. Brian Clark piloting this car out of Burlington, Wisconsin. That's his Ford Mustang. Bill Graziano in the 57 Chevy. Quick 8, we need you to 8 and 9. Quick 8 to 8 and 9, please. So Ford Mustang in the tower lane. Spectator side, 57 Chevrolet. So Chevy on Ford Crime on the line. Good little lap by both of them. As Graziano goes 444 with a 1 at 160 mile an hour, and Clark 181 to the 8th with that Pro-Charged Mustang. As long as you just watch the Chicago Wise Guys run, if you're interested in a t-shirt with one of those gorgeous race cars on them, they got them out in the pits. The wise guys are pitted out there not far from the funny cars. Funny cars on both sides of pit row number 1. The wise guys right behind them. If you want a T-shirt that has one of them fabulous Superbirds on there, or maybe that 57 Chevy, a Graziano's, they got them out in the pits. Go get you one. Get yourself set up, and you'll be the coolest kid in class on Monday morning. Want to give a shout out while we got a quiet minute to Burridge Roofing, as they have come to our racetrack. We appreciate their patronage. They bought several seats for their employees, so shout out to Burridge Roofing here while we are quiet and in between classes.
Neil Giroux last night, it was truly twist and shout. The headers have already been replaced. Some scuffs on the body, but for this event winner 2 years ago in the D field, a bit chaotic here at Funny Car Chaos in that second qualifying session.
Well, like you said, either win or do something spectacular. Hopefully we can do both this weekend because we already put on a show.
Absolutely. Tough, no D field, as you just mentioned. A, B, and C going into eliminations later today. Can you crack into that C field?
Oh, we definitely can. We've got the car for it, but obviously we're getting pretty aggressive with it. Just led to some of the fun last night. I just want to say thank you to Kevin Newberg and Luke Furr for helping us out, getting us some parts, letting us rip on it one more time.
Neil and team are going to try to make that C field and race here at the Twisted Shifters 360 Steel Summer Nationals at Cordova Dragway.
Race cars, as they go down the racetrack, you will hear them jamming the gears, bam, 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 all the way to the 8th mile marker. And more times than not, they'll hit that 5th gear before they ever make the 8th mile finish line. This is Charlie Ray and his beautiful 66 Barracuda, the purple machine. In that tower lane, Pierce Brimmer taking him on out of Toulon, Illinois in the Chevelle. .020 light for Brimmer, and I think he's got the CUDA in trouble. He surely does. Pierce Brimmer with the win. 6:31 with a 0 on the 24 dial, and Pierce Brimmer going to advance on with the Chevelle. Got some history on this Mustang over here. It is an NHRA champion. No box round 3, 6 and 7. No box round 3, 6 and 7, please. This is Robin Lawrence, and he is an NHRA national record holder with that Mustang. Taking on Chad Davidson in the Nova. About a 67 Deuce he's piloting over there, and that car is fast. So Lawrence got his work cut out for him against that little red Deuce. Superior light by Lawrence. He goes 0-10, but he breaks out. The win goes to Chad Davison in the red Nova. 565 with a 2 on the 559 dial. Cool looking race car in the tower lane. The Mincer Ford Fairlane from Justin Clark. Running against Ralph Connor and his Pontiac Firebird. Won't see a lot of air under the tires on either of these cars. It's all business for these two racers. as they launch them just as straight and true as they possibly can. You might see an inch or two, but they'll set them down quick. Some of these Ozark Mountain super shifters love to yank them wheels in the air. Connor, the runner out of Milan, Illinois, and Justin Clark, Columbus Junction. Running a Liberty 5 speed in that fast Ford. Clark with a sweet little 023 light, and he's going to, no, the win goes to Connor. I thought the Ford had it wrapped up. My mistake. Connor comes and snatches it from him at the finish line. Ends up going 540 with a 1 on that 538 dial. And takes the Ford out of the program. Jim Harden, the 1970 SS Nova. The purple car, Berkey's Farm Store Lane. Rick McPhail piloting that Camaro. That's a Z28, second generation C28. Harden with the wheels in the air, trying to run down that Camaro. He can't get it done. Rick McPhail's going to be at the win, 590 with a 2 on the 87. Nice double 05 light for the Camaro. Went a long ways to winning him that race. Harden no slouching himself. An 011 reaction time wasn't good enough. It's a Dodge Dart here in the Tower Lane, the Freedom Motorsports side. Rodney Christner piloting that white Mopar product, taking on Dave Stewart in his Camaro. Stewart with a better light. He's out on the Mopar product, and he's going to get the win. 560 with a 4 at 107.99 mile an hour is the result. 6 and 7, no box, 6 and 7. Quick 8, you should be in the lanes. If not, we need you on the way. Quick 8, you should be in the lanes. If not, we need you on the way. No box to 6 and 7.
Big day at the drags as we've seen amazing side-by-side competition, and we got a lot more on tap for you. We've got our quick 8 coming to the staging lanes. You're going to get a chance to see them go down the racetrack as they are, as the name implies, extremely quick. And a very cool variety of race cars in that class. You'll see all measure of dragsters and door cars. Motors in the front, motors in the back. They are quick and they are fast, and it is an outstanding show. Just what you would expect at Cordova Dragway. While you've got a little break in the action, a good time to pick up your official event shirts at the Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer located on the pit side behind the grandstands. And, of course, they're over in the neighborhood of the Chop Shop if you want to get yourself one of those great pork chop sandwiches. Sounds pretty good. I think I might need one. And Pat's Perks got hot coffee and cold coffee drinks. They've got other treats as well, so go by and see the crew there right next to the towers where they are located. And, of course, Car Chicks, Jeanette Desjardins with her unique brand of merchandise and a whole lot of stuff you won't see anyplace else except when you go to the drags. No matter what kind of racing it is, you'll see things from Car Chicks as Jeanette's got an eye for the design. And she puts a lot of great stuff out there for the racing community to enjoy. Vendor Midway is still open. Of course, they have got great things for you to learn about and see and experience. And, of course, Funny Car Alley is wide open as we've got cars of all different types from all different places. Want to make sure they get the opportunity to race at this place. Speaking of racing at this place, we have got Eric Leander coming up to the starting line and with his Chevy Malibu out of Cambridge, Illinois. Looks like a heads-up drag race between Eric Leander and Ron Niles. Niles from Bellevue, Nebraska. He and his wife, Shelley. So looking like a competition by run for Eric Leander as he goes down that right side lane to a 672 at 101.4 miles an hour. Jamie Kelly, Galesburg, Illinois. Another Chevrolet G-body, the Malibu with the 634 dial-in. Misses the gear. Veteran move right there as he gets it out of the groove. So that just in case... Oh, yeah, 50-50 raffle. Y'all be sure and buy a bunch of those tickets. I got me what you call a wingspan. That's $20 worth. And they give you a bunch of those tickets. I got my numbers. And y'all be sure and pad that purse because I want to take it home. Actually, what I want to do is donate it back to the fire department. But we're just saying, 50-50 raffle. You're supporting the fire department, and you could be paying for your entire weekend when you see these young ladies with the sign about the 50-50 raffle. Be sure and flag them down. Buy early, buy often, as you will be supporting a great cause and could be enhancing your account of Hip National Bank.
On the racetrack, our fastest bracket racers we have on the property, our Quick 8 event. These guys started with 13 cars, had 3 qualifying runs, got it down to 8. And just about every one of these racers you see come out on the track capable of 6-second runs, 200 mile an hour in the quarter. Now today we're running to 8th. Everybody running to 8th mile since we're featuring Funny Car Chaos, and that's how we got the computers programmed. But they still qualified 4.2, 4.3 in the 8th mile all day long as they get ready to come out. What you'll notice about these cars, as fast as they are, you won't see Pennzoil on the side. You won't see Fram on the side. None of these corporate sponsors. This is BP Finance all the way, and I mean back pocket. Built by a lot of the racers themselves, and certainly raced by them. These guys, some of the more serious drag racers you are ever going to come across. Box to 8 and 9 and juniors to 4. Box to 8 and 9 and juniors to 4. Good to see flying Brian Fern back on the racetrack. Thought he broke the rear end of that thing on the 3rd qualifying run. He was over in the spectator side at that time. It went dead towards the centerline stripe, back towards the wall, and as he kept correcting it, trying to gain control of that horse-powered monster, put it up on 2 wheels, that front engine dragster, the red one, right there in the box. So we thought he was broke. He's back. Fern with 600 cubic inches of blown big block Chevrolet sitting just a couple of feet in front of him. Man with a mission, and a man with some serious guts, not to be sold short. That's Mad Mark himself, Mark Prupa, our #1 qualifier in his front engine dragster with the flames on it. Got the frame rails exposed and everything. That is old school all the way. So a couple of front engine dragsters, and not just any front engine dragsters, fast ones. Sometimes these things are just for show. I guarantee you these two are for go. Fern qualified #5, taking on Mad Mark. Red light start for Prupa and Brian Fern with the win. Flying Brian goes 4.25 with a 2 at 164 mile an hour. Warp Speed Racing in the house. That's Matt Wiedemeyer in the aluminum coated dragster at Berkey's Farm Store side. Austin Rader in at #7, our #7 qualifier. Matthew Wiedemeyer, #3. So #3, spectator lane, #7 on the tower side. Wiedemeyer's got 1416 on his dial. Rader at 430, so you're going to see about maybe 2/10 head start by the car closest to the tower, and Wiedemeyer is going to try and run him down before they get to that 8th mile. Red light start for Austin Rader, 002 red, and Wiedemeyer with the win. Matt goes 420 with a 5 on his 416 dial at 155 mile an hour. Sweet little low 16 light for Matt Man. Tony, the prize fighter Frazier over there in that spectator side. 600 cubic inches of big block blown Chevrolet just a couple feet behind him. Running against Michael Murray.
Will you hit box again, please, at juniors?
Box to 8 and 9, juniors to 4. Box to 8 and 9, juniors to 4. Let's get rolling. We got a program to run. Michael Murray getting in due to breakage. He was at number 9, but now he is number 8. Frazier trying to run him down. Can he get it done? He does not as Frazier breaks out trying. Michael Murray with the win, 454 with the 2 on the 51 dial as Frazier breaks out 421 with the 4 on the 22. That's all it took, 6 thousandths of a second, and Tony lost that race. That's the bad man over there in the red pinstripe machine, the bad man, John Biaggi. In that spectator side, at number 6 in our qualifying ladder, got an uphill road to climb. Bradley Green in number 2 over here by the tower. Green dialed 410, Biaggi at 409. So we know that Biaggi did not have the qualifying runs he wanted because he's actually qualified slower than Bradley Green, but dialed faster. So let's see if John can get this thing to hook the way we know he can. Green blows the skins off it right on the head, and John Biaggi is going to get the win. He finally gets a good lap in, 410 with a 2 on his 409 dial. Best run of the weekend for Johnny by far. And that wraps up first round of action in our Quick 8 event. Box to 8 and 9. Let's get moving. We got a program to get in. Juniors to 4, box to 8 and 9. Let's get moving. All right, next round action, our no-box class. That's Joe Clemmy on the two-wheeled Thunder running against Chris Thomas in the 65 Olds Cutlass. Couple of hitters here. This ought to be a heck of a drag race. Thomas 057 on the light, Clemmy 059, and it's living up to its billing. Win goes to Chris Thomas in the door car, 644 with a 5 on his 642 ET. Down to about 20 cars in our no-box class. So we got 10 pair coming at you, maybe 11. That's Double O Doug, Doug Lancaster, the flying farmer out of Morrison, Illinois, in his silver Hellraiser 2 Nova. Kenny Miller in the Pontiac Firebird. Dougie with the advantage. He's got 700s in his back pocket on the hit. He gets off the gas and gets the win. 603 with a 6 on the 592. Nice 031 light for Doug. I am not even going to read off with Kenny cut it for a light. I don't do that to racers. But he will not be happy with it. Nate Schrader in the S-Dime, the B-wrenching machine out of Fulton, Illinois. If you weren't here earlier, I want to make it clear, Nader is our track champion in that same race truck. He not only won his class, he won the championship for this racetrack in 2024. So Nathan is a force to deal with. Chris Eicher in the 1970 Chevelle, the SS. Red light start for Eicher. He knew who he was running against, and he knew he had to press the tree. That's what happens when you are a track champion. All of a sudden, everybody's taking shots against you because they know you're going to cut a good light, so they have to do the same. Got a Camaro on one side and a Mustang on the other. Now, they're from different decades, but it's still Ford on Chevrolet. Zach Lewis in the bright yellow Mustang, and Michael Wiedemeyer out of Donahue in his Ford. And I might have said Mustang, Zach Lewis running the Camaro. Two-second handicap head start for the Mustang. And then Lewis is going to have to try to chase him down, run him down till he gets that 8th mile marker. Pretty good drag race. Zach Lewis gets it done. 620 with a 7 on his 620 dial. That gives him an 039 package. And when I say 039 package, I'm talking about his reaction time combined with how close he was to his ET. The lower that number is, the better your run was. And when you get that number nice and low, just like Zach just did with the Camaro, you are going to win races. Nostalgia Pro Stock to the lanes. Nostalgia Pro Stock to the lanes, please. That's a 2003 Chevrolet Cavalier. John Rentmeister over here by the tower. The Monte Carlo, the 85 Monte Carlo of Tyler Brooks. Rentmeister got an advantage. And he's going to get the win with that Cavalier, 635 with a 7 on the 34 dial. If you're new to bracket racing and you're wondering why one gets a head start over the other, we call this handicap racing. So if you got a car that runs 10 seconds to the quarter mile racing a car that runs 9 seconds to the quarter mile, the 10-second car will get a 1-second handicap head start. The idea in that they both get to the line at exactly the same time, but that never happens. Because somebody gets their launch better, has their car dialed better, has their car running better, and that's how we get wins in our bracket race category. Tim Flynn out of Naperville, Illinois, in the Barracuda. Brennan Burgess in the Mercury. Flynn with an 024 light. And the Barracuda is going to take that win, 649 on the 642 dial. And we're going to see that beautiful purple Barracuda again in next round action. Scott Weeks, his Dodge Polara from Wheats Family Racing. And the Wheats family are in the Cordova Hall of Fame because they have been racing at this track, oh my gosh, 50 years, 40 years, in that neighborhood. It has been a long time, and Scott just one of many of the Wheatses that run here. Troy Bogner in his Camaro, taking him on. 007 James Bond light for Scotty Wheats. Win goes to Scott, 648 with an 8 on his 646. As Bogner cuts an 045 light, which is not like him. He's usually tight on the tree, but not this time. We were talking about this Impala in first round. This is a genuine 1962 SS 409 car piloted by Jerry Lindell. Real 409 car, rare, and worth quite a bit of coin. But he's got the 409 out of it, safely tucked away in the garage, running in the 500 cubic inch area with that big block Chevy now. Steve Pifkin in the 1885 Dodge Daytona. Red light start for Lindell on the classic Chevy, and Pifkin is going to get that win. Been keeping our eye on this late 70s Nova all weekend long with the blower hanging out where the hood used to be. He has controlled the rage of that motor. I think it's a small block. She launches nice and smooth and heads straight down Broadway with that car and going rounds with it. Running against the Cutlass, Casey Walker in the Kansas Tornado. Derek Kleindest piloting the Deuce. Little problem out there. He's giving away the race, and the win is going to go to that Oldsmobile. As you heard Kleindest get off the gas at about 300 feet, 400 feet for some reason. Sometimes it's as simple as your foot just slips. But Casey Walker's going to get that win. This is Drew Beal in his dad's 64 Pontiac Le Mans. Terry Heller in the Vega. For many years, I wondered what color Terry Heller's Vega was. He had that thing plastered with racing stickers from end to end. About all you could really see was the roof and the hood. But he peeled them all off a couple years ago, and it's got a nice little black paint job on it. The win is going to go to Beal in the Pontiac, 677 with a 6 on, the 673 dial. Dan Green, Green Family Racing in the third generation Camaro. Bobby Inch Jr. in the Nova. Inch Jr. about 700ths in his pocket, and he gets the win with that Nova, 619 with a 5 on the 616 dial. And when I say he had 800ths in his pocket, that's how much better of a reaction time he had over that Camaro. That gives him a little room to work with at the stripe. He's got that much more of an advantage as he heads towards the finish line. Scott Ziegenhorn, 1978 Corvette is our buy run.
Shadows getting longer as that sun heads towards the western horizon, but we'll turn on the lights and keep on rolling with the Summer Nationals presented by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. House full of hot rods and a house full of great drag racing fans, both here at the racetrack and all across the nation watching on the live stream. I know they're watching in West Texas because I've heard from Rodney Williams and Denny Haynes and Matador, Texas, and El Paso, Texas. And, of course, the Bushwhacker team, Cody Austin, Jody Austin, and all their crew. Might even be watching it in the bullpen down there at Extreme Raceway Park. Galen and Celeste Smith. And we're broadcasting up here from where the Quartermax Racing operation is close by with Clyde and Amanda Scott. Going to go next into our category they call box or electronic super pro. It's called all kinds of things at all different places. The WDRA aligned tracks typically call it box. Keeps it easy. Got box and no box categories. We are down to 16 cars. That means 4 rounds left. A Field Funny Cars, we're looking for you in lanes 8 and 9 for your semifinals. A Field Funny Cars to the staging lanes 8 and 9. Mr. Zimmerer, Mr. Williams, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Clark. Staging lane 8 or staging lane 9, semifinals of A Field Funny Cars. This is your call to the staging lanes. So, race director says it is time for a little box action. We are down to the 8th, we call it. There's 16 cars left. So that means 8 winners and 8 runners up. That's what we say in junior dragsters, runners up. You don't say losers. So we have got these electronic cars coming up to the starting line with a pair of door cars leading off. Roe Barcher takes that right side Berkey's lane, dialed at 633, and gets to go first by 41 100ths against Christy Dieters in that deadly Pontiac on the tower side. At the top end of the racetrack, Chrissy continues to the streak with yet another win light on a 593 at 115.6 miles an hour. Rowe had to break out. Got to the finish line first, but goes too quick. Breaks out by 0.06 of a second. Ain't much, but it's enough. And Chrissy Dieters gets the win to advance into the quarterfinal round. Next to the starting line, another pair of door cars. Jacob Connor taking on Jeffrey Wheats. Car going first is going to be the Gen 3 Pontiac on the tower side. Jacob Connor dials 622. And Jeffrey Wheats dials 591. Both drivers on their game. And a win light goes to Jeffrey Wheats in a double breakout drag race. Jacob Connor is going to be a little on the upset side as he breaks out after having a 004 reaction time. He holds 200s at the starting line, but goes too quick and gives it back to Jeffrey Wheats, who goes 589 at 117 down that Berkey's side of the racetrack. We move from 2 door cars to 2 dragsters with Travis Prohaska on the tower side and Jim Glenn on the spectator side. 490 and 474 the dial in. 1600s head start for Travis on the left side. Cordova Dragway bringing you the Father's Day Weekend Spectacular and putting it on the World Wide Web. Green lights both sides. Who you got? Tower side with a win and a double breakout affair. Travis with a 003 on the Christmas tree. Gets across the stripe first and breaks out less than Jim Glenn. Not much difference, but you talk about close drag racing. We go to the 3rd digit, sometimes the 4th digit, which means the 1,000th of a second, sometimes the 10,000ths of a second. In the world of bracket racing, it is closer than you could even imagine. Sean Dieters on the tower side with a 479 dial for the blue-gray dragster. Going to spot Stormin' Norman, 111. Wheels up, rolling, but a red light on the right side of the CompuLink Christmas tree, and that's going to give the win to Sean Dieters. 480 on a 479 dial, a 143.67 mile per hour terminal velocity down the Freedom Motorsports lane. Give the win to Sean Dieters. Double shot of dragsters up next. Rick Verkler, 454 the dial in, so that's one of your quicker dragsters in the program. And that's going to be Ty Pittenlater on the Berkey side, dialed at 482 and going first. Green lights on both sides. At the top end of the racetrack, put a win light on the tower side as Rick Verkler breaks out less than Ty Pittenlater. And that's going to be a trip to the next round to the quarterfinals for Rick Verkler, 151.58 miles per hour and a win. Trooper Dan and Brady Wolf next to the starting line. The turbocharged car with a 475 dial is going to be doing the chasing this time. Down the racetrack, 22-100's head start for Trooper Dan on the tower side, dialed at 497. Both drivers with green lights on their side of the CompuLink Christmas tree, and the tower side gets the win. Trooper Dan goes 5 flat with a 4, 129.39 miles an hour. He was holding 3/10 at the starting line. That's one of those things you don't like to hear if you were the guy on the opposite end of that. Brady Wolf's turbo car, 487, 121 miles an hour. Not enough to overcome the disadvantage at the starting line. Scott Lindell and Delvin Shepard bring their door cars to the starting line. Chevy Beretta, tower side, Chevy Nova, spectator side, 675 and 512 the dial-ins. Both drivers with green lights on their side of the Christmas tree, and the win light goes to Scott Lindell, 512, dead on with a 4 at 134.07 miles an hour. Next up, the Dime versus the Dragster. Michael Murray with a 452 dial-in, going to spot the truck a good bit as Todd Marsden puts a 593 on the dial-in board. And gets ready to go. .41 seconds head start for the pickup truck. Oh, red light right side, 2000's too quick, and the red truck gets the win. 593 dead on with a 4 and a 006 reaction time, so the 9-pack would have been tough to beat even if Michael Murray had not gone red. 452 dead on with an 8, 153.8 miles an hour down the right side, and the Wildfire Dragster goes back to the trailer for the weekend. Todd Marsden goes to the quarterfinal.
And out next, we got our junior class. Down to 22 cars, so 11 pair coming at you. And we started the day with 46 cars. Our junior class, one of the more popular in the Midwest. We pay well to win. We have a great racetrack. We have a fantastic junior racing community here. They welcome new racers with open arms. And you're really joining a family when you start racing juniors here at Cordova Dragway. It's fun to see, as it's a mom, dad, kid operation every time. It's all about the family in our junior drag racing at Cordova Dragway.
B Field Funny Cars to the staging lanes, please. B Field Funny Cars, lanes 8 and 9.
And like she likes to do, Taylor Crownhart in the first pair, the Diamond in the Rough, the daughter of the boss. And I notice she loves that first pair out against P.J. McGlynn. It's a young man in that blue and black digger against Taylor in the Diamond in the Rough. Taylor been doing some good work lately in that little 7.7 scale dragster. Both of these racers capable of hammering the tree. PJ 028 in his light. Taylor is lacking a bit on reaction time. Breakout run as Taylor Crownhart tries to make up the difference at the line. And PJ McGlynn with the win. 906 with a 5 on the 895 ET. Frankie McGlynn over there in that Berkey's lane. Running against Brendan Rogers. Rogers, the blue machine, and Frankie in the black and pink. Frankie is the name, but it is no dude. This is a young lady. But she is just as deadly as any of the guys out there when it comes to racing her junior. Trips, zips for Brandon Rogers, a perfect light. Breakout run, Frankie McGlynn trying to make up the difference. Wowza for Brandon Rogers. Perfect light, 0-0-0, and he goes 797 with a 4 on a 797. That's a 004 pack for Brandon Rogers, a junior drag race. And wow, that is one ET slip you keep, you frame, and you hang it up on your wall. Camden Holdorf in the red, white, and blue against Marley Clark, the Marmaid dragster. Camden been going a lot of rounds lately in the old Uncle Sam. But Marley's going to have something to say about that. Unfortunately, she turns on the red light. And Camden is going to get that win just that quick. Before he ever leaves the line, he had won that race. Now, he had to break the bulbs to officially do it. When I mean break the bulbs, I mean cross the starting line. But it didn't take anything more than that. Kylie Eads in the blue machine taking on Remington Snodgrass in the red one. Remington definitely has won his share of drag races in his little dragster. So Kylie's got her work cut out for her. But that will not dissuade the young lady from taking Rem out. And Remy with a red light. So Kylie is going to get that win. Nice 015 light for Eads nonetheless. 790 with an 8. Holy cow, that's another great run. 023 package for Kylie Eads. And these juniors are showing the big cars how it's done out here today with some tremendous packages from end to end. That's 2 of them now. Casey Eller, not hard to spot who she is. She got Casey on there in big letters so we can see it, and we like to see lettering loud and proud. Jaden Nance in the black one. Red light start for Jaden, and Casey's going to get a come back around again for next round. Claire Wheats in the Mississippi Thunder. If you weren't with me earlier, this car is a tribute to her grandfather who used to run a race car here at Cordova called the Mississippi Thunder. Painted similar to what Claire has on her junior right there. This is Jill Full, a tough customer in the Tower Lane. Bragging on Jillian earlier. She went to the final round Saturday, went to the final round Sunday this past weekend. So she is tough.
Seafield Funny Cars, lanes 8 and 9. Seafield Funny Cars semifinalists, lanes 8 and 9.
But Jill breaks out. She owns the tree, 023 light, but she breaks out at a 771 with an 8 on a 773. Claire Wheats with the win, 798 on her 794. Jill is not going to be a happy camper. She cut a great light, and the car just ran too fast. That's how you can lose a drag race and bracket racing as well. Everybody's little nightmare. Tower Lane. Hudson Foster running against Alexa Burlett. Alexa in our Berkey's Farm Store Racing Lane. Sponsored by Burlett Auto Works. Advertised Scene, Snap-on Tools, Dobson Welding, and Brad and Debbie Hunt Incorporated. Hudson makes it easy. Yes, it makes it easy for Alexa, let's put it that way. As he turns on the red light, and Burlett is going to get the win just that quick, which is something she's been doing a lot of lately. Madison McGlynn over there in that spectator side out of Eldridge. It is Maddie's 13th birthday today. Her mom and dad, her mom with the big pink blouse on, behind her in the lanes, that's Maddie, 13 years old today. Hoping to pad that birthday cake with another candle by taking out Jackson Reeves. Reeves in the Blue Digger. Maddie with a sweet 016 light. Happy birthday to Madison McGlynn, 803 with a 1 on her 796. So nice run for Maddie. Talking about the Ghost Flames on this junior dragster, Tower Lane earlier. I'm a Ghost Flame fan. Used to have a car, a black one that had purple Ghost Flames on it. They were kind of hard to see unless you got it in the sunlight, and when you did, everybody saw it, and they were spectacular. Should have kept that Chevelle. But then again, I'd say that about every car I've ever gotten rid of. That's Haley Becker in the Flamed Machine. Somebody mixing up the cylinders a little bit, and it's going to be the Black Digger we don't have a name on in the Berkey side with the win. Cook in the Motion Race Works machine from the Cook family. And if you're Cook, you're running a race car, it says Motion Race Works on the side, as that is pretty much the family business these days. Cassidy Becker in the all-white machine also in this Tower Lane. Red light start for Cassidy. Landon with the win.
Funny car, A field, B field, C field. You've all been called to the staging lanes, lanes 8 and 9. Funny car semifinalists to the staging lanes, please.
What that means, if we're calling them to the lanes, it will not be much longer, and we will have second round action, a funny car chaos. Nothing quite like watching funny cars when the sun starts going down, and that's exactly what's happening here in Cordova. Chase Pichu, I think is how you say his last name. That's how I'm saying it anyway, until they tell me different. Laney Thomas taking Chase on. Laney sponsored by Lucas Smith Racing, Flying Brian Racing, and Chassis Concepts. And Pitchy is sponsored by VIP Automotive. Laney just purchased that, her and her dad just purchased that junior dragster over the winter and put it together, and she's out racing this year for the first time in that lightning strike machine. 007 light for Laney, James Bondish. Breakout win for Chase Peachy, 793 with a 1 on the 795 as Laney goes way under. 8-12 on her 21. And they're going to have to figure out why. That's a big under right there for a junior dragster. Looks our bye run coming to the lights. Chow. Mike Solber Racing and Chassis Farm BSI the sponsors. And Andel's got the bye run by cutting a perfect light in last round action, 0-0-0. So it takes another shot at the team, not so fortunate this time, but it doesn't matter. All Andel's had to do was cross that starting line, and that's a win. So that's our bye run, and we move on to Nostalgia Pro Stock Association Racing.
Enjoyed visiting with Dave River just a little bit ago as he were up in the tower talking about these Nostalgia Pro Stocks and the incredible amount of horsepower and finesse that the horsepower they've got, the finesse it takes to drive them, as they will be putting on a great show for you as they bring them to the ready stripe. And we're going to fire them up and send them down the racetrack here momentarily, as we've got funny cars called to the staging lanes. We have got lots more racing to do, fans, but we have got 12 cars left in funny cars. We have got 3 pair of these amazing Nostalgia Pro Stockers coming your way as they go heads up side by side. Like Dave said, they're all friends, but they're all competitors too, as they are show-enough racers. And if you're going to race at that level, you better be a competitor. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day for you every single time. Bob Merrily with Pro Glass. That's your Gen 3 Firebird on the tower side of the racetrack. And over on the spectator side of the racetrack, that is Mike Beck in the Motorcraft Thunderbird. Good-looking pair of side-by-side Nostalgia Pro Stockers from the heyday, if you will, back when you used to go to the national events and there would be 30-plus, sometimes 50-plus Pro Stockers on the property. It was a great time to be a fan in the world of Pro Stock racing, as they came from everywhere. And Pro Stock qualifying, as you eliminated from 50 cars down to 16, the qualifying was absolutely unbelievable. Take a drink.
Said before out of the announcer's booth, in this very booth actually, but it's been a few years.
All right, so here we go. We got GM on the tower side and Blue Oval on the spectator side, the Motorcraft Thunderbird. Definitely one of the sterling performers in this category, but don't be overlooking this Pro Glass Firebird. Bob Marley getting a shout out. All right, it is heads up. It is 410s Pro Tree. It is wall to wall, side by side, drag racing with the Nostalgia Pro Stalkers. They are quick. They are fast. They are shifting the gears. There's all kinds of action that those drivers have to make sure they do at the proper time if they expect to get a win light. Here they go. Red light, tower side. Oh, that makes it easy for the Motorcraft Thunderbird. Well, let's see what the performance is across the finish line. 139.5 miles an hour, 5.16 seconds. And parachutes in the breeze in the shutdown area. Give the win to Mike Beck and the Motorcraft Thunderbird. Man, oh man, when you think it can't get better, it just keeps on being good. Tyler Chinook has got the Firebird, the Jerry Ekman tribute machine, the Pennzoil car. And oh, wow, check this one out as they smoking the tires all the way down the racetrack in that Firebird machine, the tribute to Butch Leal, that old Castrol GTX car that he ran for several years. And, of course, Butch Leal, one of those guys that was one of the early stars in funny car racing and switched over to Pro Stock, the California Flash. That is Mike Rappo. Double shot of Gen 3 Pontiac. At one point in the days of Pro Stock, these were the baddest machines in the land in the world of Pro Stock racing, and you can see they are such gorgeous race cars. That Gen 3 F-body, certainly one of the classic styles that there ever has been in the world of racing, and you can see that there are still a lot of them racing, not just in the tribute classes and nostalgia classes, but they are making their way down the racetrack in a lot of different funny cars and a lot of different bracket cars and index cars, a very, very popular body style. Now, here's two of the quickest, fastest, baddest Firebirds ever to run Pro Stock, and we've got the tribute cars as they are ready to bring them up. The Pennzoil car against the Castrol GTX car, the Oil Wars, as they used to say. The Rod Shop Pontiac. Mike Rappo and Tyler Chinook carefully bringing those cars. All right, we got one bulb lit on the top of the Christmas tree. The CompuLink timing system. At one time, the gold standard in the world of timing equipment. Carefully bringing it forward is Tyler Chinook. Well, there's an infrared up here somewhere. If they can just find it. They're almost there. There's a lot of overhang on these Pontiacs, and that tire is way behind. All right, now we're pre-stage on both sides, and we are ready for the Nostalgia Pro Stockers. The Firebirds see that flash of amber, and off they go. Look at this, side by side across the finish line. The Pennzoil car gets there first. Check this out, 442, 158 beats a 483 at 146. Man, they were flying down that racetrack side by side. This is just what Pro Stock is all about. Drivers going through those planetary transmissions. The starting line advantage was on the tower side for the Rod Shop Pontiac, but the performance at the finish line on the Berkey side of the racetrack put Tyler Chinook across the finish line first by 0.3 of a second at 158 miles an hour. They score the big win. Next up, yes indeed, got Robert River doing the driving on the Camaro you see over on the opposite side. And, of course, the Ford Fairmont, Mike Ruth. Great time talking yesterday with Mike Ruth as he came up to the tower and gave us a little information about the Nostalgia Pro Stock racers. As you can see, we've got Ford on the tower side and Chevrolet on the spectator side. And, of course, the manufacturers' wars just never do go away, as you've got people that are dyed-in-the-wool Ford fans and a lot of people that are blue oval red bow tie fans. So who you got, the Ford or the Chevrolet? Robert River, the River Racing family, they're going to be bringing the action over there on the right side, as you saw that long smoky burnout, as they indicate that they have got everything ready. The wheelie bars are set at the proper level. And Dave River closes the door, guiding his son Robert up to the starting line. And we are just about go for launch in Nostalgia Pro Stock. As the shadows get long and the sun goes down, and we will crank up some lights, and we've got them on already. So we go Pro Stock under the lights on a Saturday night at Cordova Dragway as Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel brings you some of the baddest door slammers anywhere on earth. Right here, right now. The fourth bulb comes on, the ambers flash, and we are racing. Man, the River Camaro goes right down that right side to a 460, 146 miles an hour, and takes the win with a flourish. And Mike Ruth had some trouble on the tower side of the racetrack as that car was off its normal performance standard. But the River Camaro, 460, 146.6 miles an hour, picking them up and laying them down in a hurry. Three awesome pair in the Nostalgia Pro Stock category. Wow, what a great show. Man, getting breathless with all the great action that we have seen this afternoon, but don't you dare go anywhere. In fact, if you're not in the stands, it'd be a good time to get back, because we've got funny cars in the staging lanes, and they're going to be coming your way live and in person right after the track preparations come to a conclusion. I hope you've had plenty of opportunities to take a stroll down Funny Car Alley and check out all the many awesome race cars and race teams that we've got here.
The defending A-Field winning car, Drastic Plastic, is in the box, but it will be out of the box soon enough. Driver Dave Harada, last year you debuted, first time ever, right here at the Summer Nationals, Funny Car Chaos, driving a funny car. How was it? How cool is it to be under the flopper?
So it definitely made rear engine dragsters boring. I thought the front engine Nostalgia Top Fuel car would have been simple, and that thing was rough. Well, this thing can't be that much rougher, and it's so cool and fun. It's scary fun. It's the coolest thing to drive, and all my respect to the funny car drivers now, because it's so bitchin'. Nothing, can't be anything better than that. So we definitely encourage. Well, we're going to defend our championship, and this is the coolest thing out there in racing now. 30-some, 38, two funny cars on the grounds. Everyone needs to come out and support this deal. You got nitro cars, alcohol cars, any kind of funny car. That's the rule, a funny car. So come on out, get your fix on some funny car action. One of the best series ever invented, and we want to thank Chris and thank Tom Moultrie for giving me the opportunity.
Has been through it all in his Funny Car Chaos career. Wrecks, new cars, borrowed cars, but he has been to them all. What keeps you coming out, Jordan, for the chaos?
The reason why we keep coming out here is because we love doing what we do, and we're mainly here because of the fans. We want to put on a good show. That's pretty much what keeps us going, is we want to make the fans happy.
The broom, everything you got, and apparently we gave it just a little bit too much, but we sure tried, and this is one of our favorite places to come. We love the track, the crew, the crowd especially. It was great seeing everybody down there in the pits coming by, and you know, we've had pretty good luck here. We won 2 of these races here so far. We're not going to win this one, but we will be back.
Good to see you, Chris, and have you up here in the tower with us. Chris, one of our more personable funny car drivers we have in this class. Helped us out in the tower on more than one occasion. Pretty knowledgeable about the race cars we got going on out there. And he's done some announcing. He's got some slick announcing chops. In fact, I don't think I'm going to let him do any, because the more I let him do it, the more likely I am to be out of a job once he decides he wants to do that full time. Folks know, and we'll remind you, we are live streaming today's race on YouTube. Just search Cordova Dragway at Cordova Dragway, and you'll find it. Lots of cool little things you can do with a live stream, and the thing I like the best is the fact that you can repeat and rewatch every run that we've had all day long. So if you want to see a particular run, a particular pair go down the racetrack, just do a little searching and you can bring it up on your phone and rewatch that race. So we're live streaming as we speak at Cordova Dragway on YouTube.
This nitro burner that shows up for Funny Car Chaos in the funny car trim, the drastic plastic of Tom Moultrie, is no stranger to winning at Cordova, whether it's Mark White or David Harada, as he won last year in the A field. Dave, we are used to seeing this car live in the 40s, though. Right now, a 67 to have you at the top of the board. More steam?
Yeah, you know, we kind of spoiled with our 40s runs last year. Tom made a change over the winter. It actually wasn't really a change. He had to service something and had to back down some things to get a baseline on a tune-up. I screwed up the first pass and shut it off early. I'm just got to get that out of my system in the winter and then come back and tune it up and go to the top again. But 60 is a great run, 67, but yeah, we want to be in the 50s minimum. So let's see what happens. Come out and see what happens.
We'll see if Dave and Drastic Plastic will hold on to the #1 spot after one more qualifying session.
The more we get to see with y'all, come around the pits, talk to you, have the kids take pictures and stuff, that's just the icing on the cake.
It has been so much fun to experience the race here this weekend at Cordova. And, you know, not only that Brutus and the Chi-Town Hustler, it's here at Cordova. And you talk about all kinds of history wrapped up into one picture. That's a blast.
Oh, absolutely. You know, this track just embodies the whole history aspect of racing. And to be able to race here, we just love it. And hopefully be able to make a little bit of history of our own. But we didn't make the history when we want it today, but there'll be other days in the future. We will be back.
Well, we're going to another historic track for the next Funny Car Chaos event, a place that's held the World Finals events and the National Challenge event. There's all kinds of history down there, too. We look forward to seeing you there. Thanks for all you guys do for Funny Car Chaos and drag racing. We appreciate you coming up and talking with our fans.
Thank you all. Let's go racing.
Let's do that, shall we? We are ready to go with our semifinal round in Funny Cars as we have got the A field at the ready stripe and lighten up the fires and lighten up the tires. Jesse Clark is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack. And Brian Lewis qualified #3 in the Grumpy 2 Mustang over on the spectator side of the racetrack. We are heads up with the Ford Mustang body against the Chevy Monte Carlo bodied Funny Cars. The Preston Powerhouse on your tower side. Jesse Clark says it needs a name. Well, you got one now, dude. Preston Powerhouse from the state of Iowa brings that car up for a run down the Freedom side of the racetrack, Freedom Motorsports. And Brian Lewis from Oklahoma brings the Grumpy 2 Mustang up for a run down the Berkey's Lane. Both of these teams have been on the ragged edge of control, as you kind of have to be if you expect to get a win light in the Rodak Custom Coffee A field. So there is one spot open in the final round for one of these cars. Only one can advance. Who will it be? The Oklahoma Mustang or the Iowa Monte Carlo? Green lights both sides. Look at this match right here. It's going to be Lewis. 371 beats a 374. Your side-by-side 370s at over 203 miles an hour. What a drag race. Brian Lewis was off the starting line first by 7/1000ths of a second. They were both under 1 second to the 60-foot. 9.69 for Jesse Clark and 9.90 for Brian Lewis. And they were both down the racetrack in under 3.75 seconds. 374 left side, 371 right side, and they were cooking down the side by side, 200-mile-per-hour runs. And Brian Lewis just does get across the finish line first, and they are going to another final round as they are going to be making a big move in the points as we're looking at those points implications of what has been happening so far. And I'll guarantee you that the points sheet is going to be way different after this race than it was when we came in. So give Brian Lewis a taco and send him to the final round. Man, breathless after that one, as that was awesome to see side-by-side 200-mile-per-hour runs, and those cars both were getting it done in a hurry. Grumpy 2 takes out the Preston Powerhouse, and that leaves one spot open in the final round as Brian Lewis claims one of them. Will it be the mighty Zim, or will it be Quick Lane Kirk? Texas taking on Iowa. Hey, how about that? We had 2 cars from the state of Iowa in the semifinal round. There's one of them left. Will it be Texas versus Oklahoma, or will it be Oklahoma versus Iowa? We're about to find out as our next pair come to life. It is going to be the man from Gainesville, Texas, a 2-time champion in Lone Star Forklift Outlaw Fuel Altered Association Racing. He and his crew chief, major tuning consultant, Will Hanna, have got this machine tuned up and on kill as they took out the low qualifier earlier in the round. Hey, race fans, I got a friend down in Mississippi, and the best thing that ever happened to him was when he met Teresa Neal. And Teresa Neal is celebrating her birthday today, and she's here with her family, her husband Ricky, son Michael, and their daughter-in-law Chelsea. Huck is here. Heidi didn't get to make it this weekend, but happy birthday, Teresa Neal. At the starting line, we've got the Williams brothers 200 proof racing machine. They built this brand new car over the off season, and it has been working plenty strong. They are still tweaking because I know that they have got more performance improvements that they want to wring out of this machine, but they have definitely got a good start going on that. Will Hanna and Keith Zimmerer ready for action. This is going to be one tough throwdown right here. You just saw an epic matchup between Lewis and Clark. Number 2 pair of the semifinal round. Here we go. Look at this match right here. Zim gets it done. 374 beats a 380. Another side-by-side 200-mile-per-hour matchup. Kirk Williams had a small advantage at the starting line as they were both really ready to go. At the half-track point, Keith Zimmer was applying the horsepower to the ground, and the Mustang was getting it done. And they go across the finish line with a 374 at 202.7 miles an hour to take the win. And it's going to be Texas versus Oklahoma in your final round as Kirk Williams in the 200-proof car goes 380 at 203.8 miles an hour. Comes in second in that matchup. Your final is set in the A field. It's going to be Zim versus Lewis, Texas versus Oklahoma. Hey, Beat the Heat, can I get you to staging lane 6 and 7, please? Beat the Heat, lane 6 and 7. So we'll switch the computer over and we'll move into the semifinal round of our Alky Digger B field. And man, you could not ask for 2 better pair in the semifinals of your Marvin Rodak Custom Coffee A field, as both cars, 3 cars in the 370s, one at 380, and all 4 cars over 202 miles an hour. Steve Tomozik, the Detroit Tiger. Monza funny car, 1977 vintage. Race fans, this is one of those pictures you just gotta have. The Chi-Town Hustler and the Detroit Tiger. Nitro car on the tower side is Mike Minnick, qualified at 389. Steve Tomozik qualified at 399. Sometimes you see stuff and go, what? But then you just keep on rolling with it. Steve Tomozik, Detroit Tiger, got to take on the Nitro car, the legend of the Chi-Town Hustler, alive and well, as we are here on Saturday night under the lights. Bubba Corzine out in Texas is watching this race. We miss you, brother. And we are ready to get these cars down the racetrack. 4 bulbs lit. There we go. Red light, right side. Candles lit on the Chi-Town Hustler, and they go 416 at 174.9 miles an hour. Steve Tomozik turned on the red light, 074 red, as he knew he needed a little advantage at the starting line. Goes for it on the Christmas tree and was a little off. Turns on the red light, sends the Chi-Town Hustler to the Alki Diggers semifinal. Minnick, 416, 174.3 miles an hour, takes the win. Man, oh man, the semifinals are clicking off in a hurry, and I do mean a 200-mile-per-hour hurry, as they are putting these cars down the racetrack and claiming the spots for the final round on our Father's Day Weekend Spectacular. Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel, some of the best folks you could ever do business with up in Fulton, Illinois, and we're grateful to them for bringing you the Summer Nationals featuring Funny Car Chaos race number 59 in its history. And a great crowd of awesome fans here at the racetrack enjoying the action. Bottom half of the semifinal in your Alki Digger B field going to be Jim Chase in the Wicked Quick 57 Chevy and Bobby Martin in the Supercharger. They're bringing those cars to life. We're going to see some of that life on the racetrack as they come through the water and light those tires. Bobby Martin, first time at a Funny Car Chaos race, brings that good-looking orange and white Supercharger, Dodge Charger-bodied machine. It's a top alcohol funny car. He utilizes the clutch setup. As you can tell, when he brings the car up to the stage beams, he'll put the front wheel in the beam, bring the revs up, and wait for his opponent to stage when that's possible. And go the last few inches, turn on the stage bulb, and the tree will flash amber, and they will go down the racetrack. On the spectator side of the racetrack in the Berkey's Farm Store lane, that is our man from Nodak, North Dakota. Jim Chase, hoping to get to the final round and close the deal for the first time, but he's got a tough customer on the tower side he's got to get around. Bobby Martin and Jim Chase, they have got the Chi-Town Hustler waiting for them in the final round. And I know they are very excited about getting to the next round and competing in the final round against that nitro-burning machine. 2 bad-to-the-bone hot rods here at the starting line into the pre-stage position. The Wicked Quick is staged. Bobby Martin brings his car into the stage position. And Martin goes to the final round, 411 at 168.77 miles an hour. Jim Chase gets off the throttle out there at the half-track point. He was ahead at 60 feet, but you heard him get off the throttle as something goes wrong for Chase in the Wicked Quick. And Bobby Martin, final round bound to take on the Chi-Town Hustler. Hey, for all you people that supported the 50-50 raffle, you have raised $768 for the fire department. We appreciate your support, and somebody's going to get a reward. I'm sad to report that it's not my ticket. I tried to get them to pick another one. They wouldn't do it. So here is the winning number. I'm just going to read the last 3 digits. If you pull out those yellow 50-50 raffle tickets. Oh, okay. I've been told I need to read all the numbers. So the first 3 numbers are 0, 0, 0. You still in? After that, it is 729. Yellow ticket 0, 0, 0, 729. You can pick up your loot down at the Chop Shop. And thanks to all of you for your support. Thank you, ladies. All right, passing out money and watching funny cars on a Saturday night. How much fun is that? Oh, we've got 2 cars under power. They've done their burnouts, and they are coming backwards from the burnout. It is going to be Dana Kleinhofer and Bill Naves, the shooting star and the trimmer, as we are all about some natural phenomena at the starting line. Bill Naves and his son, Jagger. They're from North Carolina, but when you listen to them talk, you would have no idea. A fun couple of guys, and they know their drag racing. Earth-shaking entertainment is their business. The trimmer, Dana Kleinhofer, racer number 200 in the history of Funny Car Chaos, as we are now over 210. Cooking and booking. The win light goes to Kleinhofer at 428. He got a big starting line advantage, and he takes out the 422 of the shooting star as they were cooking down the racetrack, both of them over 166 miles an hour. Kleinhofer uses a whole shot to his advantage as he was holding a 1/10 of a second at the starting line and goes across the finish line first by 0.039. So Kleinhofer in the trimmer advances to the final round in Wolf Pump C Field action. 428 against a quicker 422. Man, these semifinal matches have been so good. The final pair in the semifinal round is going to be Wolf Pump Seafield. Number 1 qualifier, Lee Lovell in the Giant Killer Chevy Nova against Justin Malott in that 1957 Chevy they call Must Be Nice. When you take a stroll down Funny Car Alley and you check out that car, you will definitely have to agree. It is nice. Nostalgia Superstock. Listen up. I need you in lane 6 and 7, please. Nostalgia Superstock, lane 6 and 7. Morgan Singleton adding her talents to the media pool here at Cordova Dragway on a Saturday night. Emily Malott comes out to guide her husband back from the burnout on the tower side of the racetrack in the Freedom Motorsports lane. The Giant Killer Chevy Nova is going to be over on the spectator side of the racetrack in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Number 1 qualifier and number 4 qualifier. squaring off for the remaining open spot in the C Field Final. Dana Kleinhofer already there, watching anxiously to see who his opponent will be. Driven racing oil in the crankcase of the Must Be Nice 57 Chevy as he gets ready to go down this tower side. They're staged and they're ready. We got green lights on both sides. A good matchup, and it's going to be the giant killer, Lee Lovall. 418 beats a 421. Starting line advantage and a finish line advantage for Lee Lovall. The giant killer Chevy Nova advances to the final round. 103 to 60 feet on the right side, 102 on the left side. 2.74 seconds to half track for Lee Lovall, and a 4:18 elapsed time gets him into the final round here at the Summer Nationals.
Superstocks 6 and 7. Nostalgia Superstocks need you up here to 6 and 7. That will be your second round of action, so we need you in the lanes. Nostalgia Superstocks 6 and 7, please. Out next, our gasser class, Nostalgia gasser class. There was a day where funny cars did not exist, dragsters did not exist. And the gassers were the show when you went to the drag strip back in the 60s. That's the way it was in the the early 60s, I should say. That's the way it was in the drag racing community, and we have some outstanding examples of gassers on the property here tonight. Eight and 9, next round, box to 8 and 9. We'll take you for next round of action. Brian Huffman Trucking in the Willys pick-em-up truck, yeah. I didn't know it either. Willys made pickup trucks. And there you got one right on the line, a yellow example, owned and operated by Mr. Huffman himself. Taking on Kip Galloway in the Miller, I guess I keep wanting to say Miller High Life. It is just the High Life. That Ford Falcon out of Mackinac, Illinois. It's a 61 Ford Falcon. And you see all that metal flake in that paint. He's got a pound of metal flake in the paint of that Ford as he makes a lap against Huffman in the Willys truck. One of the coolest cars we got out here, this 55 Chevy with a 427 big block Chevy in it. And the reason I like it so much is I get to say the name of it, the Hoochie Mama, piloted by Billy Dusenberry. One of those words that's just a lot of fun to spit out, running against the Bad Medicine 55 Chevrolet wagon. High in the air, lights on. Part of the rules in running a gasser is you have to have a straight axle in front of the car. If you can see under there, they do have the axle in the front is straight. It's sprung on top. It's one of the reasons that these cars sit so high. A lot of them with the front fender exit headers, which just adds to the cool factor of these race cars. It's just exactly the way they were back in the 60s when they owned the drag strip. Couple of 55s going side by side. Dusenberry 622 and Robertson at a 608. Now here is a Willys, the Innocent Rascal over there in the spectator lane. Willys was a dominant brand in this class. And I bet you can't guess what I got next to the tower. If I'd give you 10 guesses, you would get it wrong every time. That is a Volvo. A 50s, 60s era Volvo. He has told me the year of that car. Don't rightly remember it, but that's a Volvo. Foreign car, actually. And he's drag racing it in our gasser class. Out next to Chevy Deuce, little Nova called the Passing Gas. Getting a little dark outside, but if you could see clearly, he has the green shaded glass. That was something that these gassers did. The other Passing Gas must be his brother over there in the Nova wagon, also has the shaded glass. It's blue, and he pulls the wheels in the air, hitting that throttle hard. That's the first time I've seen that race car, that Nova wagon over that spectator side, and what a show he put on. And now, our Beat the Heat competitors out here tonight. It's the one time that we like seeing those flashing lights anywhere near us, because if you got them behind you, you're puckering up because you know what's coming. But these competitors are all about racing. The Beat the Heat organization exists all over the United States. This is the local chapter, and how this was created and why this was created was to get kids off the street and drag racing. These officers would get race cars, they would soup up police cars, and they'd go drag racing against kids on the drag strip and get them off the street. A couple examples right here of our Beat the Heat competitors at Cordova Dragway.
It's not two, it's the whole group going to come up.
Nostalgia Superstock coming to the lane. That's a Dodge Polaris on this tower side. The Blue Max Polaris, probably about a 65, I'm gonna guess. Looking like a Mercury taking him on that white machine. So here we go, next round action in our Nostalgia Superstock class. This is second round action. Sam Chumley in the Mercury. He gets the handicap head start over the Dodge. Polaris trying to run him down to that 8th mile, and he gets it done. The Dodge wins 7:23 with a 2 on the 721 dial. A lot of race car in that spectator Perky's Farm Store lane. That's a wagon, a 4-door station wagon, 1968 Impala. Yowza. And this thing looks pretty original. These things are like 4,000 pounds plus coming off the assembly line, and he's got this thing racing. That's Eric Galley against Dustin Christensen in the Dodge Dart. And for 4,000 pounds, that thing scoots right along, and it gets the win, 782 with a 6 at 81 mile an hour. Not bad for that much metal heading down this racetrack.
I need no box to 6 and 7, juniors to 4.
No box to 6 and 7, juniors to 4. No box to 6 and 7, juniors to 4. Next round of your action. Comet, all purple. And in the Freedom Motorsports side, piloted by Mike Rebman. We're in the silver machine, Johnny Schmidt, the Mopar. Schmidt out on him right now, and the Mercury looks like he's in trouble. Breakout run for Schmidt, so we're going to get to see that Comet again. He goes 709 with the 2 on the 95 mile an hour. The Dodge Dart with the bye run. And that is Chris Zapucci. running it out to 8:43 at 80 mile an hour to the 8th. No box 6 and 7, juniors to 4. No box 6 and 7, juniors to 4. Box, you should already be up here and ready to run. If you're not, you're going to miss your hit. As we're moving on with the program here, Summer Nationals, Cordova Dragway. Give our funny cars a chance to go in the pits, service their engines, fuel up, cool them off, and get them ready for third round of action. Nine o'clock here in Cordova, Illinois, a few minutes after. Our Cordova Clothing Company still open. You want a t-shirt or a hat? Sweatshirt maybe? It says Cordova Dragway on it. They got specials going on over there. Just go ask about them. And ice cream is available at the Cordova Clothing Company. So good night for ice cream, as if the humidity is starting to rise a little bit here in the Midwest, as it will do this time of the year. Lots of our vendors still open. I still see the Car Chicks trailer open in operation over there. She's got a tremendous variety of shirts and hats. Head on over, see the Car Chicks. Ask about the program that they are named after, as it is Ladies in Drag Racing. The Nitro Chaos, the Funny Car Chaos trailer right across from the Car Chicks. They got some of the coolest hats and t-shirts you're going to find on the property. I'm wearing one right now. If you want something that says Funny Car Chaos on it and looking sweet for Monday morning for everybody to see, that is where you're going to go. The Nitro Chaos Funny Car Chaos trailer, located not far from the tower, across from the Car Chicks trailer. Pam's Perks still open. And you're thinking, man, it's kind of late for coffee, but Pam serves the iced coffee mixes also, and several varieties. She also has teas. So head down to Pam's Perks if that's something that you need at this time. Super Shifters, you are on standby for your next round of racing. Ozark Mountain Super Shifter, you are on standby for your next round of racing. No boxers, we're missing 2 of you in 6 and 7. And we need you up here. We are trying to get our program completed in our bracket categories, and so we need our no-box competitors, both of you, to the lanes immediately. That way we can get our bracket racing program concluded here tonight, give away prices and prizes, and make everybody happy. But if you're not here, at some point we're going to make an executive decision and run without you. So no box, missing 2 of you, 6 and 7, need you. Talk about Darren Foster, Twisted Shifters 360 Steel, our main sponsor for Funny Car Chaos Summer Nationals here at Cordova. Started out his business making gear shift knobs and had a wide variety of such. Has graduated to metal signage and does an outstanding job with steel and tin, metal signage. You go see Darren Foster, and he's got a display set up in Manufacturer's Midway. Go see what he can do for you. If you got a neat car, you got a classic car, a race car, dirt car, no matter what it is, but something you're proud of, I'll bet Darren can make a metal facsimile of it so you can hang it on your wall of your shop. Just go talk to Darren or his people in Twisted Shifters 360 Steel and see what he can do for you. He does some amazing work out of Fulton, Illinois. Late night hungries. We still got some food vendors open. I see Corn Dog Billy still with both locations lit up, and he ain't hard to spot him. Jumbo corn dogs right on the sign outside of it. So if you got the late night cravings, he's got that foot-long corn dog that everybody craves. You line that thing with a little bit of mustard. Oh my goodness. Some of the best eating you are going to get at a racetrack or carnival. Or a fair, I might add, but we got Corn Dog Billy's here this weekend. They got a stand over in the spectator side, easy to see. Got a stand over here in the pit side, behind the stands. So go see Corn Dog Billy.